What's up, everybody? Look at all you guys hopped in a hot damn minute. Let me know if you guys can hear me, and we'll get started in just a second. Let me know if you guys can hear me on the in the chat. Everybody is here. It's good to see all you guys. All right. Um, Give me just a second here to get a list here of all of the people that came in. You guys flooded in like in 2 seconds, which is awesome. Just give me just 2 seconds to make a list here. We got a lot to talk about. All right. So good to see you guys. It's been a hot minute. It has been a hot minute. I will post a list for you guys in just a second. I just got everybody in order. So don't worry about that. Got you guys all listed here. So tonight, tonight, or this year, we are officially in Scorpio season. It is November the 2nd already of 2025. And to me, I don't know about you guys, but that is crazy how fast uh, this year has gone by. I know that I have not been on in a hot minute. Um, and so it's good to be back tonight. And um, so before we before we get into this, this is a pre-message for all of you. And then after we go through this in a second, we'll be doing I'll be here until uh probably 12 or 1 Eastern time, so you guys can do the math. I suck at math. It is 9:11 Eastern time where I am, so that's about 3 or 4 hours that I will be here to answer questions or do free readings for you guys, rather. So I will do my best uh, to keep my part of this short because I know you know, you guys probably have questions that you want answers for, and I'm here for that. Um, so first, before we get into all the things, really quick, I am going to share my screen with all of you guys and take you guys hopefully you guys can see this. If you go to dreamoutloud.center/download, you guys can put in your information and you guys will receive uh, a free, basically, it's like, it's over 100 questions that covers your human design, covers astrology. I mean, it's everything. It's all the things. Um, Let me see if I can actually get that over to you guys. I don't know if you can actually see what I'm seeing. I kind of just hopped on without really. I just hopped on. I didn't prepare. Probably. I probably should have prepared. So you guys are seeing me in unpreparedness. But the point is, let me see if I can get let me see if I can get this fixed for you guys really quick so you can see actually what it is that you got that in my opinion everybody everybody should you should definitely get this. Just let me pull it up here really quick. All right. Now go back to no. That is not correct. Hold on. I don't know what just happened or why I just did that. Oh, I see why. Okay. All right. So here, you guys, if you go to the page that I just put on, and I'll put a link in the description box. You guys can get a free PDF. Basically, it's going to ask you all the things to help you guys understand what your purpose is in life. I'm just giving you a quick little glimpse here. It's like 32 pages here. It's going to ask you a shit ton of questions. The intention of this, the purpose of this, is for you to sit with yourself, go through all the questions, answer all the questions, and basically to help you guys figure out what your purpose in life is. It's very informative. It's very deep. It covers everything, anything and everything that you can imagine. It's completely free. All you got to do is come here, just put in your first name, your last name, your email, and then just hit submit. So I'll just show you. I'll put my game. So there's all my stuff in there. I hit submit, and then boom, it's going to take you to this page, and uh, right up top here, you just hit the little download icon, and you've downloaded the PDF. All right, I'll do it one more time. Just a triple go through the steps here. So the free link is dreamoutloud.center/download or /download. That's the URL. It'll take you to this page that you see. It's completely free. You just put in your name, your first name, your last name, your email, and you hit submit. And once you hit submit, it's going to immediately take you to that PDF that I created, and you can download it to your phone, your computer, whatever you have. It's completely free. You download it there, and then you can view it from there. And it has all the things, all the questions, all the things for you guys that have been struggling to understand what the purpose of your life is, what you wanted to be when you wanted to grow up, all of the things. I'm going to be talking more about this in the future, so you guys are getting the first little snippet of it. I've been working on my second book, which will hopefully be out this month. I am very close to being completed with my second book, which is called From Lost to Limitless. Um, and I just brain farted. So we'll come back to that later. So anyways, that's free. You guys can download that. The link is there. I'll put it in the description box for you guys in a moment. What else? Anything else? No. Okay. All right. So as far as that goes, um, let's talk about this for a minute. So before I hopped on, I uh, I checked in to see what basically the collective message was for everybody, myself included. So basically, what does the divine want us to know at this stage of 2025? So if you've been with me for a hot minute, then you guys know that we've been in a 9-year in numerology. So all of the years happen in 9-year cycles. We are in a 9 universal year. So this is the end of a cycle. How do we get the number 9? You add up the year. So it's 2025. You add 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 5 equals 9. So 2025, when you add it all together, equals 9. Nines are all about closing out, endings, uh, cleaning, basically clearing the decks, preparing the way for the one universal year, which is 2026. And then we start a whole new 9-year cycle all over again. Now I haven't posted any videos. I haven't uploaded any videos because I've been working on my book and my personal life and other things that I've been doing in my own life has taken me away from this. But um, here I am. So on my channel, um, I think back in January I posted a video talking about what to expect for this year, and then somewhere around like May or June I posted a second video talking about the 9 universal year, and so here we are close to the end of the year. So we're in November now, and then we just have to get through December, and then basically that's it. Like we moved into January. So with that being said, you guys should have a pretty good idea about what this year has brought you in terms of endings, closure, in terms of realizations, awakenings, anything having to do essentially with wrapping things up in your life, clearing the decks, looking at the last 9 years, nostalgia maybe, or endings that lead to transformation. It's like the death card in tarot. The death card is card number 13, I think. I don't have it memorized. Yeah, card number 13. So out of 22 major arcanas, the death card is the 13th card. So it's not the end, and but there is an end that leads to something new. it's the death of something. Every time something dies, something new begins. So that's what this whole year has been about. It's essentially looking back over the last 9 years of your life, which is 1 year absent of a decade. So the last 9 years of your life, which I think would have been like 2017, would have been when this cycle started. So where were you in 2017 versus where are you now in 2025? And specifically here in 2025, what has shown up for you? What have been the lessons? What have been the challenges? What have been the patterns? And these are the things that we need to be aware of because, and by now you guys should all know this because we're in February now, so we're way past halfway through. And so for some of you this year could have be as we move into November this year, you might describe this year as, hey, this year actually turned out really good for me compared to where I was at in January. You know, if you look at where you were in January versus where you are now, some of you might say, my year's actually gone really great. I started out kind of in a weird place or a low place or what in a whatever place in January, and now I'm in this great place in November. Others of you, it might be the reverse. Maybe you were in uh you know however whatever place you describe, and maybe things have gotten worse. And throughout the year, it was just like things have just seemed to get worse and worse and worse. And here you are, and maybe, you know, you're in a place right now in your life where you're just like, hey, I don't know if it can get any worse than this. And if you understand the spiritual meaning of what's going on in your life, then you can be empowered. But if we don't understand what we're supposed to be learning, then we're just going to stay stuck and you're going to go into 2026 and nothing's going to be different, right? And we don't want that to happen. So my job here for you all is to be a messenger. And so when I show up, um, it's to be a messenger to give you guys guidance. Um, Not my personal opinions. I keep myself out of it. So it's not I'm just a vessel essentially for whatever it is that comes through me, rather, as a channel, if you will. Um, and so when I click to come on, to go live or to be online with you guys, I ask the divine what it is that you guys need to know. And of course, I'm also one of you guys. So this is, the same information applies to me, which is what you see here. But there were a few things aside from the cards that uh, a few extra things that I wrote down here that are important. So we're just going to go through those things. I'm going to talk about this for 2 seconds, and then we're going to get into the live. So closing out the past. So this 9 year, um, and uh, this is essentially a big, it's a universal problem. So it's not just you, it's not just me, it's essentially the collective, right? So everything that I'm going to be talking about from this moment going forward until we get into the individual personal readings that you guys are here for, um, this is it includes the mass majority. So for most people, this information should resonate. Uh, for a small percentage, it may not resonate. So what does that mean for you? It means take it as it resonates. All right. So the first and the most important thing is our relationship to the past. Most people are past oriented, meaning most of us are, when we think about things, when we think about trauma, when we relate to things, when we relate to, even if we're like future oriented, like you have a goal, you have a dream, you have a vision, you want something, it's through the lens of the past. In other words, most people are past tense oriented people, meaning that we're constantly referencing the past. We're in the past. We're thinking about the past. Our nervous system is attuned to the past. Everything is oriented to what happened to us in the past. That's most people. I'd probably say like 97, 98% of the population are past tense oriented people. And then you have the few random weirdos out there who are like obsessed, like the overachievers out there, the 3 to 1% out there that are the overachievers, and they're just obsessed with the future. Um, but that's not the general population. So, what has this year taught you about your past? That is the first question. What has this year taught you all about your past? Whether the past has happened to you now, like in other words, this is something that you're dealing with now. Like if you went through a breakup recently, and when I say recently, I mean within the last 30 to 60 days, right? Or maybe even the last 6 months, because we're almost in December, so you know, we'll say May or June, around that time or something, right? But it doesn't have to be this year. It could be something that happened to you years ago. It could have to do with something that happened to you all the way back in your childhood. Anything, anything having to do with the past. This year is asking you specifically, what in your past do you have an attachment to? What in your past is influencing you? Influence is the most powerful force in the universe. What in your past is influencing you right now in the present? It doesn't matter who, doesn't matter what. If there's anything at all in your past that when you think about it, what is it? If it has some form of some ability to influence you, you'll know because it can change your thoughts or it can change your mood. Meaning, when you think about it, the minute that you think about it, it either triggers you mentally or it triggers you emotionally. That's influence. So, so there's that. Um, the past is meant to teach us and reflect to us things that we can integrate in the present so that as we move forward, we can move forward with a level of courage and confidence. But most people don't actually acknowledge their past. Most people don't process their past. Most people don't work through that. So there's essentially all these hooks from the past that are attached to you that are preventing you from being able to move forward in the direction that you want to go and to be confident in the person that you want to become, meaning your own self-worth, your own self-confidence, and the person that you wake up to every day because you have spent more time with anybody else on this planet. You've spent 100% of time with you, and you are the only person that you can never get away from. You can't divorce you. You can't escape you. You can't break up from you. You are stuck with you from the moment you were born till the moment you die. So here you are stuck with you. What has the past, excuse me, what has the past taught you up until now in 2025, not 2024 or any other year before now, right here, right now, because now is all that there is. Now is all that there is. Now is what's reality, what's happening is the present. But the past is here to help you understand and shape you so that you can become the person of power that you're intended to be so you can go out and you can create your future. But most people haven't transmuted, haven't alchemized the past into something powerful in a way that serves them. So we become slaves to the past. We're always thinking about the past. We're worried about the past. We've been heavily influenced by the past. Uh, we become people that are so influenced by our past that we can't even enjoy the things that are in our present. So you get the thing that you think that you want in the present moment, but you've been heavily influenced by a past that you haven't integrated or dealt with, then you're going to be fucked. You're going to be screwed in the present. Because when this thing that comes to you, the thing that you've been waiting for, you're not going to have the ability to receive it because you're too influenced by the past. You think that the past is going to happen to you again. You think that the past equals the future. That, well, in the past, it was always like this. This always happened to me. Nothing ever, the things that I wanted didn't occur or happen to me in the past. It was always like this. I was always hurt. I was always betrayed. I was always whatever. You fill in the blank for yourself. And so when the present version of who we are is based on beliefs that are intrinsically connected to the past, we're screwed because we don't understand that we have the power to transmute that. That the past, everything that we've learned, you never lose if you learn. There's always a treasure in a pile of shit. That's all that the past is. The past is just a bunch of lessons and opportunities for us to extract something to integrate with ourselves. In other words, oh, there was something there about me that I didn't understand about me. And it was a mirror, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. So the next question is, what have you learned? What have you learned this year up till now? And of course, it's only November 2nd. So we still got to get through to December. We got to get through all of November and then December. So we have essentially 2 months left for this year, and then we're done, which is still crazy to me. But what has this year taught you? If you go all the way back to January, all the way back from January, and you come all the way back to the present moment, what has this year taught you? What have you learned so far? And all you need to know is just one thing. And let your intuition guide you. What does that mean? It means the first thing that comes to you. You don't overthink it. You don't try to overprocess it. What is the first thing that comes to you? What have I learned this year? Let the answer come to you. Don't try to go get it. Don't intellectually try to go get it. Let it come to you. There's a difference. Meaning, you ask yourself, and you can inquire within yourself. Basically, you can ask the question silently within yourself. What have I learned this year? And then just wait. Sit and wait. Wait for the answer to come. And if you mean it and you're not distracted, then the answer will come to you. You're like, "Oh, I know what I've been learning this year because that person, that situation, that circumstance, that energy, that feeling, that emotion that is attached to a circumstance or a situation or a person, place or thing or whatever, it'll come from within you, and then you'll know." Because that's what intuition is. Intuition is a form of knowing that helps you understand. It's almost like, think of it as a teacher. A teacher that evolves and grows with you. So when you were 3 years old, your intuition was still older than you, wiser than you, knew more than you, but it communicated with you at the level that you could understand at 3 years old. And then fast forward, and now you're 16 years old. What your intuition is still infinitely more wise than you will ever be because it's connected to the divine, but it knows how to communicate with you at the level that you would understand at 16 years old. And then when you're 20, when you're 30, when you're 40, all the way up till till you die, your intuition is always communicating with you at the level that you can understand. So it's the wise teacher and it's there to tell you the truth. So when you inquire of your intuition, which is the high priestess card in tarot, you inquire of the teacher inside of you, the divine inside of you, and you say, hey, what am I, what is my lesson this year? What am I supposed to learn and take away from 2025 to empower me to become the best version of myself so that when I move into 2026, I'm not repeating the last however many years old you are. So if you're, you know, 20 years old, 30 years old, 40 years old, you're not repeating that same cycle unnecessarily again for the rest of your life. How many of you want to keep repeating the same cycle that you've been for the rest of your life? I sure the fuck don't. I want to learn. I want to grow. I want to evolve. I want to become a better version of myself. I want to learn from my past. I want to learn from my mistakes. I don't want to stay in my past. I don't want to stay in my mistakes. And I sure the hell don't want to stay in Groundhog's Day doing the same thing over and over and over again, reliving the same day and just waking up. It's the same thing. You brush your teeth the same way. You go to work the same way. You come home the same way. You watch the same TV shows. Everything's the same, and then you die. I don't know about you guys, but that's not an experience that sounds uh, very fulfilling for me personally. But hey, if that's your jam, that's your jam. I'm not here. No judgment from me. If you like Groundhog's Day, that's cool. You like Groundhog's Day. Me, I don't like Groundhog's Day. The things that we want are almost always blocked because of the past. This is the point that I'm trying to make with you guys. If there's something that you want in life, whether it's a relationship, whether it's a job, whether it's more money, whether it's just a different relationship you have with yourself, whether it's a new body, whatever, it could be anything. Doesn't matter what the hell it is, whatever it is, anything that you want. For most people, the reason that they do not have it is because of the programming in their mind, their beliefs, which have been influenced by what? The past. This year, the purpose of this year was to shine a light on the major issue that you've had in regards to the things that you want that you don't have to show you this is what needs to change. It's something from your past that's influencing your now that's been preventing you from getting the thing that you want. And that's what this year is about. Shining a light on maybe one, two, three, maybe multiple things. It just depends on how many things you've swept under the rug your whole life that you haven't dealt with. And the more things that we don't deal with means they're piling up. So maybe you have a lot of shit underneath, the carpet that you swept a lot of things under your carpet your whole life, you know? And so there's a lot of shit under that carpet. Like, well, there's a lot under that carpet and I have to sort it all out. So I don't know. It's not just one thing maybe this year has shown a line on. Maybe it's 10 things, maybe it's 20 things, maybe it's a lifetime of things that this year has shown a light on for you. But only you will know because that was the purpose of this year. The energy of this year was to shine a light on something, whether it was one thing or whether it was many things, and only you will know what that thing is. So what have you learned? And then lastly, what's missing in your life? And the answer, so this is the question. The question that I'm asking you to ask yourself is what's been missing in your life? What's been missing in your life? And I'll give you a second to think about that. What's been missing in your life? And the answer is whatever's been missing within you. So, whatever your answer is to that question, what is missing in your life? You say, well, love has been missing in my life. Money has been missing in my life. A better body has been missing in my life. Whatever your answer is, children, kids have been missing in my life. Whatever your answer is, it's just a metaphor for what's already been missing in you. So, when you answer the question, you're answering the thing that's been missing in you. So, if you say, well, love's been missing in my life, well, that just means that, well, love's been missing inside of you. So you haven't been loving yourself. And if you say, well, success has been missing in my life, then essentially you feel about yourself that you're not successful. You're not worthy of success. So there's something inside of you that feels absent or unworthy of success, which is why you don't have it. The same thing with love. If you say, well, what's been missing in my life is love, well, that's because you don't love yourself. And so the reason that you haven't received love outside of yourself is because you haven't learned to love yourself first. And again, this isn't me speaking, by the way. These are the things that I wrote down in meditation before I came on. So these are the things that I asked the divine, what does the collective need to know? Because if I'm going to come out here and I'm going to hop online, I'm not going to tell you what I think, because who gives a shit? Who gives a shit what Eddie thinks? Like, why would any one of you give two shits what I think or what I believe, right? I mean, besides like you're just being a kind person and courteous and polite and all that, right? But my beliefs don't mean anything. My beliefs are my beliefs, and I don't want people to adopt my beliefs because I'm not a fucking cult leader. I'm not here trying to push my beliefs or convince people to believe what I believe. I'm here to be of service to something greater than myself. And so I make way for that message to come through me, and that's what I'm here to share with you all. Whatever, God, source, the universe, whatever you believe feels is most important and most powerful to all of you, I'm here to be the messenger for that and the recipient of it as the same time, because I I'm equally uh I get as much I get as just as much from the things that come through me as you all hopefully do. Um if that makes sense. So that's that's where we're at this point in the in this year. So we're approaching the end of a 9 year. Uh, it's essentially at this point you should probably know where you stand in your journey, where what this year has tried to teach you. If it's been hard, I understand. This has been a really bizarre, weird year, um, but in a very different way. It's more like a psychologically internal weird versus an outwardly weird. I mean, there's been some weird shit out in the collective too, like in the 3D. There's been some weird shit just in the world in general. I mean, there always is. But for me personally, it's been more internal weird than external weird. So like compared to like a 2020 when the whole world is shutting down because of coronavirus and all that crazy shit. Um, it hasn't been that level of weird. Um, but on an internal world, it has been. The first half of my year was very quiet and reflective over the past 3 to 5 years, and then after June up until now, it was like it switched gears. So it went from quiet to very active to a lot of shit was going on in my life. So I don't know what happened for you all. Obviously, you guys know what your year has been like. And so what have you learned? What has this year taught you up until now? And, between now and December, probably not going to make that much of a difference. I mean, there might be a few of you out there who might have like some lingering lesson between now and the end of the year, but I highly doubt it. I feel like most of you have probably already gone through the thing that was intended to hopefully um, help you guys uh, get whatever it is that you needed to understand and learn and take away from 2025. So now it's just processing whatever that is to gain the benefit from it, to actually acquire the benefit from the thing that you're supposed to learn this year. Because a lot of you come out here, you've come here to ask a question. It's a free tarot reading. Well, I'm here to ask my question. I want to know something. It's like, well, but the question, you probably already have the answer to it, and you don't need me, and you don't need tarot readers, you don't need YouTube, you don't need all that bullshit to answer the question for you. What you need to do is you just need to trust yourself. And how do you trust yourself is by actually taking time and prioritizing something that many people don't. It's just not taking something that's very simple to do seriously, which is, are you are you going to just sit, actually give yourself 15 to 20 minutes and actually sit with no distractions, turn your fucking phone off, sit down with a piece of paper and a pencil or a pen or whatever you got, turn off all distractions, and intentionally sit with yourself and try to actually process something instead of trying to avoid it or be distracted, or you're just, you know, you're just caught through the hypnosis of your daily routines. Like, oh yeah, I mean, I was going to do that. I was going to sit down. I was going to reflect. I was going to think about that. I was going to do this. I was going to do that. And then, you know, 2 weeks go by, a month goes by, and then it's like you never do the thing that you say you're going to do because you're caught in the hypnotic rhythm of life, the Groundhog's Day. You're in autopilot. You're in cruise control mode, and you have to intentionally step outside of that energy to get to take your own autonomy back, because otherwise you're just, it's like you've trained your unconscious to just go. You're like, I'm just here. I'm just going to keep going. Like I'm going to just keep doing the same thing every day, the same way, right? And so sometimes it takes an act of intentionality to interrupt that pattern and step out of yourself and go, okay, well, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to force myself to sit down and think about these things. Actually have a moment of reflection without my phone, without anybody, just sit in a quiet room with myself and process something. And it's simple. There's nothing profound about it. You don't need, you don't need some coach, you don't need some specialist, you don't need some expert to teach you how to do this. You already have, it's very simple. You sit with yourself and you have something to write down, so that if something comes through and you don't want to forget about it, or it's profound and you just want to write it down, there's something very magical and profound about writing shit down, which I'm not going to get into now, but you can research it. But you're naturally built to do this, just like you're naturally built to breathe air. No one teaches you how to breathe air. You just breathe. It's autonomous. From the moment you're born, you know how to breathe air. And in fact, you're not thinking about it. But if I tell you to focus on it, then you become aware of, oh, I'm breathing. And then you become aware of every time you breathe in, every time you breathe out. And then you become aware of it. And it's kind of weird. But the minute you forget about it and you start doing something else, you're not thinking about breathing. And guess what you were doing the whole time? In fact, guess what you've been doing your whole life? You've been breathing air. And you weren't telling yourself to do it, by the way. It wasn't an act where you were sitting there going, okay, take in air, release air, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. It was just a natural act. So when it comes to your intuition, when it comes to you having the ability to inquire within yourself to gain understanding about the things that you need, why things aren't working, and what you need to do, you have that power. Every single one of you has the same power. You have the same intuition. Your intuition is the same as anybody else's intuition. The only difference is those who spend more time with their intuition have more trust with what it says the first time. So the less time you spend with your intuition, the less you trust yourself. Now, how effective is that in life? Going through your life and you don't trust yourself. You don't trust what you think. You don't trust your decisions. You question yourself constantly. Maybe I should have done that instead. Maybe that would. You don't know. But then you're susceptible to influence, everything else influencing you when you're supposed to be the strongest form of influence to yourself. But instead, anything outside of you and everyone outside of you has more influence about you, your perception of yourself, your worth, what you want, what you don't want. All of that external influence affects you more than the way that you influence yourself. Because influence is the most powerful force in the universe. And so, how are you going to, if you don't trust yourself, then you're susceptible and you're vulnerable to the influence of anything that'll tell you who you're supposed to be, what you should be, what you're not supposed to be. And there's only 8 billion people on the face of this planet, which means there's about 8 billion different opinions that are coming at you at any given time. So that's really going to be a frustrating, anxious, and overwhelming life to live because you're constantly worried about what other people think about you. You don't trust yourself. You don't know what you're supposed to do. You don't know how to get there. You want something. You don't know but you don't know. Sometimes you don't even know what you want. You don't know how to get it. But you know you want it. It's like, I want something. I want to be loved. I want more money. I don't want to live in poverty. I want to be successful. I want to feel like I'm, fucking happy and fulfilled inside. How do I get it? How do I get my version of fulfillment? That's the question. Every single human being has. You want something that equals fulfillment for you, whether it's a relationship, whether it's a job, whether it's money, whether it's a better body. There's something that you want that equals fulfillment to you, right? Your definition of fulfillment. But the problem is you can have a general idea that, yeah, there's something that I want that would make me more fulfilled than I am because I feel the absence of that thing in my life because I'm not fulfilled. And yet the paradox and the irony is you don't actually know what it is that would make you fulfilled. So if I came to you and I asked you and said, okay, well, what exactly do you need to feel fulfilled? Give me the exact, write it out for me in detail. Tell me exactly what it needs to be. Does it need to be this type of man, this type of woman, this exact uh, money? Like you have to be making this much money a month, this much money a year. You have to have this X amount of dollars in your bank account. You have to have this exact specific house. You have to have this specific exact body. Like, tell it to me in great detail. Spell it out for me in detail. And most people can't. Most people cannot spell out in detail the thing that they claim to want. Well, I want love. I want loyalty. I want more money. I want success. Okay, that's awesome. Tell me what you want. Spell it out for me. Write it out in detail. Tell me exactly, in detail, exactly what that is for you so that I know what that is for you. Paint a picture in great detail. Give me all the details. Most people can't do that. Most people can't, they don't really know what they want. They just know they want something, but they don't know what that something is. And so if you're not clear on the thing that you say that you want, then the universe can't give it to you, right? That's one part of the problem. The universe can't give you something that even you don't know what it is that you want. The second part of the problem is understanding where the absence of that, or I'm sorry, where within yourself that thing is that you're saying that you desire is a need that you have within yourself that needs to be fulfilled first. And I know I just said that, I completely just butchered that. I did not communicate that well. But my point is, is we've been taught to believe that the thing that we're searching for and longing for is outside of us instead of something within us that needs to be resolved first. So the process, the divine process, the blueprint for you getting what you want, for you reconciling 2025, no matter what's happened to you, this is how we do it. And it's going to bypass really basically all of it. So I'm not going to go through all of this because I'm just going to tell it to you now in summary, which is going to bypass all of this, all these cards that I had out here. So I'm just going to save us a lot of time here. It's the opposite of what we've all been taught. Instead of looking for the thing outside of yourself, you start within yourself first. And you go, okay, I want love. I want money. I want success. I want this. I want that. Whatever your thing is, or whatever the lesson has been for you in 2025, and that could be an infinite possibility of things. You know, if I was looking out here, because when I asked the cards, and I was like, well, what does the collective need to know? Well, we had the Four of Swords, which is about reflecting on the past, healing things. We have a lot of anxiety here with the Nine of Swords. So a lot of you guys have been stressed out and anxious about a bunch of shit. We have the Eight of Swords in reverse, which is basically saying, like, hey, there's a story, a meaning in a story that you have about something that isn't true. The Eight of Swords upright is basically is an indication of saying that we came to a conclusion. We assigned meaning or a belief to something that wasn't true. It's not true. It's not empowering us. It's not helping us. So the Eight of Swords in reverse is saying, hey, now we're releasing ourselves from the lie. We're releasing ourselves from the lie. Whether we discover the truth or whether we just let go of it altogether. Like, hey, you know what? It doesn't even matter anymore. Why should I why should I imprison myself? Why should I cock block myself from the life that I want to have over a belief that's not even true? Or at least it's not verifiable. And really, our beliefs are only affecting us anyway. Because if I can have a belief about something and it's not affecting you, my beliefs that I have, my perception of reality has zero effect on any one of you listening to me right now. 0% effectiveness against any one of you right now, whatever the fuck I believe. I could have beliefs about anything. I could have a story, a meaning, a perception about anything, and it has 0% effect on any one of you out there right now. It's like, well, that's all right, dude. You have that belief. Cool. Good for you, man. Like, I'm gonna go do my thing. Like, it has zero effect on any one of you out there, right? And so when you step outside of it and you look at it objectively, you're gonna realize, oh, okay, like I'm the only thing that's preventing me from actually being able to move forward and get the things that I want. It's not other people, it's not what other people did to me, it's not the past, it's not my trauma, it's not the government, it's not religion, it's not all the things that we believe in that we feel make us victims. It's like, oh yeah, but you know, I had this really fucked up life and my parents did this to me or my parents didn't do that to me and I had this crazy toxic person and this toxic ex and this toxic this and this toxic that and the government's the problem and then my job is the problem, my boss is the problem and it was religion and religion's the problem. There's always going to be a problem and the problems are never going to stop because you live in a reality where problems are part of the reality that exists. Problems are part of reality. And the only people that don't have problems are in graveyards. And the number one problem that people have is that we think we're not supposed to have any problems. Like problems are the problem. Like problems are reality. Reality is problems, and problems are reality, right? So when we relieve ourselves of the problems because we have free will and we're more powerful than the problems, you are, whether you believe it or not, then you're relieved of the problems. And so for most of you, This equates to your relationships. So a lot of you, up until this point in 2025, collectively speaking, a lot of the issues that you've been having around reflecting, healing your anxiety, your stress, and needing to release yourself from old stories that you told yourself had to do with something, some type of relationship, whether it was a romantic relationship or whether it was a relationship with family or whether it was a friendship. It doesn't matter. There was something to do with relationships here because we have the Two of Cups. What else? Well, down here we have awakening, we have the divine masculine, we have success, and we have influence. And influence was something we've been talking about the whole time. So for a lot of you, 2025 has been here to awaken you, and you're either going to do it or you're not. Like you're just going to get it or you're not going to get it. And so any, anything that's left undone in this season of life is just going to follow you into the next, which just essentially just means that if you don't get it now, when the divine is handing you the opportunity to learn the lesson, then you're just going to have to learn it later. Because that's how it happens. You're like, okay, well, you didn't learn the lesson in 2025. Cool. It's going to show up again. I don't know. Who knows? A year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, you're just going to get it again later on. And you're going to keep getting the same lesson again and again and again and again until you learn the lesson. Because that's what you came here to learn. You came here to learn the lesson. Because that's how you grow in spirit. That's what you are. You're a spirit having you're a spiritual being having a human experience. So once you learn the spiritual lesson, you evolve past it, and then you get access to all the things that are behind it. Divine masculine. So this is all about the act of intention. So this isn't the divine masculine in the traditional sense that we typically talk about in relationships and blah 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 da 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 da. What this is just saying here is that if you don't tap into your masculine energy in the sense of like, hey, if you're not gonna like go after the thing that you actually want, then you're just not gonna have it. In other words, let me rephrase it. You have to participate in your own rescue. Nothing is going to be handed to you. It's not just going to come to you. It's not going to be FedEx delivered to you, Amazon Prime to you, whatever the thing is that you've been wanting or waiting for. You can just sit and wait and do nothing and cross your fingers and just hope that maybe one day, maybe one day, maybe one day. Or for some of you, you can sit and your pissed offness, your anger, your bitterness, your resentment, your unforgiveness, and well, they hurt me, they did this, and fuck them, fuck that, fuck all the things because I don't need it, I don't want it, I'm fine by myself. And you can keep pretending that, like your guardedness, your defensiveness, and oh, okay, cool, yeah, I get it. Like fuck all humanity, fuck all men, fuck all women, fuck everything because you're hyper independent and you don't need nobody, blah 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 blah. When really all that that's saying is basically you just need to feel. You're just pretending. You're just wearing a mask of hypervigilance instead of actually feeling the very thing that you need to feel to move beyond it so you can to get the thing that you actually want, which is actually you have to feel to heal. And so you're resisting. Anger is just you resisting the fact that you don't want to feel it. So your anger is there as a protection mechanism against you processing and allowing the grief to come through you, allowing the emotion to flow through you, so you can actually heal that part of yourself. And as you heal, you're going to get the answer to the thing that you need, which is the why. Because everybody's, we always want to know why. Why did this happen? Why? That's the age-old question of humanity is why. Why this? Why that? Why are we here? Why am I alive? Why did they cheat on me? Why didn't they love me? Why this? Why did my parents do that? Not that. Why did my ex do this and not that? Why didn't this work? Why? Well, if you want the answer to the why, you can't be in resistant to it. Because if you're in resistance to the why, you're not going to get the answer. So you can be pissed. And anger is a great way to protect yourself from other people because most people don't want to be around somebody who's pissed off and angry. But then your anger is also directed to yourself. You're angry at yourself. Some form of anger that you have towards yourself because you feel stupid, you feel dumb, or you feel guilty, you feel ashamed, whatever that is. And so now anger becomes the protective mechanism which prevents you from feeling and letting the emotions out that need to be allowed. And then when those emotions flow through you, you're going to get the answer to the thing that you need so that you can actually move forward and progress in your life, which will actually give you the treasure of the thing that you've been desiring. So if you've been relying upon anger and being pissed off as you know, as a strategy for healing and moving forward, that's not going to serve you very well. And that's not what this is about. This is just about an act of intention. And if you do it, if you intentionally are here to learn through humility and honesty and courage is, you know, not the absence of fear, it's not the absence of uncertainty. Courage is an act of, I'm going to do it afraid. I'm going to do it even though I have no certainty. I'm going to do the thing scared, even though I don't know what the outcome's going to be. I don't know what it's going to look like. It might hurt me. It might betray me. It might cheat on me. It might reject me. It might abandon me. It might do all the things that my nervous system are extremely afraid of. But guess what? You are not a slave to your fucking nervous system. And the minute that you get control over your nervous system, the minute that you take power and sovereignty over your being, which is what the divine masculine is all about, it's the emperor energy, which is about you becoming the leader of your own life. The minute you take sovereignty over your own being is the minute that you step into your superpower. You become the magician. Anything is possible when you are the sovereign being over your life, meaning you're not in reaction anymore. You're not a reactor, you're a creator. A creator versus a reactor. Do you live your life in reaction to what's happening to you all the time? Or do you live your life as someone who intentionally creates the outcomes that they want? Like, no, I'm creating my fucking life. I create my life. I don't react, and I'm not constantly in response to what's happening to me. Like, this is coming at me, coming at me, coming at me, coming. And I'm just responding, responding, responding. Do you live in your life in response, or do you live your life as a leader and a creator? And when I say leader and creator, I mean basically you understanding, like, hey, you know what? I am my own sovereign being, and I am here to create the reality that I choose. I don't have to be in reaction to my life. Doesn't matter what I came from, doesn't matter what my past is, doesn't matter all that shit doesn't matter. It's literally just a belief. It's one belief away. Most of you, myself included, most of you, the thing that you want is one belief away. And a belief isn't just a thought, it's not a dream, it's not an imagination, it's an embodiment. What do I mean by that? When you truly believe something, it's not a theory. It's not just it's not a subjective idea like, I think I believe that. Like 1 plus 1 equals 2. I think I believe that. It sounds right on paper. It seems right. Most people, I think, agree that 1 plus 1 equals 2. So I think I agree. I think I believe that 1 plus 1 equals 2. I think I believe that. That's not a belief. That's not a belief. A belief is 1 plus 1 equals 2 because I fucking know 1 plus 1 equals 2. I've seen it. I've experienced it. I know it. It is what it is. When you have a belief and you make a decision based on a belief, it's certain. It's not subjected to confusion. You know that you know that you know that you know. That's what a belief is. A belief is a knowing, just like you don't think about gravity. No one's thinking about gravity because gravity just is. It's like, oh yeah, if I drop something, it's going to fall to the ground. It's not profound, right? It's just a belief. No one drops something and expects it to shoot off into space, which would be anti-gravity, right? No one has that belief. So when you are a sovereign being and you're one belief away from the thing that you want, then essentially you just have to investigate your beliefs about why it is that you don't have the thing that you say that you want. Because the reason that you don't have the thing that you say that you want, and the reason why you're here to ask questions about the thing that you say that you want, because that's what this is, a free tarot reading. You're here to ask a question to me. And really, all you're inquiring is you're just inquiring about a belief that you haven't sat with and integrated. Because ideally, at the end of the day, what would be best is for you to not need me to inquire anything from in a perfect world. Now, in a we don't live in a perfect world, which means there's always going to be a need for teachers, mentors, guides, oracles. Like there's always going to be a need for somebody out there and say, hey, I am taking intentional action in my life. I'm doing the things that I feel like I'm supposed to be doing. And, I just want to be graded. I want to be graded. Give me a grade. Give me feedback. Analyze my progress. Tell me how I'm doing in my journey of creating my own reality. And that's a different place because when you're taking responsibility for your life and you're creating and you're not reacting, and then you surround yourself with people who are guides and mentors and teachers, that's a totally different ball game because now instead of you being influenced, you being shaped by the external influences around you because you don't know who you are, which is going to negatively impact you and confuse you because you're just being influenced by everything. You're living as a reactor, you're living in reaction to everything. Now, influence is different. And so instead of you absorbing influence and caring about what everybody thinks and being confused by what should I do, what should I not do, and da 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 da, or even just being influeed by things that didn't go well the way that you thought, or being influenced by pain, being influenced by your past. There's thousands of different ways that the power of influence affects you, but you transcend all of that and you become the creator of your own life. And now you are the strongest force of influence on yourself, meaning I change because I change me. It's an act of intention. I'm the one who influences me more than anybody else does. That's the power of sovereignty, meaning I am a sovereign being. Nothing shapes me without my agreement or active participation in it. Meaning, okay, your influence comes at me. You're trying to influence me to be something, to think a certain way, to buy something, to be a certain way, to act a certain way, to feel a certain way. There's constant influence coming at you to behave a certain way as a human being. Now, if you're unconscious, you're just going to react to it. But if you're aware and you're conscious, if you're awakened, then you have a choice. You can go, no, I don't like that. I'm not going to let you influence me. I don't like your vibe. I don't like what you're sending me. I don't like what you're trying to get from me. I don't like what you're trying to do here. That doesn't vibe with me. That's a boundary. It's a no no. That's not what I do. That's not me. Right? And you get to say no. But then something else comes towards you and you're like, I like that. This is in alignment with me. This is the music that I like. You're on the frequency. You're playing on the same radio station that I exist on. I like it. I like your music. Your music sounds good to me. Cool. Let's do it. Or now you're on the flip side of that. Instead of influence coming at you, you're the influencer of your life. So you're sending influence out to get the things that you want, which is success, by the way. That's why this is here. And so that's a lot. So what does all that have to do? Well, all it has to do with what do you guys, your 2025 is here to teach you everything that I just said. And then I didn't talk about this. So the last little thing up here with these cards, it's just a repeat. I mean, it's not like everything that I just said uh, is just being repeated. I wasn't even looking at those cards when I was talking. But we have don't let your past hold you back. And that's just again the past, the past, the past, the past, the past. Like if there's a theme for tonight, the theme for tonight would be the past. 2025 is about you resolving the past 10 years, the past 20 years, the past 30 years, the past 40 years, the past 5 days. It doesn't matter. 2025 is about you resolving your past once and for all. What in your past needs to be resolved? That's the question tonight. And what have you learned? What have you learned about your past that you have not integrated? 2025 is trying to show you all of that. And then what's missing, whatever is missing, whatever's missing in your life, that question, right? If I ask you, what's missing in your life? And you say, oh, well, love is missing in my life. Well, the answer is, well, that's what's missing within yourself. So whatever the answer is, whatever 2025 has been trying to teach you, that's the answer. Is like, oh, this is what's been missing in my life. Well, that's what's been missing within you. And so when you turn inward to resolve that thing that's been missing within you, then you've got it. You learned it. You did it. You got the answer that you were meant to get in 2025. And if you integrate it and you apply it, then the thing that you really want will become yours. It'll come to you, whether it's love, money, success, whatever it is. And how do I know that? Well, the divine says so right here. The prosperity lies ahead. Well, what's the only thing that's going to keep you stuck? Your fear. And look, can't make that up. Scorpio season. We just started Scorpio season. And then lastly, be bold, make the first move. The divine is saying it's up to you. If you do nothing, then nothing changes. You keep believing the same thing, you keep living the same way, the same thing, you're believing the same things, acting the same way, doing the same things. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing, expecting a different result. That's a universal principle. It's not my principle. So, and then again, lastly, again, for those of you who you feel like you've been struggling to understand what your purpose in life is, you can just go back to, uh, I'll type it into, I'll type the link in really quick for you guys. You just go to, hold on, it's just a free download that I made for you guys. It's a free PDF. If I can type, and if I can read. All right, just put it in the chat for you guys. So, dreamoutloud.center/download. It's going to take you to the splash screen. It's just going to ask you for your name and then your email. Hit submit, and it immediately will take you to a Google Drive page where you can download the free PDF there. And it's got, I don't know, it's over 100, it's easily over 100 questions that are going to help you look at a bunch of different angles. It comes from the angle of just psychology. It comes from the angle of astrology. It comes from the angle of using tarot. If you have tarot cards, it comes from the angle of your human design. I mean, it comes from every angle that you can think of with specific questions to help you understand, okay, what is my purpose in life? Like, what am I here for? What's my destiny? What am I supposed to be doing with my life? So, and that's completely free. Okay. So with that being said, that's enough of that. My moderators here. I'm going to scroll back up through the through the list here. There's a ton of comments that I haven't read because I was busy speaking to this camera. And donations, there's links in the description box for donations. Donations are priority. So obviously, if you donate, you will be first. What else? Also, one last thing. This is just one last one really last thing from me is if you guys want, and this is a very preferential thing. So you can go to my music channel. I've also been working on some music here. You can go to my music channel on YouTube. It's called Fiznat 5000 Music. You come here, you'll see it. This is my music channel. I've been making some music, and you'll see this playlist here. And I'll be uploading more songs to this as I create them. But there's some playlists of music there for those of you that might be interested. Now, obviously, music is very preferential. Some of you guys, it might not be your jam, might not be your forte, might not be your taste. That's okay, but I thought I'd mention it. But if you'd like to subscribe to my music channel or just check it out, there's that. All right. So with that being said, we'll move on to the free readings in my modest here. Gene, it's so good to see you. Let me go back through. So officially, we just want to say hello, everybody. So Gina, uh, Marie is here. Andrew is here. Aesthetic Delta is here. Alicia is here. Uh, Divine Timing is here. So good to see all of you guys. Gracie is here. Teresa is here. Uh, Gun Nut is here. Nicole. Nicole is here, which is Nicolette. Nicolette changed her name. I see you, Nicole. I see you, Nicolette. It's so good to see all of you guys. All right. So let me get up here to the list here. Thank you, Gene. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, my friend. Is that what I wrote down? Hold on. Just to make sure that my list is. All right. Divine timing. Divine timing. You are up, my friend. You may ask your question. And let the games begin. She posted above. Okay. What lessons am I meant to learn right now? All right. Divine timing. What lessons? What lessons? What lessons am I meant to learn right now? So, the first thing that the divine is wanting to ask you is what lessons do you think you're supposed to be learning right now? So, before I tell you what is out here, I want you to put in the description box what lessons you think you're supposed to learn. And you don't have to be right. It's not about being perfect. It's not, there's no right answer. It's just give the best answer that feels right for you based on what you've learned so far. So, what do you feel is the lesson that you've been learning or you should learn or just whatever it is that you think? And I will give you a few seconds to put it in the description box in the chat box here that I'm watching. So, give you a second here. Divine timing says probably patience and self-love. All right, now my question to you, and thank you for sharing that, by the way. Thank you for participating. Why trusting my higher power and let go of control? Okay, you're getting somewhere because you have this letting go card right here. I think you're onto something. Thank you for sharing this with me. So why do you give those answers? And you don't have to like get into like super detail or anything. It can be very just, it can just be like a short answer if you want. Like you don't have you can share as much as you want or not. But why do you think for yourself? Why do you feel that those are the lessons that you're meant to learn? And I hope the rest of you out there aren't tuning out because it's not your turn, because that's the worst thing that you could do. Just because it's not your turn and just because it's not your question doesn't mean it's not your reading, because right now the divine is reading all of us at once. And 9 times out of 10 on my channel, maybe not other channels, I don't know. I don't watch tarot readings anymore. I don't visit other people's tarot channels, but I know that here the divine will kill like 10 birds with one stone. And so usually an answer will come through that's not just for one person, it's usually for multiple people. So if I were you, I wouldn't tune out because you're getting free you're getting free answers or getting free information from a reading that wasn't your reading. So divine timing says, I seem to be repeating patterns I don't realize until I'm in the middle of repeating them. So first of all, I just want to say that that's super badass, by the way, that you said that. So I really deeply respect you. I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. I deeply respect you for your honesty and for saying that out loud. Um, because most people don't have that level of courage or awareness or accountability to be able to admit that. Number two, you're human, and we don't know what we don't know a lot of times because no one taught us. And sometimes there are things that we can't learn, even if you have all the books and all the education. Sometimes learning just comes through experience, right? So, but um, your awareness of recognizing that there is a pattern, that is huge. So the fact that you're able to even see that is really, really important. Okay. You also said right now I feel blocked, even though I know I've been growing and healing, and I struggle to see why. Okay. So we'll get into it now. Okay. So and I appreciate you seeing that. That's beautiful. Thank you so much for saying that and being participating with me in this. I really appreciate that. And I'm going to do this for the rest of you guys too, out of the way. So before you ask me a question, just know that tonight I'm going to be calling you on you. I'll be asking you questions in return. So it's not just going to be a question with me. I'm going to be asking questions with you because this, if you just take a reading and you walk away with it, and it's like, okay, I got my free magical reading from the guy on fucking YouTube. That's not going to do anything for you. You're walking away with information that you think is going to give you some type of certainty about something. That's why you're here. Most people are here to get certainty, reassurance about something that they're hoping for. Like, oh, I'm hoping to hear good news. I'm hoping to hear a certain reading. I hope. You're hoping to come here to get a reading about something that is positive. That's what most people are here for, to get an answer that they hope is positive about their lives, about their future, about the thing that they want. And that's not how this works. This doesn't work from just, hoping and wishing and having positive thinking. How this works is, are you willing to become the person that you need to become to get the things that you want? And if you're willing to do that, if you're willing to step into the role of going from powerless to powerful, going from a powerless person where I feel like I can't get the thing, I can't learn, I can't figure this out, to a powerful person of saying, hey, I may not know how, I may not have the right skills or tools or just the awareness. But if you tell me, I'm here to learn. So curiosity is the key. So if all you have that you bring with you tonight is just intentionality and curiosity and personal responsibility, if you embrace those three qualities tonight, then you can leave here with the answers that'll transform your life. Not just for the thing that you want right now, but the things that you'll want in the future, because it's going to be the same answers that show up later. It's going to be the same answers. The same qualities that get you success now for the thing that you want are going to be the same qualities that get you success later. It's just at a different level. It's just that our mind interprets problems as going, well, but this problem is different than that last problem. It's like, okay, but that doesn't mean that the answer isn't ultimately the same when you step out to the 50,000-foot view, right? Because the most profound troubleshooters in the world, that's what they're doing. They're being curious. Curiosity is just a fundamental ability to learn. They're being intentional, which is the ability to take action, being, hey, I have an outcome in mind. I'm going to do whatever it takes to get that outcome. And then taking personal responsibility, saying, hey, I know that if I don't do it, it's just not going to get done. I can't rely on anything outside of me. I can't rely on anybody. If I do get help, that's great. I'll take it. It's saying, hey, if people want to partner with me, assist me, if they want to rally around me, if the divine wants to bless me with the ability to do this easier, then great. But I can't rely on it. I can't expect it. The only expectations I can have are the expectations that I put on myself and how I choose to show up. And if you can do those three things, then you can accomplish any task. You can troubleshoot anything in life. So for you, divine timing, I really appreciate you. So let's take a look at divine timing's reading here. So what is the lesson? So we'll start up here. We'll go through the top cards, then we'll go through these cards. Perception. So what the divine wants you to know, divine timing, the divine wants you to understand this is like a hangman energy, your perception. There's 1,000 different ways to look at the things that you've been trying to troubleshoot. And so where we get stuck is in our perception. We get stuck in the limitations of our beliefs, going, okay, well, this 1 + 1 = 5. 1 + 1 = 10. 1 + 1 = 1,000, right? Like we get stuck in our own definitions. Once the mind attaches a meaning to something and we we integrate and we attach to the meaning that the mind has given to the thing, It's very hard to disassociate because now we have a belief about something. So the way that this works, I'm going to try to say this very slowly, is you have an experience, and this is human. Every one of us does this. You have an experience, and then you attach you attach a meaning to the experience that you're having, and then the meaning that you give that experience, once it's reinforced, becomes a belief. And then once you have a belief, it's very hard because a belief becomes part of your identity. Or another way to say it is a belief becomes a value, potentially. A belief potentially becomes one of your personal values, the way that you operate. And the strongest force in the human personality is the need to stay consistent with the way that we define ourselves, which is your identity. So, when you have an experience, like most of us are having all the time as human beings, we're not aware of the meanings that we attach to it. We're unconscious of the meanings that we've attached to it, which means that we're unconscious of the beliefs that we have about that experience, whether they're things that have happened to us in the past or whether they're things that are happening to us in the present. But all of those things are shaping who it is that you are. Now, the problem with that is life is ever changing. You're constantly having new experiences that are not necessarily incongruent, that are necessarily congruent with the meanings that you attach to that old experience. There's there's frequent inconsistencies. Every single one of us are constantly having experiences that are inconsistent with the beliefs and the perception that we have that make us who we are. And that's why we live in so much resistance, is because we lack flexibility. We lack adaptability. In other words, we're not being a student of life. We're not leaving the mind open to go, okay, I had an experience here, and this is what happened. And then I had an experience here, that's what happened. And I had an experience here, and that's what happened. But what the mind wants to do is the mind wants to get involved, your ego wants to get involved and wants to start saying, no, every one of these experiences you're having, they're all the same and they all mean the same thing. And my job is to keep you safe. My job is to keep you alive. My job is to protect you. My job is to not make you happy, not to make you fulfilled, not to get you what you want. It's just to keep you fucking safe. My job is to prevent pain and suffering. So your brain is going to project meaning onto all these experiences, the same meaning. And so if your brain is already telling you what the experience means, then you're never going to learn. Because every experience in your life, no matter how similar it is, I'll give you an example. You were in a relationship and somebody cheated on you. Okay, they cheated on you. You get into another relationship, that person cheated on you. You get into another relationship, that person cheated on you. You get into yet another relationship, that person cheated on you. And so your brain's going to go, yeah, they were all just cheaters. It's the same thing. I just pick people that cheat on me. Well, no, that's not the answer. It seems logical because 1 plus 1 seems to equal 2. But right now, 1 plus 1 doesn't equal 2. That's just your brain's logic. The brain tries to get involved and goes, yeah, but cheating, 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 cheating. They're all cheaters. That's it. That's the answer. I just chose 4 different people that were cheaters. No, you're not looking at it. You're not curious enough. You have to actually go into each situation and go, okay, well, maybe, yes, on the surface, it looks like they're all the same. But when we get into the weeds, we go into the details and we look at it closely, we're going to learn that it's not the same. There was something within each one of those things that was different. There was something in there in each one of those things that I was meant to learn. So for you, the answer to your question, the first answer to your question is perception. You have a fixed perception, is what the divine is saying. You have to open your perception, and it's an act of intention. You're going to have to intentionally retrain your brain to start asking, you're going to start asking your question. Well, what else could this mean? What else could this mean? What else could this mean? Have I put myself in that person's shoes? Have I looked at it from this angle? Have I looked at it from that angle? You know, what's the difference between 6 and 9? I'll write that down, right? So we'll do this. 6, 9. If I'm standing here, I see 9. But if I'm standing here, I see 9. If I'm standing here, I see 6. If I'm standing here, I see 6. It's all about your perception. Are you 6 or is it 6 or is it 9? Is it 9 or is it 6? Which one is it? It's all depending upon your perception, right? And so the divine is saying the reason that you keep repeating these patterns is because you've limited your capacity, which is why the Page of Swords is sideways. And I left the card sideways because I've been, in my personal offline, meaning not here, out here doing free readings, you know, uh, I continue to learn things to master the art of what I do, my craft. So I honor when cards come out sideways, I honor them sideways. They come out reversed, I honor them reversed. They come out upright, I honor them upright. So you've been you're in an in between phase right now. So the Page of Swords is not upright, but it's not in reverse. What that means for you is that you struggle with your ability to perceive things, meaning you're confused. You're not completely upright where you're curious and meaning to learn, but you're not in reverse where you're completely resistant either. It means that you spend most of your time confused about what things mean. That's what that is. That's why the perception is here. So the underlying problem is essentially you just don't trust yourself because you can see both sides. You're like, oh, I can kind of see that side. I can see that side. Well, I can see that side, but I can see that side, but I can see that side, but I can see that side. And when you can see the side of everything, it makes it hard for you to see what side it is that you're on. Where do you stand within yourself when you're looking at the side that everybody else is on? It's a blessing and a curse because you can be empathetic towards everybody else's perception, but then you also have to go, okay, well, where do I stand within me? Right? So, um, let's go to the movement. So, movement is about what you've been desiring in life, right? Now, movement is going to happen to you one way or the other. So, this is almost like a major arcana in tarot. And the majors in tarot represent things that are not necessarily in your control. So, here, it's interesting. So, like the artwork, you got the stone, which is not moving anything at all, but it's got the water sign on it. But then you have this water out here, which can be moved based on the environmental influences. What does that mean? Water doesn't move. Water is not a sentient being that does what it wants. Water is immobile. And its calmness is dependent upon the environment, and its chaoticness, that's not a word, but its chaoticness is also dependent upon the environment. So when the wind blows, if you drop a rock in it, it creates ripples. So water is very reactive, right? And so when you think about your emotions, the emotions that people have, emotions a lot of times are very reactive, right? They're very like our emotions as human beings for most people are in response to something that we're experiencing. If you watch a movie and it makes you cry, you weren't crying before you watched the movie. So what made you cry? Watching the movie. You weren't angry until that person pissed you off, right? You weren't happy or you weren't laughing until you watched that funny thing on the Instagram or whatever. You saw the funny video of the thing that made you laugh. You didn't feel compassion. You weren't drawn. You weren't like, oh, that's so sweet when you saw the video of the animal or the person doing the kind act to the homeless person or whatever, right? So when you think about emotion, and you think about the movement of emotion, it's typically within reaction. So most of us have been wired to understand our emotions through reaction. Basically, how are we influenced emotionally based on what's happening to us, instead of us again going back into sovereignty, which means becoming aware of our emotional EQ, or emotional control, basically. Which is another word of saying, okay, I feel that I'm being influenced right now to feel a certain way. Something is coming into my awareness, something is coming into me that's making me feel a certain way. And if I allow that feeling to become my reality without my permission, then I'm being possessed by a feeling that was created inside of me that I did not choose for myself. That's very important for all of you to understand what I just said. If something outside of you can create an emotional state within you, anything inside, anything outside of you, any external influence that can affect you, that can make you go into an emotional state that you did not choose and agree with, but you're reacting to it, then you become a different person. You start doing things potentially that are not characteristic of you. You become reactionary. Now, the same can go for your internal world. If you're not managing your thoughts, then that means that you can put yourself into an emotional state based on the things that you're thinking because you're not aware. And now you're being and behaving and feeling and living a life that you don't want to live because your internal thoughts, your internal world are influencing your emotional state. So if you're thinking things that make you feel like shit, then you're going to feel like shit and you're going to live a shitty life because you feel like shit, because the things that you think are making you feel that way. And it's really hard to live differently than the way that you feel, because what you feel is what feels real, especially if you're a woman. And that's not me being sexist or weird. I'm just being honest. Like, you're a feminine being, you feel things. So if you're feeling something, it feels real. So what this card is about is telling you how to take control, which is why the 7 of Wands is here, but it's sideways also, which is mean you don't have it's like you don't have boundaries. So if it's in reverse, it's like you don't have any boundaries. But if it's upright, you might be, maybe you have too, your boundaries are too strong. All 3 of these cards are sideways, which are telling you, divine timing, that you don't have, you're in between on anything because of perception. It's like, well, but if I can see if I do this, that doesn't feel right. But if I feel like I do that, that doesn't feel right either. And the reason nothing feels right for you based on your perception of things is because you haven't integrated with it as who you are. And the reason that you have a hard time feeling grounded, which is this Earth Fairy card, the reason you feel, this is essentially the Queen of Pentacles with this Oracle card. And the words up top, I'll just read you the words. It says, physical health, grounding, and foundations. It's really hard to see, but that's what these little words up here say. What this is saying is that because you're not grounded within yourself, you're easily moved by how you feel. Hence my analogy of what I said a second ago. And the reason that you're so easily moved by how you feel is because of your perception of things. And so that brings us to here, the letting go. But before we get to the letting go, because this is the answer card, this is the card that answers the questions to the things that you've been challenged with. This card wanted to come out. It didn't actually come out, like it didn't like fly out on its own, but it wanted to. So I pulled it out of the deck and I set it aside over here for that reason, which is conflict. 5 of Wands. This is internal conflict for you. You feel like you're being pulled in like 100 different directions. And how has that felt for you? Well, it's felt like the 9 of Swords. It's felt like stress, anxiety, and turmoil. You don't trust yourself, but you can't trust other people. And this is a lot of it can be even unconscious. So you just, you know, depending on how many years you've lived with this pattern, you could have been living your whole life with anxiety. And so now you've just adapted to anxiety and anxiety feels normal to you. Even though it's affecting you negatively, you've just learned to live, you've just, you've adapted to it. So it's like you've basically been living with this self-inflicted illness, for lack of better words, a self-inflicted illness that you don't know the difference because you've been living with it for so long. But the minute that you come out from underneath the self-inflicted illness, you're gonna be like, oh my God, I don't even know, like, what is this? What is this new life that I have of having peace? I don't even know what it's like to have peace in my life anymore because you've been feeling this. And this is one of the root cards, the Five of Pentacles: abandonment, rejection, emptiness, lack of fulfillment, lack of wholeness, lack of purpose, just feeling empty, feeling left out, feeling not seen, not safe, not heard, not understood, not valued, not special, not appreciated. First within yourself, and then outside of you. In other words, you're harder on yourself than anybody else ever could be if you're honest with yourself. And you're an honest person because you were honest with me in the chat. And thank you for admitting that in the chat. I see that. I have struggled with anxiety my entire life. Well, of course you have, because of this Five of Pentacles, everything that I just said. But the belief has been, oh, the Five of Pentacles happened to me. Because again, your perception, the story, everything I said, the story, right? Well, I was raised this way. This happened to me. And I'm not saying that those things aren't true. And this is the paradox. This is the paradox of pain and suffering. This is the paradox of challenges in life, is that you can go through something and that's the truth, meaning, yes, I did experience this. Yes, I went through this. Yes, this did happen to me. But the paradox is it doesn't have to define me. Just because you go through something doesn't mean it has to define you. Doesn't mean that you have to partner with it. Doesn't mean that you have to allow yourself to be shaped in a way that negatively affects you for the rest of your life. You don't. You're more powerful than that. You're more powerful than anything that could ever happen to you. You're more powerful than what your nervous system is trying to protect you from, what your brain is trying to protect you from. And that's where the power of spirit overrides the power of the primal being, the animal, the human, the ego. Your spirit, the thing that you are, your consciousness, a spiritual being inhabiting human form, your spirit is more powerful than anything that could ever happen to you in the human form. So if you can separate those two things, that would be a step in the right direction, because then you'll be able to see, okay, which am I embodying right now? Am I embodying my frailty, my fragility, my humanity, or am I embodying spirit? Which am I embodying right now? Because if you're embodying spirit, then it's impossible for you to identify yourself with what's happened to you that got you into this Five of Pentacles place. Because the Five of Pentacles is responsible for the Nine of Swords. Your anxiety is the cause for the Nine of Swords is because of whatever happened to you that caused you to believe the Five of Pentacles. When the truth is, you're not the Five of Pentacles. Like, that happened to you, that trauma, that thing happened to you, yes, but it doesn't have to define you, which is why the letting go is here. The letting go is here is saying it's not so much about, so let's talk about letting go real quick, because this is something that we hear, but nobody really talks about it in the way that it's meant to be understood. Letting go isn't you just saying, okay, I'm just going to forget about it and pretend and act like it didn't happen to me. It's not like, okay, I'm just going to like try to pretend it didn't happen or minimize it, or I'm going to try to like, you know, spiritually bypass. Like people in spirituality will try to bypass. What they do, I'm gonna just zen out. I'm gonna meditate and yoga my way into enlightenment, kundalini, and go into nothingness and higher vibrations and blah blah blah, and try to escape reality. Escapism, 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 escapism. No, dude, you're in the fucking 3D. You're in a reality that includes pain and pleasure. And you're never getting out of it. No amount of meditating, no amount of yoga, no amount of spirituality is going to get you out of fucking pain, suffering. Like, that's bypassing. In other words, you're in denial. So many people in spirituality are in fucking denial of reality. And they think they can zen themselves out of reality to escape. And what they're doing is no different than people who use drugs, alcohol, sex, or violence, or whatever their form of medication is. It's escapism. It's all escapism. It's just some forms of escapism are taboo, and we judge them as bad. It's like, oh, that's bad. If you drink and you're an alcoholic and you do this and you go out and you man whore, you're a slut, and you sleep with everything that it's like we judge one thing as bad, but then if you're spiritual and you're zenning and and you go out into the woods and you ohm yourself into kundalini awakening to escape your reality, like, oh, that's good. Like, that's good. You're doing the right thing. It's like, no, it's all bullshit. It's all escapism. Both of them are is equally as bad, and they're equally as harmful, and neither one of them are good because you're in denial and you're avoiding the problem. The problem with the letting go, uh, the typical people who talk about letting go, the problem that they're not talking about is acceptance. You're never going to hear somebody tell you that letting go is acceptance, but that's exactly what it is. Letting go is acceptance. It's acceptance. And the minute that you accept something and you stop trying to deny it is the moment that you get your power back. It's the first step to getting your power back. That's why in AA, Alcoholics Anonymous, step one of the 12-step program is admitting you have a problem. Because the minute that you can admit that you have a problem is the minute that you begin to get your power back. It's not all the way there, but it's the first step. Anytime that we're living in denial, we're living in powerlessness. Letting go is about acceptance first. You have to accept it and say, this did happen to me. It did hurt. It did suck. It did fuck me up. It did make me think that way. It did cause me to be a way that wasn't in alignment with me. It did do this. It did do that. It's acceptance. And you just start taking inventory of acceptance from everything that comes through to you about whatever it is that happened to you that caused you to be in this Five of Pentacles that led you into the Nine of Swords. And if you're not sure because you've lived with so much of it, you've distorted the memory to where you can't really remember, well, then you just have to reverse engineer it and you have to start with the Nine of Swords to go backwards to the Five of Pentacles. How do you do that? Is you have to go into your anxiety with the question. You have to go into your anxiety. You have to go into the chaos. Into the chaos. You have to go into it. This is the hero's journey. The hero's journey is going into the cave. It's facing the demons, facing the boss at the end of the level, facing the monster. And you know who the monster is? It's you. It's me. We, ourselves. Because it's us. We are the thing that have been shaped by our past. The you that you are right now is the you that you are based on all the experiences you've had up until now that have made you who you are. But those experiences that you had in the past that have made you into the you that you are right now are gone because they happened in the past. They're not happening right now. You had an experience, and that experience came and it went. It's gone. Just like me. When I was 16 years old, November 30th, 1997, however many years ago that was, almost 30 years ago now, I was hit by a drunk driver. My girlfriend died, her sister died, and I was on life support. I was almost killed. That happened almost 30 years ago. That was a one-time experience that happened 30 years ago. But the effect of that experience, the trauma of that experience was has affected me all the way up until the moment that I accepted it to deal with it. Because once you accept something, or let me say it to this. Let me say it to you this way. And I really, really hope and pray that the rest of you out there that are waiting for your readings, I really hope that you're not tuning out right now, because divine timing is this reading. Their reading applies to so many of you right now. So if you're tuning out right now, you're missing out on something that applies to potentially many of you out there right now. So really hope that you're hearing this. Acceptance. Acceptance is going, okay, this did happen. I was hit by a drunk driver. My girlfriend did die. It did fuck me up. It did crush me. It did create trauma within me. It did this. It did that. It's beginning to just accept and feel. You have to feel to heal. The more that you accept and the more that you feel, you accept and you feel. You accept and you feel. You accept and you feel. You accept your reality for what it is. And you just let it come through you. You just let it come through you. Just like when you have to pee, right? You drink trauma. Trauma came into your body and now it wants to come out of your body. And this is you detoxifying from the things that have happened to you. You detoxifying from the Five of Pentacles, which is going to help you detoxify from the Nine of Swords. It's going to come out of your body if you accept it. Stop resisting it. Allow it to come through you and allow it to heal. You have to feel it to heal it. And just accept it. You don't have to understand it. You don't have to understand it. You don't have to define it. You don't need to sit and logic your way around it. None of that is necessary. Acceptance is just acceptance. That's it. Acceptance is just going, okay, it happened. I accept. It's non resistance. Acceptance is just non resistance. I'm not resisting it anymore. Go ahead. I'm going to let it come through me. Feel it. It happened. It happened. That happened too. 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 And all the emotions that are attached to the Nine of Swords are going to come through you too. You're going to start to feel all of, well, it happened and it made me feel this way. It made me feel that way. It made me feel this way. It made me feel that way. And it's going to come through you. And you're going to go through a purge. And it's going to be intense because you're going to be feeling things that you haven't allowed yourself to feel in a long time. So it's going to be an ugly cry, probably. At the very least, it's going to be an ugly cry. And as you begin the process of feeling and you begin to purge all that's been inside of you that you've been resisting, as it begins to come out of you, I want you to just say this. When you go through this experience, I just want you to say this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for showing me. When you can't breathe and there's tears and the snot and your ball and it's just coming out of you, just grab something and say, thank you. Thank you. Because every wave of emotion that comes through you is you getting your power back. Thank you. I just healed one more wave, one more step. I just got my power back. I just got my sovereignty back. I just got me back. The love that I wasn't giving to myself, I just got that too. The treasure that I was wanting, I just got that back too. That miracle, that thing that I've been waiting for and hoping for, I just got that too. Everything, just start saying thank you. And it's coming out of you wave after wave. Just grab something and say, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, come on. Yeah, bring it. Come on. Come out of me. Come out of me. Thank you. Thank you. Come out of me. Do it. And just let it. Just let it. Accept. That's what letting go is. Because you're letting it go. Acceptance leads to letting go. Letting go of what? Letting go implies that you were holding on to something. If you're not holding on to something, then what are you letting go of? Right? Letting go implies you're holding on to something. What have you been holding on to? The Five of Pentacles. What has been the result? And how do I know that you've been holding on to the Five of Pentacles? Because you have the Four of Pentacles. Now, this deck You're looking at the backside. You're looking at the backside. So let me grab a deck that doesn't have the image of the back. Let's look at the Four of Pentacles from the front. Holding on. Holding on. And look, there's the death. The image from the death card right behind you, waiting. And really what this means is transformation. But it's also a metaphor on this card, this artwork. Most people are holding on to things that make them feel dead. You're holding on to the thing that makes you feel dead. You're holding on to dead weight. You're holding on to a dead carcass. You're holding on to a dead relationship. You're holding on to a dead past. You're holding on to some a dead image of yourself. You're holding on to death. Holding on to something dead. Like your dog died. Your dog or your cat died, and you're just holding the dead body. And it's been like 2 weeks have gone by. 2 weeks have gone by, and you're holding on to a dead animal. And you're like, no, it's my cat. It's my cat. It's like, no, it was your cat. They're dead. It was your dog. They're dead. It's like, no, no, they're mine. And it's like, I'm not gonna give, I'm not gonna let go of the dead thing. Most people are holding on to things that are dead. They're meant to be dead. But there's also the metaphor of transformation. That's why this is sideways for you, because you vacillated between holding on and letting go, holding on and letting go, holding on and letting go, just like all the other ones. Like I said, all three of your cards came out sideways. And the reason your cards have come out sideways is because of the internal conflict that you've had, because you don't know which one is right. And the reason you don't know which one is right is because you haven't grounded, but this is who you're meant to become, the grounded Queen of Pentacles archetype. And the reason that it's been hard for you to do that is because underneath everything, you've been in the Five of Pentacles. Whatever happened to you that causes you to believe that your trauma is who you are. So the big picture of your story is that you've just identified, whether you've consciously been aware of it or not, you've identified with your trauma instead of identifying with your spirit. Your spirit is truth. Your spirit is sovereignty. It cannot be affected by trauma. It cannot be affected by pain. It cannot be affected by anything that happens in the human experience. That's your spirit. It's untouchable. It's invincible. It cannot die. It's connected to divinity. It's pure. It's perfect. It's impervious. It's perfect. Your spirit is perfect. Where most people get stuck is not understanding and not choosing, not deciding who and what it is that they are, because you have free will. And free will asks you the same question that it asks all of you out there. It's the same question 2025 has been asking all of you, and the same question that the rest of your life is going to be asking all of you is, what side of the fence do you want to be on? And when I say what side of the fence do you want to be on, I'm going to show all of you what I mean. The difference between human spirit and the opposite. Human spirit, lover's card. You are the masculine and the feminine integrated with God. That's what your spirit is. You are God, but you are an expression of the divine in masculine and feminine form. You're perfect, whole. It's the Trinity. The masculine, the feminine are the polarities, which are representation of what the divine is. So you either believe that you are spirit and you will act from spirit, or you will live your life believing you are this, the devil. The devil is the animal, the primal part. You're just a human. You're subjected into a reality of pain, pleasure, indulgence, and you're not the ruler of you're not sovereign of your life. These are the same two people. The man and the woman that are in the lover's card, and there's God. Here are the same man and a woman here, and they're chained to the devil. So the lovers and the devil are hand in hand with each other. And this is the question that everybody is being, this is the question we all have to answer in our life. And until you resolve this within yourself, all of you, will determine how the rest of your life goes. Because the minute that you step into spirit and you start to take control of your life and the sovereignty and the power of your life, then you've conquered the devil. Because spirit always conquers the devil. Because the devil doesn't really have any chains. The devil is just influence. It's an invisible energy influence of influence. It's a type of energy that we allow to influence us into believing that we are something that we are not. That's all that the devil energy is. It's a form of influence. And you're either being influenced in truth or lies. And for most people, you live your life believing that whatever's happened to you is the truth. And because you believe that this is who I am because of what I've experienced, you give your power away to this guy, the devil. And that's why most people spend their lives in this energy, the Nine of Swords energy, taking all types of medications, thinking it's normal, getting all types of diagnoses and labels. Well, I have this issue, that issue. I take this medicine, that issue, this thing, and I take this medicine for that, and all these things. And it's ironic that the tower is underneath that. And the reason that the tower is here is because of the devil. Because the devil happens before the tower. Just a side note. So, for you, divine timing, what is the lesson? Go. Let's come full circle for you. The lesson for you. The lesson for you, my friend, is this. You already have the answer. You're not trusting the answer. You already have the answer. You're not trusting the answer. You have to sit with yourself to understand. First of all, in my analogy that I just gave, are you the devil or are you spirit? Are you just a human that's you're damned to just accept whatever the fuck happens to you in your life? Or are you a spiritual being of power that is invincible against what happens to you in life? Because free will is the ability to choose what you believe. Free will is the most powerful force the most powerful gift that we've been given. Even the divine will not violate free will. And there's two non-negotiables that the divine has with all of us. The divine will never violate your free will. That's the first non-negotiable. And the second non-negotiable is the divine will never give you anything that's not in your highest good. Because that would be a violation of the divine itself. If you are a fractal of the divine can't give you something that's not in your highest good, because that would be the same thing as the divine giving itself something that's not in its highest good. So the divine cannot violate itself by doing something to you that would be in violation to itself, because you are a fractal, a particle, an individuated expression of itself. However, you have free will. And free will is the ability to choose whatever you want to believe about anything, which takes us right back here to the beginning, perception. So the lesson that you're meant to learn is how is your perception influencing your reality? And what are you not accepting that once you've accepted it would give you permission to let it go, to experience the grounding that you need to become the type of person that you've been desiring to become, which is integrated, which is wholeness. And the minute you become this person is the minute these things no longer exist. And essentially, you've just conquered that devil energy. You've conquered this, you've conquered this, you've conquered this, you've conquered this. And now you've become a new person. So the lesson is about your identity, who it is that you believe that you are based on the experiences that you've had. But part of the process of you understanding this isn't just me telling you, you have to actually experience it. And the experience is coming through this card: accepting, releasing denial, and letting go, and just accepting. Come through me, come through me. I'm letting it go. I'm accepting and letting it go. I don't need to understand it. I don't need to have all of it figured out. I don't need to know why. I don't need answers. I just need it to come out of me. I need to clear all the negative and false energy so that I can get to what it is that's true for me. So I can actually figure out what's real for me and right for me. And you'll find it as an act of intention. All right. So that was a very deep and profound message, but it wasn't just for um, divine timing. That message was for a lot of you. So I hope that for those of you that were paying attention, you got something from it. All right. So who's next? Aesthetic Delta. You are up next. I can't promise all of you guys that I can't, whatever the readings are that come through or whatever they are for me. So I don't choose what comes through me, if that makes sense. Thank you so much for that, divine timing. I appreciate you. How will energy change between myself and Nicole in November? Bearing in mind we are on a break, what does the divine need me to know? All right, my friend. Okay. So, aesthetic delta, my friend. You're being asked. Let me back up. Let me back up. Let me back up. Sorry, guys. Give me just a second. Hold on. Sorry, I got to pop my knee. You get old as hell like me. You got to pop your joints sometimes. Okay. Okay. So this is for anybody out there who's been struggling with relationships. Love is an act of intention. Um, I'm just gonna be real with you guys. Like, so like a quick little story for you guys. So back in June, which seemed like yesterday, that's how fast time has gone. I had come out of a period, and I'm going somewhere with this, just so you guys know. I'm not just sharing this just to randomly tell you guys some shit about my life. It applies to aesthetic deltas reading, and it also potentially applies to something that you guys might have a question about for yourself, or just something you've been going through in your life. So I had taken off. My last serious relationship was about 3.5 years ago, and after that relationship ended, uh, I got a reading from my dear friend, uh, who told me that the divine suggested that I take at least a year off from dating to focus on myself. And this was in January of 2023, I guess, maybe. I think it was 2023. And I didn't like it. I did not like it. I knew it was true, but I didn't like it because it felt like the divine was asking me to do something that felt like punishment. It was like, well, I didn't do anything wrong in that relationship. I was betrayed in that relationship. There was cheating involved. It was a bad situation. And I felt like why do I have to take a year off? Like this is I don't understand. And of course I didn't understand because I didn't do the thing I was being asked to do, because the divine doesn't tell you up front all the reasons why you need to do something. But I did it, and 1 year turned into like 3 years or some whatever the math is. I don't know. And so back in June, I felt uh, like I had the green light after doing a lot of intense reflection, just completely focused on myself. I felt the green light, like, hey, you're cool to, like, you know, open yourself up to this possibilities again. So I made a list. I literally wrote out, like, I don't know, it was like 5 pages of exactly what I wanted, like a 5 page list. And 2 weeks later, like, I met that person, like, literally. Everything that I had written on those 5 pages, boom, they showed up. And now here's the kick. So I manifest this person, and you would think, like, okay, you manifested this person into your life, it's all roses and rainbows. It's what's No, it wasn't. So the first month, just like every relationship, The first month, you're getting to know somebody. There's a guardedness between you, but there's also some fun there because it's new and it's exciting, all the things. And then month number two, it was a little more relaxed because there's a little more trust involved. But then you start getting into month three, and then it's like now, you know, like all of the trauma and all the shit starts coming up between you two, and then, you know, we just kind of got into month number four. So my point is love is an act of intention. And when you choose somebody, you choose a set of problems. There's no such thing as a perfect person. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how good on paper that person is. Doesn't matter how compatible they seem. It doesn't matter. All that shit doesn't matter. The truth is, when you choose a person, you are choosing a set of problems. That person is coming with a set of problems. And so the question becomes, are you willing to tolerate the set of problems that this person comes with? Yes or no? And only you can answer that. It's like, well, I can tolerate these problems, I can work with it, or no, I can't. It's a non negotiable, it's a deal breaker. So, um, so love is an act of intention. It doesn't happen on accident. It's not chemical reaction. It's not chemistry. It's not, oh my God, like all that shit about someone you're being attraction is chemicals. Like that's hormones. When you're attracted to somebody, like a lot of that is just chemicals. And chemicals will hijack you and make you do shit um, that you're unaware of doing. So once you get past the chemicals and the chemicals wear off, and then you're left with who the person really is after all the chemicals have worn off, now you're getting down to the nitty gritty. And so that's what we call what's left over. What's left over after you've gone through all the chemicals and all the shit, all the attraction, all the stuff's worn off. That's the real person. And so now you have a different set of decisions to make because now you're looking at what's real. And so for me, I had to ask myself those questions. It's like, okay, here are the struggles that I'm having with this person because this person has been through a lot of shit in her life, and I've gone through some shit, and we're triggering the fuck out of each other. And when it's good, it's really good, but when we trigger each other, we trigger each other hard. And so I had to get to a point within myself where I had to be honest and go, okay, can I tolerate the problems that come with this person? Yes or no? And if I can, if it's not if it's not something that's completely a non-negotiable, which takes courage, by the way, then if it's not non-negotiable, then you have to ask yourself, what are you willing to invest? How much effort? How much time? Because the value of anything is the amount of life you're willing to exchange for it. I'll say that again. The value of anything is the amount of life you're willing to exchange for it. So time, energy, money, resources, effort, you name it. Whatever your definition is for that. And so I had to sit with myself and get real and go, okay, you know, what am I willing to invest here and why? And so because of her values, which were she's a solution oriented person, she can recognize her problems after the fact. So she has recognition. She can say she's sorry and she means it, and she can identify what's not working, and she's willing to find a solution. So her response to our issues was enough to say, okay, I can handle this. I can deal with this because at least I know I can trust this person to show up and attack the challenges with me so that we can both move in the same direction together. Because if you're with somebody who can't do that with you, or if you're that person that's not doing it, or you're both the person that's not doing it, then obviously the relationship can't grow, it can't evolve. So love is an act of intention. What that means is you have to know how much, like, again, the value of anything is the amount of life you're willing to exchange for it. So the act of intention is how much life am I willing to exchange for this relationship that I want to have. And if it feels like it's worth it when you analyze it from a healthy perspective, and if you're not sure what healthy is because you've never experienced healthy before, because maybe you didn't come from a healthy background, you've never seen a healthy relationship, you've never been in a healthy relationship, all of your relationships have been toxic, your family was toxic, your parents were toxic, you've been surrounded by toxicity your whole life, then that's a totally different dynamic, and your blueprint, your perception of what healthy is already dysfunctional. So you're not even gonna know what's healthy. So you're not gonna even make the right decision for yourself. So in that instance, you're somebody who needs to get assistance from somebody outside of you because you don't know what that looks like. Because if you've never had an experience before, then you're not going to know what you're looking for. Even if you want it, it's like, I want a healthy relationship. Okay, you can want a healthy relationship, but if you've never experienced it, you don't know what it looks like, you're not going to know how to get it, how to have it. You're not going to know if you found it when you have it. That's why you're going to need outside assistance in that regard. For everybody else, if you've ever had a healthy, uh, you know, a healthy um, model of relationship to look at, then that's different. Like, okay, I do know what a healthy relationship looks like. And, if that's assuming that's what you want, then you have to be real and honest with what you've got. And then you have to be honest with yourself and you have to be honest with your partner. Okay, love is an act of intention. Am I being intentional? And what am I willing? How much life am I willing to exchange for this? And do they understand that love is intentional? And how much life are they exchanging to participate with me? Because it's a collaboration. And if you're not collaborating and you're not showing up as a partnership, a we and us, if it's I and if it's you versus me instead of us versus you know the problem, then you're never going to get past the problem because the relationship isn't really about integration as two people becoming a partnership. It's about two people trying to meet their needs independently of each other, meaning you're just using each other, whether that was in your intention or not. But that's really what's happening. It's you're partnering with this person. Like, oh, I like you because you're meeting my needs right now. But really, at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, when things get hard, I'm out. Peace out. Like, I'm not here to like build anything, create anything, sustain anything, put effort in anything. Like, I'm out, And a lot of this isn't conscious because it's attachment style shit, you know. It's reactionary. So, like I was saying earlier with divine timings reading, the same types of principles and human behavior and stuff apply to relationships, which is why I will say it again and again and again, just because it's not your reading doesn't mean you should be checking out, because there are universal patterns that the divine is here to call out within all of us that are affecting all of us, because most all of us are going to have a relationship at some point in our life, and our personal patterns and our personal issues are going to affect our relationship patterns and our relationship issues. So when you check out because it's somebody else's reading, you think, well, that's their reading, it's not mine. But the divine is like, yeah, but you have the same pattern, you have the same problem, or you have a similar one, and it's affecting your relationship, and your question is about relationship, but then you checked out, then you missed out on an answer that you would have gotten from the thing. Because the divine is addressing all of us at once, just not all at once at one time, because I can only talk to one person at a time. but the answers are universal. The divine knows who's going to be here in this who's all in the chat tonight, who's waiting, who's listening. And so when I'm just letting myself channel the message, divine knows exactly all the messages that need to be said that affect all of you, because you all have similar problems, or have had similar problems, or will have similar problems. Because even if it's not your problem right now in the present, it might be your problem in the future. So if you integrate and you take the information now and you learn it and you value it, then it'll be valuable for you in the future, so you'll have that when the time comes for that. Because the divine isn't looking at just the thing that you're looking at today, because that's the thing that's most important to you right now. Because you're focused on your current problem. Because you don't know the future. You don't know what's coming up down the road, but the divine does. The divine knows what's coming up down the road and saying, hey, I'm trying to prepare you for all things. Not just for right now, not just for the question you have today, tonight, you know, November 11th, November 2nd, 2025, or whatever time it is for you, wherever you are. The divine is looking at the entirety of your entire life and your entire journey, going, hey, I'm trying to equip you for success, period. Past, present, future, all tense, not one tense, not present, not past tense, not present tense, not future tense, all tense. The divine wants to prepare you. So this is yet another invitation for all of you to grab on to anything and everything that the divine is sharing with you, because it's going to apply to you. Love is an act of intention. That applies to all of us. So for you specifically, aesthetic delta, love is an act of intention. So sit with that. That's the question the divine has for you before we even get into the cards. How intentional have you been, and how intentional are you willing to be moving forward? And how do you define intention? It's okay, how much life am I willing to exchange for this relationship? How much time, energy, effort, resources? And when I choose this person, I choose a set of problems. So can I live with the problems that come with this person? Are there non-negotiables, yes or no? And you have to be honest with yourself. Now, everyone's got problems, but you need to be honest with yourself about, are these non-negotiables? Are these deal breakers? And if there are deal breakers and you know that there's deal breakers, and you're not letting go of this person, even though you know that there's deal breakers, that's self-betrayal. You're betraying yourself. Instead of doing the right thing, which is, there's deal breakers, it can't work, and I know that it can't work. Now, if there's deal breakers and there's compromise, that's different, because people can change their mind. And if you talk to this person, you said you're on a break right now, but if you were to talk to this person and this person says, hey, I've been thinking about ABCXYZ and I'm open to a different alternative, I'm open to a different perspective, a different path, a different opportunity, a different whatever, adaptability, flexibility, this person can compromise and change, and they choose that, and you choose that, then that's different. But if somebody is set in stone, nope, this is a non-negotiable, this is what I want, and this other person's like, nope, this is what I want. You know, one person wants to have kids, one person doesn't want to have kids. Okay, it's done. That's a deal breaker. This person wants to have children, this person does not. You're not aligned. This person's not going to change their mind, and you're not going to change your mind. It's done. It's over. You need to let go, you need to accept, you need to move on. There's nothing else to figure out. Doesn't mean you have to hate each other, doesn't mean you have to be a nasty breakup and mean and argumentative, all the stuff that people do when they break up. It can be peaceful. You can be grateful. You can thank that person, say, man, I love you, I appreciate you, thank you so much for, you know, for the experiences and everything that I've learned from meeting you. I'm so grateful that I met you, because I've learned a lot, and I'm going to take that with me. It doesn't always have to be ugly and nasty, you know. So that's the first question for you. Now, what's coming up for you? what's coming up for you in regards to this, in regards to your relationship, um, has a lot to do with the decisions and choices that you choose to make. Now, each one of these cards is a representation of a truth and a possibility, and both exist at the same time. It's a paradox. Each one of these is a truth, meaning it is what it is, but it's also a possibility, meaning that there's something else that could potentially evolve based on your free will decision and choices, because your free will decisions and choices are what shape the outcomes of your life, right? Like, that's what these readings are. They're just a forecast of what's happening now based on the current choices and decisions of what have been made right now. So when you make different decisions and different choices, the cards will represent those choices and decisions and will forecast that potential outcome. But right now, where you stand with Nicole is there's respect between you guys. You guys have a level of respect between you guys. So there is respect here, and that's a good thing. However, the paradox is the red flags, caution. And this is saying that, okay, either you or Nicole or both of you have been ignoring the elephant in the room. You've been trying to pretend and ignore that there's a problem, even though you've experienced the problem, because that's why you're taking a break. You're taking a break because of this thing. Whatever this thing represents is why you're on the break. This is why you're on the break, because there were some red flags and you and Nicole didn't ignore the red flags. Now, there's also romance. So uh, you guys have a powerful connection with each other. You have the loyal heart card here, showing that you have a powerful connection with each other. The all that glitters card here is the illusion element. It's the fact that you both you both have been probably looking at each other from the perspective of potential instead of the perspective of reality, which is why you haven't been seeing the red flag. You look at the person, and I'm guilty of this, by the way. This is the pattern that I've had in my life that I've had to learn and grow from, because people who are empaths, highly sensitive people, people who are very empathetic, um, people prone to people pleasing. If you grew up as a people pleaser, um, we have the tendency to see the potential in others. It's a gift. The problem with that, though, is we fantasize and we romanticize the potential instead of seeing the reality that comes with it. In other words, the person that they are is who they actually are, not the potential of what you see that they can become. In other words, you're not dating the potential of who they can become. You're dating who they actually are with the problems that they have intact. That's always going to be the reality. Even if they became the potential of what you think they could become, which is the fantasy that you fall in love with, they're still going to have problems even at that level, because no person is ever going to be void of problems. And if you're growing with that person, because that's what it's going to take to have a healthy relationship, is movement and growth together within the same frequency. It may not always be exactly the same, but within the same frequency, you're going to be the same bandwidth. You have to be on the same radio station at the very least, you know, like you have to be within the same bracket at least. And if as long as that's happening, there's then something positive can occur. But in your case, it's the fantasy, not being able to see things for what they really are. You're seeing the gold, you're seeing the glittery shit, which is covering your ability, which is covering you, preventing you from seeing what the issues actually are. And so eventually you're not going to be able to ignore the problems because the problems are just going to keep happening again and again and again and again. Once you get to a certain point in a romantic relationship, you're going to experience the pattern that will become the relationship. Every single one of you out there, I don't care. I'm not just talking to ecstatic Delta right now. I'm talking to all of you. This is a fact. And I talk about it in my book for those of you. Some of you know, some of you don't. This is my first book. I talk about it in my book. The 7 deadly sins. I talk about the first sin that destroys all relationships is self-preservation. That's the pattern that you will inevitably encounter in your relationships. Every relationship has a pattern. Every relationship. There's no such thing as being in a relationship with somebody where there's not going to be a pattern. You are going to have a pattern with your partner. Every partner you have will have a specific pattern. You're going to trigger things in them. They're together to get the healthy outcome. You were too focused on the shiny, glittery gold and all the ooey gooey. And for a time, that overshadowed the red flags and the problems. But eventually, the patterns and the problems showed up. And so here you are taking a break because the patterns proved to be probably too difficult for you guys to resolve, hence the chaos and conflict card right here. But that doesn't mean that the person that you're with is necessarily a bad person or the wrong person. And this is another mindfuck for a lot of people. Is they get into a relationship with somebody that actually could be a good person for them. It's just that eventually the pattern shows up, and because neither person knows how to get out of the pattern or how to fix the pattern, they exhaust themselves trying to do things that don't work because they don't have the knowledge that they need to have to stop doing the things that are causing the harm. So eventually the relationship blows up in a way that can no longer be repaired. So there's a time frame. The time frame is how much damage can we sustain before we've done too much damage to go on further with each other. Mike hates us. Is there something wrong with my mic? What's wrong with my mic? If there's a sound issue, let me know in the chat. She's a great person, grounded energy. I primarily harm the connection, but not sure if we can reconcile. Static. There's static on the microphone. What's going on with that? Did it just start? Did the static just start? Or has it been static the whole time? Maybe I need to go listen to myself real quick on my own channel. Let's see. Let's see. Is it still static? You guys can let me know in the chat box if it's still static. I just want to make sure that it's working because I don't know. I'm listening to it on my headphones now. I'm playing it back really quick, but I don't hear anything. yes as in you still hear static, or yes as in it's fixed now? It sounds like shit. I just want I just want to know so you guys are. What just happened? I think my computer's spazzing out a little bit. Okay. They're still static. What's going on? Why is my computer doing static now? It's better. What happens if you guys refresh? I'm playing it back in my headphones as a viewer on my own page and I don't hear anything. Hmm. It's better. Okay. We'll keep going, and if it gets, yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. If it gets intolerable, and if it gets intolerable or something happens, just let me know in the chat. Like if it's too distorted or something happens, I'm looking at the chat, so you guys just let me know. Like, hey, I can't make it out. It's too distorted, or it's too broken, or it's just something. Just let me know in the chat if you guys are hearing anything and if you can't make it out. Then um, that'll help me, so I'll know to stop. I don't know what I'll be able to do about it other than like I don't know what I can do from my point, but just let me know. Okay. So we'll keep going and hopefully I mean I don't know what's going on. Like my computer might be doing things like it just I did see like a little I don't know. My computer might be doing some wanting to do an update or something, but so we'll just keep going. Hopefully it'll be fine. So I apologize. Apologize for the interruption. So back to the situation here. Um, so you'd mentioned you'd done something and you're not sure if you can reconcile. Um, well, the good thing is this. So you have a change in the wind is here, and you have the milk and honey card, which is basically like the 10 of pentacles or the 10 of cups in this oracle deck. So it's showing that there is a chance and opportunity here um, for you and Nicole to work this out. Um, but it's all dependent upon this, my friend, this freedom card. And underneath it, we have fun. All right. So you have freedom here. Underneath that, you have fun, and then underneath the a change in the wind, you have co-create. And so what this is saying, and then the community card over here, which I'll talk about in just a second, which is basically this community energy is basically telling you to go focus on yourself. I know that's a really weird energy for that card, but there's not a card in this deck called focus on yourself. There's not a focus on yourself card in this deck. So this is what this card is a placeholder for. Community is saying like to commune with yourself is the energy attached to it. Um, like you need to focus on yourself right now so that you can troubleshoot and understand why things have not been working out um, with Nicole the way that they should. Because if you come back to the relationship with the same energy that you brought to it, and you come back to it with the same version of you that you had when you went into it, then it's obviously just not gonna, you're just gonna get the same result. So, and that's just common sense, right? So it's very important to go back into the relationship from a different starting point. And so that's what the change is in the wind is saying here. It's like, yeah, there's a change that's needed and it's very possible for you guys to do it. But what needs to happen? These are the two answers here. Fun is a necessity. It's like instead of everything becoming really serious, it's like, hey, look, for right now, just focus on being lighthearted and fun and let go of being detached, like being detached from an outcome. And this is the thing, one of the things that I struggled with in the last couple of months that I've been dating the person that I met back in June is I would catch myself future tripping and wanting to like have it all figured out, wanting certainty and all this instead of just letting it go and being detached and just being okay with what it is right now. Like, can you be okay with the relationship being just what it is while you're in there instead of bringing your expectation? Because when you bring your expectation into it, eventually it's going to start to feel like pressure. And how do I know it's going to feel like pressure? Because pressure is the opposite of freedom. And basically, this is the lesson that you're meant to learn, my friend, is freedom. Can you be okay letting Nicole be 100% who she is no matter what? And can you be okay letting yourself be 100% who you are? She gets to be 100% who she is, and you get to be 100% who you are. Now, what that doesn't mean is that you tolerate toxic behavior. It doesn't mean that you're not supposed to have boundaries. You're supposed to tolerate toxic shit. You're supposed to just accept any behavior. That's not what that's saying. It's saying that when it comes to a healthy relationship, can you just let her be who she is? Let her think the way she thinks. Let her do the things that she wants to do. Let her believe what she wants to believe and let her live her life exactly the way that she's living it. And the same as in return. Can she allow you to be 100% who you are? Can you take her for exactly who she is at the core of her being, and can you do the same, right? Like that's what freedom is. Freedom is being detached. It's allowing love to be a choice, not a demand. Let me say that again. It's allowing love to be a choice, not a demand. When love is a choice, then every day is a new day to make a new choice. You wake up and that person chooses you today or they don't. You choose them today or you don't. Versus you wake up today and now that you have feelings for them, you start slowly bringing demand into the relationship. Which is expectations. You start expecting them to be a certain way, do a certain thing, behave a certain way, act a certain way, right? That's not an invitation. That's not curiosity. You're not inviting them into exploration of you or them. That's the difference. A relationship is about is invitational. You're inviting somebody into an experience with you, and they're inviting you into an experience with them. Everything is based on invitation. I'm inviting you to come understand me, to learn me, to experience me, to know me, and they're inviting you to do the same. And invitation is different. It's just like when someone invites you over to their house for dinner, you go as the guest. And if they're a good host, they treat you as the guest. So you go over to their house, they treat you a certain way, and you're grateful for the invitation. You're grateful for how their hospitality and the way they made you feel. But you don't go to their, they don't invite you to their house and then you show up and you start making demands like, hey, I only drink this kind of drink and not that. You got the wrong drinks. Oh, I don't eat that. I only eat this. Oh, you made that. I don't like that. Oh, that scent that you're burning, that candle, I don't like that smell. I like a different smell. Can you put that out? Like you don't go into somebody else's house when they invited you over and start demanding things, right? That's just the best analogy I know to give. But unconsciously, that's what we do as people. We get into a relationship, and because of our fears, our insecurities, our doubts, our traumas, our past, our childhood, and all the things that we've gone through, slowly but surely, we start to demand. We become, we start demanding in certain types of ways, consciously and unconsciously, because what we're after is certainty. We want to be certain that this person is going to love us a certain way, treat us a certain way, behave a certain way, meet our needs in a certain way. We just want to have certainty that once we're emotionally invested, that we're not going to be hurt, and that emotional investment is going to be reciprocated. And that's just us being humans, by the way. That's just what we are. We're doing human things. So on one hand, we can't help it because we're humans, but that doesn't mean that we're powerless, and it certainly doesn't mean that's where we should stay. It's not an excuse, because if you stay there, you're never going to have a healthy relationship, because you have to have, again, love is an act of intention. So the act of intention is I have to take sovereignty over my life and go, okay, man, this is tough, because it challenges me and it's scary, because if I let what will happen if I let my partner be free? What will happen if I've let my partner be completely free? And then you have to face your fears. You have to start facing your fears. You have to start facing all the what ifs. Well, what if they start talking to somebody else? What if they aren't being faithful to me? What if they do leave me? What if they don't like me? What if they do think I'm stupid? What if whatever the what ifs are for you? Everybody's what ifs are different. But all you have to just let all the what ifs come to you and go, what if they are doing that? What if they are doing that? What if they are doing that? What if that is real? What if that does happen? What if they are thinking that? You know, you have to start looking at the reality of it, because it's scary when you start taking your hands off of it and go, okay, I'm letting go. I'm going to let this person be who they are. And I'm going to let this person show me who they are. That's another important thing. Let them show you who they are, because that's the person that you're going to get, not the person that you think that they are. Those are two different things. The person you think they are versus the person that they actually are two very different things. But in your case, this person is a match for you because you have the loyal heart here. But their problem, my friend, the problem is things have been too serious because we have the fun card here. And the problem is there's a lot of freedom that needs to be on both sides, which essentially is just another way of saying there's a lot of trust issues, a lot of insecurities, a lot of control, um, or the perception of it. Whether it's actually happening, it could just be the perception of it. It could be the perception of trust issues, the perception of control issues, the perception, of judgment, criticism, those types of things. Whether that they're real or not, whether your intention was to make her feel that way or her, make you feel that way, it doesn't matter. Your intention is pure. This is what this card is saying. Your intentions were pure, her intentions were pure. But the problem in this relationship is that, you know, you're trying to have love inside of the cage instead of love outside of the cage in this picture. But love is freedom. What's the old saying? If you love something, let it go. And if it comes back to you, then you'll know that it was yours. You'll know that, in other words, the metaphor is saying you'll know that it's true because it chose you. If you let something go and it chooses you, it's going to come back to you because it actually wants you, because it actually chooses you. That's how you know somebody loves you, is because they choose you. Not because of demand, not because of controlling, not because of criticizing, not because of love bombing, not because of proving, not because of rescuing, not because of saving, not because of people pleasing. It's freedom. When you're just being who you are and you've let go of everything else, you've detached, you've let go of expectation, you've let go of the outcome, but you're just being 100% who you are. You're not betraying yourself, and their person's doing the same. And you both realize, hey, we're both humans. We both have problems. We're not perfect. but we're going to choose each other as an act of intention, saying, hey, there's no problem that we can't overcome as long as the problem isn't a non-negotiable, and as long as we both agree to attack the problem instead of attacking each other, then anything's possible. You can do anything, and that's what this reading is saying. That's why you have the milk and honey card here, saying you can have the best outcome that you want, and it's possible to make a change because a change is here. Co-create is underneath it, saying that you can do it as long as it's a joint effort. So, you know, for now, what the divine is saying, if I was going to summarize all of this, is this community card. The divine is saying for you to focus on you right now and for you to figure all this out. So what the divine is asking you to do is for you to sit with yourself and get very clear. What do you want? What do you not want up to this point? What do you want with Nicole? What do you not want with Nicole? What is what are your non-negotiables with Nicole? Like what are you willing to tolerate? What are you not willing to tolerate? What are you willing to change within yourself? More importantly, what are you not willing to change within yourself? Who are you willing to become? Who are you not willing to become? The value of anything is the amount of life you're willing to exchange for it. Well, how much life are you willing to exchange for her? What are your limits? What's the threshold? I'm willing to give this, but not much more. And you know what my rule is? My rule is I'll give anything up to the point that it requires me to betray myself. That's where my limit is. My non-negotiable is if I have to do something or become something or give something or not give something or not be something in a way that betrays myself, then it's a non-negotiable. I will not betray myself ever again in a relationship. So that covers almost everything for me, pretty much. If I feel like I'm going to betray myself, then it's probably a non-negotiable. But if it doesn't require me to betray myself, then it's flexible. Then I can sit with it in the realm of possibilities. So the divine is saying you and Nicole have an opportunity here to figure this out, to work this out. But right now, what you need to do, in my opinion, is you need to use this time of being apart, this time of space, for you to get clear on all the things that I just mentioned. You need to sit with yourself to figure out, okay, what you got to take responsibility. Okay, what am I responsible for? What have I done wrong? And this isn't to beat yourself up and to be, to punish yourself or any of that. It's objective. Like you should be able to be objective with yourself without punishing yourself and blaming yourself and going into guilt and resentment and all that kind of shit. Self-judgment and all of that. You have to be objective. Just be honest. Say, okay, here's some things that I've done. Here's some mistakes that I've made, and this is this is what I know that I can do better and do different. So take inventory of that. But then the second thing is, okay, but now that I've been in this relationship with this person and I've experienced what I've experienced, what is my truth? And then you have to take inventory with that. Is this the person I really want to be with? What are my non-negotiables? What do I want? What do I don't want? Like, what am I willing to give? What am I not willing to give? And what is your game plan? What are you willing to do to move forward? What are you willing to invest? Are you willing to, if you guys have had this pattern repeatedly and you haven't solved it, are you willing to get help? Are you willing to see a coach? Are you willing to go to joint, couples therapy? Like, what are you willing to do? What are you not willing to do? How much money, time, energy, whatever you're willing to give? What are you not willing to give? So the divine's wanting you to sit and answer all those questions and figure that out. And then at some point, probably you and Nicole are going to come back together and you're going to get an opportunity to find out if something can move forward here, because that's what this change in the wind is implying. Like, you know, because in order for you to get to this uh, 10 of Cups, 10 of Pentacles energy here with this card, you guys would have to not be on a break anymore. You'd have to come back together and have a conversation, communicate, and at the very least, you have to talk again. So this isn't done. Whatever this break is you're having, it's not the end of the relationship. It's not done. But there are issues that seem solvable if you want to solve them. And if you choose to solve them, then this person is probably a good person for you and you could have a healthy outcome. But it's up to you. Love is an active intention. You have free will. You get to choose what you want to do. But the cards are indicating this person is potentially a good match for you, so much so as you and her choose to figure out the problems and the issues together. It's not a one-sided thing. It's not up to just you. You're not the one taking all the responsibility. It's not all on your shoulders. It's a joint collaboration, meaning, hey, I'm willing to do this if you're willing to meet me as well. If she's willing to match your energy, and if it's, an equal relationship in that regard, you're both equally wanting the same outcome, you're both willing to give the same amount of time, energy, resources, then that's a green light. But if she's not, and she's like, well, no, you're gonna do, you do whatever you like. If if it feels like it's all on you to do it, then that's different. It's like, okay, well, hey, that's a boundary. I'm coming here saying this is what I'm willing to do, and if you're willing to you know troubleshoot the issue with me, then that's the route I'm willing to go. But if you're not, then that's your answer. You're with somebody that's just not compatible with you. Okay. Gonna be lovely if we actually do. I'll report. But yeah, please report back. I'll be interested to hear what happens with that. I would love that. Okay, Gracie says, me and me and Ashit, my ex, are in touch again after almost 4 years. How's this connection gonna grow in the future? What does the divine hold? What am I being guided with in this relationship? Why do I still love him? Well, I can't tell you. I mean, you know why you still love him, Gracie. Don't act like you don't know why you still love him. You know why you still love him. Why do I still love him? Because you never stopped loving him. And you probably have a soul contract with him. But let's find out. What's going to happen? Do you want to use these? No, we're going to use these other ones. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Yeah, we'll use those. Okay, sorry about that. Let's start here. All right. So for Gracie, what does the future hold between her and her partner? All right, let's see. Let's see. Okay, Gracie. Um, let's see. Hold on one second here. Okay. So yeah, this is pretty clear. So the divine is saying the major message for you, Gracie, is the divine is asking you right now. Um, this is what I call this relationship sobriety. So what is relationship sobriety? Relationship sobriety is when we need to intentionally remind ourselves about experiences that we've had in the past because not everybody is wired this way, but a lot of people are, especially people who are very empathetic, like people who are highly sensitive, empathetic. You know, we're like non-conflict peacekeepers, um, people pleasers. There's lots of different keywords that I could use to describe that group of people. Uh, the types of people who are probably attracted to a channel like mine because I'm that type of person. Uh, those are the types of challenges I've had in my life. And so what happens is we're the types of people who have a hard time remembering the bad the further time goes on. Most people are the opposite. Most people have a hard time remembering the good. They look back at an ex, they look back at somebody, and they're like, F them, screw them, they're narcissists, I hate them, they're pieces of shit, and blah. Most people don't have a problem remembering the bad. Um, they have a problem remembering the good, right? But people like us are different. We have a hard time remembering the bad. And so the more that time goes on, we start thinking back, and all that we can remember is the good stuff. But there's a problem with that. The problem with that is we forget the bad. And so the reason I call it relationship sobriety is because sometimes we have to remind ourselves, hey, we need to remember what it was like being in that because our mind is projecting all of this good and this fantasy onto it like, oh, but it wasn't that bad. Oh, I just didn't understand. Oh, I could have done different. I could have been better. Maybe they've changed. Like our brain starts coming up with all these excuses instead of being honest with what was real, right? And we start excusing the fact that um we start excusing the fact that all these bad things happened to us in the past with this person. And so, when I say relationship sobriety, relationship sobriety is all about us intentionally reminding ourselves what it was like to be in those painful situations. And that's what the divine is asking you to do. The divine is saying, "Hey, before you start thinking about anything else, you need to take a pause, a timeout, and you need to remind yourself of what it was like being in a relationship with that person because down here at the bottom, we have this two of swords, which is you guys don't see eye to eye. You guys can't communicate. You guys don't understand each other. There's constant clashing. Neither one of you understands the other person's perspective. Constant clashing, colliding. We have the emperor in reverse, which is somebody who's dominating, controlling. They're all about themselves. They're reckless. They're not somebody who's very compassionate and empathetic. And then you have the devil, which is trauma, toxicity, all of the bad shit wrapped up into the devil. And then you have the three of swords, which is a lot of pain and heartbreak, right? And so you have the seven of pentacles, which is asking you to do the same thing that you have up here, which is observe. It's like, hey, before you make the investment, like you see this guy here, I don't know if you're watching the actual screen where you can see, or if you're just listening, hopefully you're watching. But on this card, there's this farmer who's holding the pinnacle in his hand, and he's looking at the ground where all these other pinnacles are. And so it's like, okay, do I want to do I want to continue to invest in this or not? And that's what you're being called to do is you're being called to sit, reflect on the past, remember all the pain, remember everything exactly for what you experienced it, because that's probably the reality of what you're going to be re-entering here, which is what we have up here in the second row. The second row, you have karma here, which is basically cause and effect. You have prisoner, so this is what you're going to feel like, feeling trapped, feeling imprisoned, feeling victimized. You have the sixth sense here, which is the divine saying, hey, you need to trust your intuition here. And maybe you're not listening to your intuition here. You have the zodiac card here, which is saying essentially just another way of saying, hey, there was a lesson that you were meant to learn when you met this person, like you had a soul contract. You have the seasons card here, which is basically saying, hey, that was a season of your life. That wasn't the rest of your life. People come and go, like seasons come and go, jobs come and go, money comes and goes, health comes and goes. Everything comes and goes in life, and nothing lasts forever. You don't stay in poverty forever. You don't stay in wealth forever. You don't stay in health forever. You don't stay in sickness forever. You don't stay in love forever. You don't break up forever. Like everything is cyclical. And then up top here, you have choose your battle. So this is basically what the divine is saying, like, if you choose to move forward, that's what this is saying. If you want to move forward with your ex, then uh, there's some things that you need to know. The first thing you need to know is that you're going to have to choose your battles. That's the first thing. Second thing you're going to have to understand is it's going to take a lot of effort. You're going to have to put in a lot of work, and your partner's going to have to put in a lot of work. It's going to require a lot of patience. In other words, the observe card here is saying, hey, there are things that your ex is going to do that in the past probably triggered the hell out of you. And they're going to still do things in the future. If you get back with them, they're going to trigger you the same way they did in the past. And basically, the only thing that you're going to be able to do about it is accept it and just observe it. Basically, it'll be like essentially the divine saying, hey, you're just going to have to be willing to tolerate it and say, okay, well, that's who they are. This is how they act. And I'm going to have to let it roll off my back. In other words, observing is basically being detached from the behavior. So if you think that you have the ability to do that, if you're strong enough as a person to detach yourself emotionally from their behavior, meaning you're in non-reaction to what they do, which very few human beings have the ability to do. Very few human beings have the ability to be in a romantic relationship with somebody and not react to their partner's behavior. But if you think you can do it, that's what you're being asked to do. It's like you're going to have to be able to just basically be neutral. Like, oh yeah, they're saying this, they're doing that, they're behaving a certain way, and I'm just going to have to let it roll off my back. There's a lot of shit that you're going to have to heal. You and your partner have a lot of stuff that you're going to have to heal individually. You healing yourself, your partner heals himself, and then potentially you'll be able to heal the relationship. Potentially. What are you going to have to heal? It's all about the things that have hurt you. Your heart, the heart chakra card is here. So your heart has been hurt and wounded, potentially blocked and closed off. Your partner's heart has been wounded and hurt and potentially closed off. So the reading isn't telling you yes or no. The reading isn't telling you do it, don't do it. The reading is just giving you information which allows you to decide what you want to do. It's in your hands. You have free will. So it's really up to you, Gracie, what you want to do. It's up to you what you want to do. If you feel like you can deal with it, you can tolerate it, you can move forward with it, then this is what you can expect. You can expect more of the same thing you had in the past. Up here is what you'll need to do to be able to overcome and have a different outcome, even though pretty much you're getting the same person. So whoever your ex was 4 years ago, that's who they are right now, give or take. They're going to be the same person. They're going to have the same problems. They're going to approach you with the same energy. And ultimately, it's just going to be a repeat of what you had before. So your partner's not going to show up different. So the divine is like, but you can show up different if you want it bad enough. If you want this energy bad enough, then you're going to have to be the one to carry the burden of showing up different because your ex isn't. That's what they're saying. Your ex isn't going to show up different, but you can show up different if you want to. But this is the best that you have. And I'm just going to be real with you. This is the best that you have to look forward to. The devil, which is toxicity and trauma, and the Ten of Swords, a painful ending, or at least just feeling backstabbed, or constantly having to deal with rock bottom. So right now, this is the best outcome. That's just me telling you what's here. And the Three of Swords, which is a lot of pain. Oh, and look, I didn't even know that was here. Underneath the Three of Swords, you have the Ten of Wands. So the only thing that's the only two cards that you're missing from like the worst reading that I could give you is the Seven of Swords and the Five of Swords. If the Seven of Swords and the Five of Swords was out here, especially with the Emperor in reverse, I'd say you have basically the worst reading that I could give you. You have all the painful cards. You have all the not good cards. The Ten of Swords, the Devil, the Three of Swords, the Emperor in reverse. All you're missing is the Five of Swords and the Seven of Swords to round it out. So you can say yes to it, but what you're going to be saying yes to, Gracie, is extremely challenging. You're going to be challenging yourself. And so if you're up for the challenge, this is what you're going to need to do to be able to even remotely deal with this energy. But if you can't do everything that I set up here, then you're in for a lot of pain, suffering, and a repeat of the past, maybe even more painful than the past. Maybe even more painful than the past. But it's up to you. It's up to you to decide what you want to do. The divine is not going to tell you what to do. You have free will. The divine will never violate your free will, and you have free will. It's up to you to decide what you want to do. So, what will you do? What will you do? What will you choose? What will you do? What will you choose? You're welcome. You're so welcome. All right. Marie, you are up. Miss Salentine, if you are here, usually you go to sleep when it's your turn. But if you are here, you're still awake and you're here, you may ask your question. Marie, Marie, are you here? Okay, Gina. Gina, my friend Gina. I bet Gina's here. I know Gina's here. Gina, you may post your question. And just FYI, for those of you, if you don't want to wait and you want to skip the line, there are links in the description box for donations if you would like to do that. How to show someone that has no self esteem and doesn't feel worthy of my love. Okay, so how do you show? How do you show someone? Are you asking Gina how you show someone that you love them when they don't believe it? Is that kind of what you're saying? Like you're trying to love somebody. Okay. So you're with a guy that you believe has low self worth and low self esteem. And because he has low self worth and low self esteem, he has a hard time receiving love and believing in love. That's what I take away from your message. But okay, anything that Divine can help me with a message for this guy. All right, so interesting. So the Divine is telling me, Gina, is that the question, if you reverse the question, you attracted a guy that's mirroring back. I don't believe that I deserve love. And so you're in this position now where he's reflecting something back to you, where there's a part of you that doesn't believe that you deserve love. And so you can't answer the question like, what do I do? What do I need to do to make him believe that he's worthy of love? So the divine is asking you the same question. Well, what do you believe that you would need to do for yourself to believe that you're worthy of love? And whatever that answer is that you would give to yourself, that would probably be the same answer that you would give to him. All right, so we're going to take a look at a few things here the divine wants you to look at. I didn't really come out all the way. I'll just leave it in. Get that? Okay. He is pulled back from the relationship, but it was a good thing. He has a lot of stress with his living condition, and his house is not that great, but I don't care about that. I think it's more shame than anything. It's also a long distance relationship, about 4 hours away. It's good to see you too, my friend. It's good to be here. Okay. Um, yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot, so I'll summarize. Most of this is his energy down here. Some of it's tied to you, though, too. This up top, though, is all you. These three cards are all you. Everything else, most of this is his energy, but a few of them are yours as well. So the first thing the divine is wanting you to know: surrendering to receiving support and love. And so this goes back to the whole mirroring concept. Is that because we're still in this reflective year of 9, and so the number 9 is in numerology. The number 9 represents the self. So number 9 always represents self. What is it about me, myself? What is it that me that I need to understand? It's the mirror principle. Why is it the mirror principle? Because anything you add to 9 gives you the same thing back again. So for example, 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0, you get back to 1. You start with the number 2. 2 plus 9 equals 11. 1 plus 1, you go right back to 2. You go to number 3. You start with the number 3. You add 3 to 9. You get 12. 1 plus 2, you're back to 3. 4, you get 13. 1 plus 3, you're back to 4. And on it goes, right? 9 plus 9, 18. 1 plus 8, you're back to 9. So 9 is the reflective energy. It represents reflection. We're in the universal year number 9, which is all about reflection. It's about understanding not just the what needs to close out, but what it's the year of the mirror. The 9 year asks us to reflect and understand the mirror of everything the other 9 years, the last 9 years have reflected back to us, so we can integrate all of it before we step into the new 9-year cycle. That's what the 9 years is all about. So when you're looking at a cycle of 9 years, you're looking at the integration of everything over the last 9 years that hopefully, you know, me, you, and everybody we've been learning. So we can look at it and go, okay, what have the last 9 years really taught me? And this year is the year where we're supposed to look at it and look at the mirror or look in the mirror of life and go, okay, this is what life is teaching me about the lessons and things that I need to do in order to grow into the person I need to become so that stepping into the new 9 year cycle, I'm a different me and I create a different reality. And that's what empowerment looks like. So for you, part of that journey is understanding surrender to receiving support and love. And I'm going to read what the card says here. Allow the love and support of others in rather than trying to handle everything yourself. This can take the pressure off and simultaneously nurture you. Now, I don't know anything about this guy that you're dating, but I would say that this probably sounds like something you'd say about him. It's like, well, he is the one who has the hard time receiving love and support. He has the hard time of letting people do things for him because, like you said, he's unworthy of it. But if you're focused on him and misunderstanding the representation of what he is for you, then you're missing the point. Because the answer that you ask, or the answer to the question you asked, is what you can do to show him and make him believe is to turn that question back toward yourself and go, okay, what do I need to do to show myself love and support? Because when you start to show yourself love and support, then you've answered the question for him. In other words, you become the reflection to him of what it is that he needs to do because it's not a logical thing. It's not something you can go, okay, here's the answer, Gina. This is what you need to do to him. You need to do more of this. You need to do more of that. You need to give him more of this. You need to give him more of that. That's just feeding more of the same things that he's gonna reject because he's not in a place within himself, within his identity to be able to receive it. Because the strongest force in the human personality is the need to stay consistent to what we believe about ourselves. And if you believe if what you believe about yourself is I can't receive love, then there's nothing that anybody can do to make you feel that you can receive love. Because what people believe and think that you need is not stronger than your perception of self. I'm not worthy. I can't receive it. I'm not worthy. I don't deserve it. Try to give me all the love in the world. Try to give it to me. Give, give, give. I'll give you a great example. A great example are homeless people. And this isn't me bashing homeless people. Okay? This isn't me being unempathetic or lacking compassion for people who've had who knows what type of lives, what type of experiences, and who knows what types of stories. But what I can tell you is that most people that are at that point in their lives, they share a similar mentality because that's the only thing that's changing them that prevents them from moving forward is a shift in their perspective, the shift in what they believe about what's possible for themselves. If you take a homeless person who believes that something is possible, they believe that and they have a perception shift of what's possible for them, and you give them an opportunity, the tools, the money, the resources, whatever, and then they'll grab onto it and they'll go do something incredible, right? But people who don't have that mentality, they stay in a scarcity mentality. They stay in that place of this is it. I'm homeless. I'm just going to beg. I'm just going to be in the place that I am. In other words, they have resigned themselves to a belief that they're never even going to challenge anymore. They're not even trying to challenge that belief anymore. They've accepted it. I'm homeless. I'm a beggar. This is who I am. And no amount of compassion, no amount of giving, no amount of believing in them, no amount of you trying to here's food, here's money, here's this, here's a shelter, here's this. I know somebody who who has a job if you want a job. I know somebody who's got a house, you could stay there for free. You could provide all the things for that person to succeed, and they won't take it because they're incapable of it. Because it's not a resource, it's not an external resource problem. The issue isn't it's not the issue isn't the fact that love isn't there for them, or possibilities there for them, or opportunity isn't there for them. The issue is who they are within themselves. And you have somebody who cannot receive because they don't believe, then there's nothing that you can do to change that. So in this situation with you, you're having the reflection come back to you saying, okay, well, there's still some things within you, Gina, that still need to be changed and shift because there's parts of you that are rejecting support and love. And the best way to reject support and love is by finding ways to go and give love and support to other people so that you don't have to worry about dealing with how you're going to deal with that part of yourself. And it's a very subtle thing, and I'm guilty of it because I that's exactly what I've done my whole life. Is because I I thought that love was something that I had to, in order for me to receive love and be worthy of love, it was something that I had to prove. In other words, I have to prove myself. I have to prove and give and do and be and give and do and be and serve and people please. And if I do enough, then I've proven that I'm worthy of love, right? Instead of just believing I'm already worthy of love and I have nothing to prove. Those are two very different mentalities. And so, what a lot of us do is we avoid looking at the part of us that is in denial of receiving love by going out and trying to give love to people who are actually like us. That's the irony and the paradox. We're trying to give love to the very people that are just like us, people who don't want to receive it. And that's why it's a mirror, because those people are saying, hey, the person that actually needs love and support more than anybody else right now is yourself. And if you're a people pleaser, you'll go, well, that's selfish. That feels selfish to me. And I don't want to feel selfish. I'm not a selfish person. But again, that feeling of selfishness about you giving yourself love is a defensive mechanism. You're pushing love away. You say, oh, I don't worthy. I'm not worthy. So I don't want to be selfish. That's an excuse not to do the very thing that's needed, which is to love yourself. Surrender your belief in scarcity. And this is what it all boils down to, Gina, is scarcity. We believe that we don't deserve love because we believe love is scarce. And the reason that we believe love is scarce is because we've been looking for it, waiting for it, wanting it from places outside of us because we don't believe that we have it within us. We haven't discovered the love that we are, that we possess. We haven't gone into ourselves to discover the truth of the love that exists here inside of us that nobody can take away from us. Nobody can steal from us. It's not something we have to go and get and earn or prove. It's pre existing because the spirit that you are is God. And if God is love and you are God, then all the love that could ever exist is already a part of you because you're a spirit. You're perfect. You're created in the image of God. You were created in the image of love. So if you don't like the word God, let's use the word love. You're created in the image of love. You are love. It's not something you could ever get. You are it. You're already it. Scarcity is the lie that we all believe, which is why we do the toxic things that we do, which is why the whole attachment theory exists, attachment styles, anxious attachment, avoidant attachment, all that shit. All that stuff exists because we believe in scarcity. We believe the lie of scarcity. I can't have love. It's not for me. I have to get it, whatever the belief is. But I'll read the card. The card says the universe is asking you to open to the infinite nature of abundance. In this way, you can remove blocks in your life and succeed beyond your wildest dreams. It starts with it starts with two words, Gina. I am. I am. You are the I am. The I am what? You are the I am of love. I am love. There is no love to get. There is no love to go give because you trying to go prove love to this man, to give love to this man, is just a very, very subtle disguise for if I give love to this man and I do it in all the ways and I prove myself and I rescue him and do all these things, then I'll get love in return because then he'll go, oh my God, you loved me. And there'll be something to celebrate. And then you'll feel good about the celebration of this feeling like you brought this man to life instead of you learning how to bring yourself to life. Because when you get inside of you and you bring yourself to life, then you naturally will have an impact on the world around you because you influence from a place of what true love is, which is being, not doing. Because when you're in reaction, you're out trying to do love, which most people are doing or trying to do, and I'm guilty of it too, by the way. Most people are trying to do love. All the things that they think they have to do in a relationship to get love or do to receive love. When the truth is, true love just is. True love, unconditional true love just is. And it always is. There's no doing, there's nothing you have to do to earn it, to receive it, to be worthy. It just is. It just is. Surrender to the magic of who you are. So, who is the magic? And this might be the most profound card on the table. And I want you to really think about this, Gina, and the rest of you who are listening, those of you who are still here that are listening. Surrender to the magic of who you are. So, who are you? Who are you that is magical? Surrender to the magic of who you are. What is the magic and who are you? And how are those two things similar or the same or synonymous with each other? How are you magical? And who are you? And who are the you that makes you magical? And what is the magic that makes you who you are? When you look at it from both sides, because when you discover the magic of who you are, you understand the relationship between love is being and not doing, then you found your magic. And then you understand what it means to surrender the magic of who you are. Or let's replace the word magic. Let's replace the word magic to love. Surrender to the love of who you are. What would that look like? What would it look like to surrender to the love of who you are? How does that change the message? How does it change the question? Let's read the card. We all have magic in us, even in the mundane aspects of life. Remember that you are a magical being with a uniqueness and worth that come from just just being you. Notice that it says being you, not doing, being you. Now, let's reread the card and we're going to substitute the word magic and magical with the word love. We all have love in us, even in the mundane aspects of life. Remember that you are a loving being with a uniqueness and worth that come from just being you. So now let's take a look at his energy. Your guy, your guy's perception of reality is based on fears, confusions, and illusions with the moon card. We have the as below card here, which basically just means that he's learning. He's in a point in his life where he needs to understand and learn his shadows, which basically are just a mirror of everything up here for you. So his reading would probably be very similar to your reading if I was doing a reading for him. Justice. Justice is the law of cause and effect, but it's also the universal truth. And so if we view it through the context of your question of love, if love is the universal truth, because justice is the universal truth that's attached to love, or I should say, justice is the universal truth that protects love. What does that mean? What does it mean for justice to be the universal truth that protects love? Well, true love embodies truth, and actual truth embodies true love, because that's what divinity is. In other words, if you could connect to the divine and you could understand everything from the perspective of divine truth, not the subjective reality of the human ego, good, bad, right, wrong, duality, contrast, and all the shit that we're stuck with in the human brain, things would become very, very enlightening to all of us because we go, oh, there is a divine truth, a universal truth that is greater than the subjective truth of the way that our brain processes duality in this world, this matrix, this virtual reality that we're living in. Lady Justice represents love and truth, and one cannot exist without the other. Truth without love is cruelty, and love without truth is irresponsibility. They must coexist together. Truth and love and truth are what balance each other, which is why Lady Justice has the scale. And the sword represents the same thing. The sword is a double edged sword. So it's sharp on both sides because love can be cutting and so can the truth. But when wielded properly, love becomes a strong ally and so does truth. It can become a weapon for good, and it can also become a defense mechanism for good. Both. Truth can be weaponized for good, it can be weaponized, and so can love. Both can be weaponized for good, and they can both defend for good. Love can defend for good, and truth can defend for good. And the scales represent the balance of the two operating in harmony with each other. So this card is here not just to talk about the cause and effect, but it's also here to represent the negative outcomes in terms of cause and effect when we live from a distorted version of love and truth. When we have a distorted view of what truth is and we have a distorted view of what love is, then we reap the consequences of those distorted truths in our reality. That's what this is. It's cause and effect. And so this guy that you're talking, he has a distorted view of love and truth. And so the reality that he's experienced, or the consequence, the cause and effect of the reality he's experienced, is based on his distortions of love and truth. Eight of Swords. This is the result of living out of a negative, the negative side of this energy is you live in the Eight of Swords. You believe shit that's not true. You live in a victim mentality. You're living in a false truth. The Eight of Swords, a lot of tarot readers get this card. They read this card wrong, in my opinion. The entire suit of swords in tarot, in my opinion, is highly misunderstood. In tarot, swords start with the ace. All the suits start with the ace. It's the beginning. So when it comes to the swords, aces, the ace of swords is about truth, clarity, sometimes communication, but it represents truth and clarity, mental truth, mental clarity, mental victory. So each sword is a truth. It's never not a truth. Every sword is a truth. When you have a 3 of swords, you have 3 truths. When you have 8 swords, you have 8 truths. So here's this woman who's blindfolded, and there's 8 truths all around her. In other words, there's 8 different answers that she could access right now to free herself from her dilemma. It's a metaphor. Most readers will tell you, yeah, the 8 of swords is a self-imposed prison and blah 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 blah. And I'm not saying that they're wrong. I'm not saying that they're wrong at all. I'm just saying that that's the surface level. It goes deeper than that. There's 8 there's, in other words, it's saying there's more possibilities in how to fix this issue than you're aware of. It's that the limitation of being stuck on one truth, which is the Ace of Swords in reverse. So somewhere back in this guy's past, he attached himself and aligned himself with an Ace of Swords in reverse, which is a false belief, an untruth, something that isn't real. And one untruth can become many untruths. So an 8 of Swords in reverse could be you're surrounded by 8 untruths. There's 8 false realities or 8 false mindsets or 8 false beliefs that you're believing in. But in this instance, your person is trapped because they're stuck on one, at least one, if not more, instead of seeing all the other truths available to them that would get them out of it. In other words, the contradiction, the counter, the rebuttal to the lie. They're believing lies. They have lies that they're believed about themselves, and they're surrounded by all these truths, but they're not accessing them. Just like you and like me, like everybody else, we're surrounded by so many different truths all the time. It's just, are you accessing it? Are you accessing the truth that would give you the freedom? Like this woman, she can be free if she just accesses even one of those truths. All she has to do is access one sword. She doesn't need all 8 of the swords, she just needs one. One truth will set her free. One truth will set her free. One truth will set your guy free. One truth, Gina, will set you free. One truth is all it takes. So the 3 of Swords. The 3 of Swords represents all the hurt, the pain, and the trauma that he's experienced that have landed him in the 8 of Swords, or the lies. So you have the 2 of Swords, which are 2 truths, but you don't know which one is true. That's why the woman is sitting there with the blindfold on. Now this is very important. I don't want you to miss this. And for those of you that are listening, that are still paying attention, this would be a really good opportunity for you guys to learn something powerful too. Because most of you guys are probably listening to other tarot readers. And so when this comes up for you in another reading, you'll be able to reflect back on this. So this isn't just for Gina, this is for everybody. There's 2 things that are very important here to look at that are very similar. It's the same woman. The woman that's in the 2 of Swords is the same woman that's in the 8 of Swords. Most readers will not tell you that. Most readers will not point this out to you. It's the same woman with the same blindfold. So here you are in the 2 of Swords. And because you didn't reconcile what happened in the 2 of Swords, guess what happened? You couldn't figure it out at the 2 of Swords. So now, because you couldn't figure it out here you are later down the road, and you're surrounded by even more swords. Now look at the difference. Look at the difference between the woman in the Two of Swords and the Eight of Swords. The Two of Swords woman, she's not wrapped up. She's not tied up with anything. And she's got the swords in her hands. So she's still wearing the blindfold. She's got the two swords in her hands, but she's not wrapped up in any, she's not bound with all the ropes. The woman in the Eight of Swords, the swords are no longer in her hands. She's still got the blindfolds on, but now she's got rope tied around her. So what did this woman do? This woman put those two swords down and she tied herself up. She's the one who tied herself up. Now keep in mind, everything starts with the ace. We went from the ace to the two, and we have the ace from the two to the three now. But then way up here, we ended up at the Eight of Swords. Like, okay, Eddie, what does all that mean? I'm with you. I see it. What does all that mean? Well, what that means is there's two truths. Each sword is a truth. Ace of Swords is the ace of truth, the sword of truth. Each sword is a truth. This woman has two truths in her hand, but she's blind. She doesn't know which one is real. She doesn't know which truth. Which truth is the right truth. And she's crossed. And the crossing of the swords means that she doesn't know. It implies, I don't know. Is this truth the right truth, or is that truth the right truth? Or are they both true? Is it a paradox? Is it a paradox? Is it possible that this truth is true and this truth is also true? Maybe both are true. Maybe there isn't a right or wrong. Maybe they're both true. And then you get to the Eight of Swords. Which is true here? Is this sword the sword of truth? Is that sword the sword of truth? Is it this one way up here in the corner? Is that the right truth? There's all these truths, but we don't know. And so what the blindfold represents is our inability to access our intuition to understand and know what it is that is right and true for us. What is the right truth? Well, you don't know. And when you don't know, you go into self-sabotage or self-betrayal or self-bondage or victimhood or powerlessness. The result of not knowing could equal all of those things. What causes us to go into that? Pain. The Three of Swords. When we've been hurt, trauma, pain, heartbreak, heartache, or the disconnection from the heart, which is why the heart is usually depicted in the Three of Swords, is essentially saying that we're betraying ourselves because we betrayed our heart, because we've stabbed the heart with logic. In other words, we've attacked our feelings and our emotions. We've attacked our heart with logic. But it's like, hey, fuck our feelings, fuck our heart, all that. We're gonna logic this situation. That's what that is saying. And so, well, that's an imbalance. You can't, if you can't live in logic, just like you can't live in emotion only. Those two things have to be in alignment. Your heart and your brain have to be in alignment. They have to talk to each other. They have to have harmony with each other. But when we get hurt, we close ourselves off emotionally so that we don't get hurt again. And so our heart becomes cold, cut off, and callous, and we have walls, and all that stuff happens. So our intellect and our mind becomes our defensive mechanism to prevent pain. So all that to say is that's where your guy is. So he's gone through some type of pain, which has caused him to end up in this Eight of Swords. And so we have the Page of Wands. And the Page of Wands is somebody who's immature and basically they escape through superficial. They're surface level. The Page of Wands is a surface level person who would rather just keep it light, surface level. But ironically, his energy is here. So this is his essence. This is the core of who he is, the King of Wands. Now, this could also just represent he's a Leo, Sagittarius, or Aries, if we're going to keep it kind of like superficial. So he could be a fire sign. He doesn't have to be, but at the core, the essence of who it is within him, there's this power within him that he hasn't access because he's playing at the page level when in his heart he's the king, but he doesn't know he's the king because of this, the Eight of Swords. He's in denial and he doesn't see the truth because of all these other shit that's happened to him. And until he sees the truth, he will not have a pathway forward, which is not something that you can do for him. So basically, a long answer with like logically, you can't tell this guy, hey, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to do this, you got to do that, and you can't do something for him. There's no amount of love, there's no amount of doing, there's no amount of giving that's going to convince him that he deserves love. And that's not why he's come into your life. He's come into your life so that you can answer these questions that up at the top of your reading up here. He's come into your life to be a blessing in the form of a lesson, in the form of a teacher. That doesn't mean that something different can't unfold for you, but it's not the point right now. The point is the divine is still trying to steer you back inside of yourself. So Gina, I want you to think about your life and your journey as spiritual as like the spiritual gym or the spiritual Planet Fitness. You got to keep going to the gym again and again and again. You got to exercise muscles that you've never exercised before in your life. And the only way that you get better at doing something and stronger is through repetition. You just got to keep doing and keep doing and you keep doing and keep doing, keep doing, keep doing. You got to keep doing things to build muscle. It's repetition is what brings strength and muscle. And that's what the divine has got is where the divine has you is in the gym building spiritual muscle so that you can learn how to love yourself and become the woman you're supposed to be so that you can break these patterns that you've been in the last however many years so that you don't have to attract a project. You attract somebody who just shows up and meets you at the level of the place that you are. Because you can only know somebody as deeply as you know yourself. You can only love somebody else as deeply as you love yourself. And that's what he's here to mirror back to you. So, um, I'm going to ask one other question for you, just really quick, just a really quick thing. And then I gotta try to try to hurry it up here. I just glanced at the time. We just had the time change too, so even though it's one something in the morning, it's really like two because of the time change. All right, future outcome. Okay, Gina. So the future outcome. You're meant to learn. This is what you're meant to learn right now. The divine is teaching you to step into your power, which is the Queen of Wands energy. The divine is wanting you to learn how to become the Queen of Wands. Somebody who's confident, who's magnetic, who understands who she is, stepping into her power. The Page of Pentacles is the card of the student. This is about you learning. This is all about you learning. Being a student of life. Just I'm here to learn. I'm here to learn. Just stay constantly willing to learn and grow. That's your superpower. Not very many people have that ability, Gina. A lot of people they hear things, they hear truth, they come on a free reading like this, and they'll hear what I'm saying, and they may leave the reading, they may click off, and they may be like, "That I don't, I don't, I don't, I disagree with it. I don't like it." or he's an asshole, or well, who knows what. But because you're willing to hear the truth, you're willing to hear it, you're willing to accept direct truth. It's like, okay, I can accept, and I'm not saying accept it from like you're not allowed to have your own opinion, but I mean the fact that you're willing to take it in and sit with it and receive it and think about it and find the parts that resonate with you and integrate and apply those parts to your personal development. That's what I'm referring to. That's a level of humility a lot of people don't have. That's what this card is saying. Stay in that energy of learning. Knight of Pentacles is consistency and follow through over a period of time. It's basically, again, it's the slow and steady wins the race. This is the tortoise and the hare. This is the tortoise, not the hare. Slow and steady wins the race. You're the tortoise and the hare. The tortoise wins the race, but it happens over a slow and steady period of time. And then you have the King of Cups. Now, this could be him or this is going to be somebody else. So as you learn and you grow, either his energy or change, or you're going to attract somebody who is emotionally mature, empathetic, sensitive, and somebody who can match your energy. Now, at the bottom of the deck, you have the Queen of Swords and the Ten of Pentacles. What the divine is wanting you to understand right now is there's a part of you where you need. There's two energies. There's part of you that's the learner, but there's part of you that also needs to be more objective in your thinking, more logical, more realistic, like looking things through the lens of practicality and logic first, and not through the lens of sensitivity and emotion first. So the divine is saying, flex this muscle, you know, exercise this muscle, because this is the one that's weak right now. Learning how to be better at discerning through logic and less reactive through emotion. Because the empathetic, emotional side of you is where the imbalance is. That's what gets you into trouble. These people come in, you're like, oh my God, I want to love and I want to nurture, and that's beautiful. That's a gift. When you want to love and you want to nurture and you want to make people feel good, right? But not at the level of where you're unconsciously betraying yourself and you just don't realize it, right? So this is where awareness comes in to where you're like, I'm not going to betray myself anymore. And look, the Queen of Swords, by the way, it's interesting. She's got one sword in her hand and she's not blindfolded. Like all the other sword cards where you had the woman, the Two of Swords, she had two swords and she was blindfolded. The Eight of Swords, blindfolded, and there's eight swords. No, the Queen has got one sword and no blindfold. She's completely confident. And as you operate from this, you're getting one step closer to this. The Ten of Pentacles, which is the happily ever after. It's all the things. It's the Ten of Cups. It's all the things. You get all the things of the Ten of Pentacles. So you're really close. You're getting closer than you've ever been to whoever this guy is. Whether it's the guy that you're seeing now or whether it's somebody else. You're really close. So here you are. This is the woman that the divine is wanting you to become. This is you learning how to become her. This is you understanding that it's that slow and steady wins the race. And this is what it's leading you to. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when, Gino. But the win is dependent upon you. The more that you're willing to absorb and learn and integrate, the quicker the right guy shows up for you. And the way that you get there is not by focusing on him. The way that you get there is by focusing on you. And the more that you level up, you're going to start attracting him to you. He starts coming to you. That's how this works. Like however far out he is from you, you're calling him in by the more work that you do with you. So I hope that makes sense. And it's good to see you, my friend. I'm so glad that you're here. And I appreciate your patience and everybody else who's waited. Andrew, my friend Andrew. Andrew is here. Andrew, you're up. I'm going to try to burn through the rest of you guys as quick as I can. This is what happens when I don't come on for a while. Thank you, Gina. I'm glad. I'm just here doing my part. I'm just here doing my part the best I can at this point. Great question. Great question for Andrew. With just over a month left, what's ahead for me as I close out 2025? And for those of you that are not new to my channel, please like and subscribe if you feel so inclined to. And I would also like to remind everybody that you can get a free download by going to dreamoutloud.center/download. And you can get access to a free PDF with probably, I don't know, a little over 100 questions that you can sit with yourself and analyze and answer that will teach you all about the purpose of your life, your destiny, what you're here to do. All you have to do is put in your name, first name, last name, and your email. All you have to do is go to this page here. Dreamoutloud.center is the URL. It'll take you to this page here. Put in your first name, your last name, your email, and then when you click submit, you'll be taken to a page. Well, I'll just show you since the page left. Put my name in, there's my email, submit, and you'll be taken right to the download here. It's a Google Drive up top. You'll see the little download button. You can download it onto your phone or your computer. And you can see it's like 32, I think 32 pages there, and all types of questions that you can ask yourself. So, for example, your life's purpose. So, number one, recognizing the ache. What aspects of my current life feel dull, heavy, or like I'm just going through the motions? If I were brutally honest, what am I pretending to enjoy or tolerate but secretly hate? When do I feel most numb and how do I usually escape that feeling? And then you can see there's about 5 questions per category. And so if we go down, I don't know, we'll just go down here to the last one. Uh, if I can ask the universe one question right now, what would it be? What is the most courageous act I could take this week to say yes to a different life? I'll go down, we'll go down, we'll just go way down here into the guide. All right, so this is based on like your astrology. How am I meant to shine in this life? What feels most authentic when I drop all my masks? And then your Mercury, the planet Mercury, is all about communication, you know, and communication in the way that you think, right? So, what truths am I meant to communicate? How does my Mercury sign influence how I think and learn? So, for the astrology section, you would need to have your astrology chart because that's what these questions are based on. Where in your chart your Venus placement is, and questions you can ask based on that. And then you get into let's see, there's human design. I mean, I'll put everything in here. Human design is in here. This is all numerology, your life path, your expression number, your heart's desire, your personality number. So that's numerology is in here. I have questions in here for tarot. So there's all kinds of questions here. I mean, tons and tons of questions that you can ask yourself. We have the tree of life in here. So questions about the tree of life, if you're familiar with that. And if you're not, it's okay. The questions, you can still answer the questions, whether you have your human design chart or whether whatever. And so here, the questions you can ask if you have tarot cards. So you can pull one card for each question. So what archetype am I currently embodying? Well, grab your tarot cards, pull one card for that question, right? And then for each major arcana, you have another set of questions. So you can see there's all kind of questions here. I thought of everything I could think of, and I put it all in this PDF. You can get it absolutely for free just by going back to this website, dreamoutloud.center/download. All you got to put your name, first name, last name, email. And as soon as you hit submit, it's going to take you to that download page. And it's free. You can download that PDF and you can have it, sit with it, reflect on it, answer the questions, help you figure out what your purpose in life is, or maybe you'll just find a bunch of other cool information. All right. So just wanted to share that with all of you. All right. So Andrew, what's coming towards Andrew? Uh, what's coming up for Andrew here? For 20 between now and 2025. Yeah, with just over a month left, what's ahead for me as I close out 2025? Well, my friend, this is pretty powerful. A new start is coming. You have a new start is coming. Show the world the real you. Don't let your past hold you back. And this one came out in reverse, which is nothing is yet set in stone. And being that it came out in reverse, that just tells me that you don't believe it. There's a part of you that believes, there's a part of you that doesn't believe that things are going to change, or there's a part of you that may not believe that you can achieve what you're wanting to achieve, or that things might be different, or something. There's some type of limiting belief about you not believing that there can be a change, but that's not true. And the reason that this part of you doesn't believe that there can be a change is because you're allowing the past the past is influencing you too heavily, and that's just a human. That's not you're not unique in that, my friend. That's most people. Most people are being influenced by their past, whether they're consciously aware of it or not. That's why you have the influence card up here, by the way. It's one of the reasons why. It's also why you have the letting go card next to it. So what the divine is essentially saying is, in no specific order on the cards here, I'm just bouncing around. The divine is saying the more that you can let go And like I said earlier, and I forget whose reading it was, I was talking about acceptance. I think it was divine timing. The more that you're willing, you can accept. Letting go is just a form of acceptance. The more that you can accept the past for what it is and not allow yourself to be defined by it, that's where your freedom comes from. And letting go comes from accepting through feeling and other processing. The more that you process the past by allowing it to come through you, and just in uh, uh, bonus points, if you can do more than just allow it to come through you and accept it by feeling it to heal it, bonus points is if you have the self awareness to actually extract from it the lessons and the gold and the treasure of the things that it was meant to teach you that you could learn from it. That's the brownie points. So what's coming up for you? So we have the zodiac card here saying there's a whole you're accessing a whole different side of yourself and your future, because the zodiac is just a representation of the chart that you of your life that you charted before you came here. Whether you believe in reincarnation or not, that's what um that's what astrology is. Um, and I'm going to show you what I mean here. I just got to grab a good little reference here. This is a reference for all of you, because when I understood astrology from this perspective, everything made sense. I just got to get a screenshot here. And then I'm going to share my screen with all of you. Okay, no, not that one. This one? Yeah, maybe this one will be a good one. Um, Bear with me 1 second. We almost got it here. Okay, we got it. All right. So here is your typical astrology. So you start with the first house. Now look, the first thing to understand is look at, like, we have 12 months in a year, and we also on the clock you have 12 12 hours in a day, right? Which is ironic. And it's not by accident, by the way. So we all start in January in is the first month, and the first house is all about the self in astrology. And then you move through each one of these houses throughout the 12 months. So what this is essentially just showing us that as we go through life, what we're experiencing is each time we go through a different season of life, we're intended to learn different lessons about ourselves, right? So in astrology, the sun is always the center of the chart, which is the self in astrology. And so we're learning all the different parts of ourselves as we move through the wheel of life or the wheel of fortune. The wheel of life is just the zodiac, just us going through all the different houses so that we can learn all the different lessons about who we are. And we just keep repeating that cycle over and over and over again. And the the planets and the interaction of the planets with other things going on, all the complexities of astrology are just the different energies that are interacting within that season of life. But at the very, just to simplify everything, we're meant to go through each one of these houses to learn about different parts of ourselves. And the more that we learn about ourselves, the more that we can integrate and understand who we are, then the more whole we become, which is the sun sign. The more clear the sun is about clarity, the more clear it is that we become about who we are and why we're here. And it's just a never-ending cycle of going, okay, well, you know, we're always going to go through a January season of life, or we could call it a first house season of life. We're always going to go through a February season of life, or a second house season of life. We're always going to go through a March season of life, or a third house season of life, and on and on and on. We're always going to go through a season of life that interacts with a part of ourselves. And so the zodiac card for you, Andrew, comes out. What this is saying is that you're stepping into a different season of your life, looking at it from that perspective of, okay, well, now that I go into 2026, what is 2026? If I pull out my astrology chart and I look at it, all the lessons are there basically mapped out for me. It's telling me before I go into the lesson, it's telling me what it is that I could be learning if I choose. That's the brilliance of astrology. Astrology is there basically just to forecast and tell you what to expect based on where you'll land with your chart. And I'm oversimplifying something that's a little bit more complicated, but to keep it simple, that's what it's saying. Is if you look at your chart, you'll understand what you're supposed to be learning, what you can extract from it, what the best outcome is, and so on and so forth, blah 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 blah. So that's what that's saying. It's saying if you choose, you can go research and understand ahead of time what's all in store for you. Genesis is a new beginning. So you're about to step into a whole new season of life if you're ready for it. And that's key, if you're ready for it. Overthinking. This is one of the problems. You've been overthinking a lot of different things, which has been keeping you stuck. This is like an Eight of Swords energy. What's been keeping you stuck? Well, besides the patterns, the cycles of not trusting yourself, doubting yourself, your past, and things that you haven't let go of yet, that if you let go of them, and look, you have a new start coming in the Genesis. So twice in your reading, you have double confirmation that you're on the precipice, you're on the threshold, you're on the edge, the verge of stepping into a new life. Now, the influence card could go two different ways. The influence card, the reason that the influence card could go two different ways is one, what's been influencing you into the overthinking, which is what's keeping you stuck, or you taking your power back, and instead of you being influenced by things that are keeping you stuck, you become the creator instead of the reactor, which means you now take energy into your own hands. You become the leader, which is the leadership card here. Leadership is you becoming the magician in tarot. Let's grab him out really quick because it's the most important card in tarot, in my opinion. This card right here is the most important card in tarot because it always represents the self, you. You are the magician. You have infinite possibilities available to you, hence the infinity symbol over your head. The only thing that limits you from connecting to the infinite possibilities awaiting you is your connection to the divine or the connection to spirit. And the more connected you are to the divine, the more connected you are to spirit, the more power you have to wield over the four elements that create this virtual reality that we all exist in. And when you connect to this by letting go of this and letting go of the past, hence the letting go card here, when you step into the magician power, you've stepped into this leadership energy here. And that's what's possible for you. It's just a mental shift. It's just you making a decision, a new decision, even though you don't know. And this is the thing: is people are like, well, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to change. Again, pay attention to the word. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to change. Change is a form of doing. It's not about doing. It's about you investigating who you've been being. Who are the you that you've been being? And when you figured out the being that you are, then that will clear up the doings that you should be doing. But we live in a world that puts the cart before the horse. We live in a world that's obsessed with doing as a replacement for being. Just do more, do more, do more, do more, do. Hustle culture, do. Everything's about doing. Because doing in the perspective of the world of what we've been told is teaching us who it is that we think we're supposed to be. We've been told who we're supposed to be by the things that we've been told that we're supposed to do. Just do this, do that, do this, do that. And by doing this and doing that, you've proven who you're supposed to be. Wrong. That's not how it works. You can't do you can't do yourself into being. That's an oxymoron. You were a being before you ever started doing anything. The minute that you came out of your mother's womb, you were incapable of doing anything. You were fully reliant upon your parents, your caretakers. You were fully reliant upon beings, some type of guardian or caretaker to nurture you, to feed you, to put you to sleep and watch over you until you were able to grow up and become semi capable. So you came into this world not being able to do anything. You came into this world just being helpless, a helpless child, helpless, vulnerable child who had no knowledge, who had no experiences, had no trauma, no beliefs, no programming, no conditioning. But as you got older, you accumulated that. You began to take on all of that shit. And so you started to become the programming. You started to integrate with your experiences. Your identity began to form until you became the person that you are right now. And if your identity has been shaped more around what it is that you're supposed to do versus who it is you're supposed to be, then that's the number one knot that needs to be untangled. That's the thing that needs to be reversed. And that's why you've been spinning out in patterns because you've been looking for the solution. That's what everybody does. When something's not working in your life, you're not getting the results that you seek, we look for answers. We look for knowledge. Well, what's the magic pill? I want to lose, if you're overweight and you want to lose 30 pounds, what's the magic pill? Everybody wants the magic pill. How do I lose 30 pounds without having to sweat, without having to change my diet, without having to go to a gym, without having to lift heavy things, without having to breathe and lose my breath and do things that are very uncomfortable? How do I do it? Or I want love. How do I get love? How do I meet the person that's right for me? How do I stay out of a toxic relationship? How do I avoid being cheated on, betrayed, rejected, abandoned? You know, we're always trying to figure out the do. What's the plan? What's the strategy? How do I do this? How do I get it? And that's where we've been lied to. We've been lied to about the doing. There is no magic pill. The magic pill, the closest thing to a magic pill is you becoming the thing that is in alignment with the things that you want. And when you level up the you that is in alignment with the things that you're seeking, the knowledge, the knowing about the thing that you're supposed to do will meet you on that level. Now, what that doesn't mean is that you never have to learn, because that would be insanity, that's unrealistic, and that's untrue. Of course you still need to learn. Of course you need to research and learn and, you know, like if you need if you want a relationship, you got to read. If you want a healthy relationship, you got to get relationship skills. It's not just going to come out of you, right? Like if you want to learn how to make more money, then you have to learn how to make more money. Like you're still going to have to go outside of you and obtain knowledge. I'm not saying that we're not supposed to get more knowledge, but there's a difference in going out and getting knowledge and trying to integrate it to a version of you that hasn't hasn't you haven't evolved to the level to where you are in harmony with the things that you see. In other words, just because you have the knowledge, like you hand somebody a plan to be $1 million, like let's say you're a millionaire and you go out to a homeless guy and you say, "Hey, I'm a multimillionaire, and if you follow these 5 steps in the next 30 days, I promise you you'll be a millionaire." And you hand it. It's a golden ticket, a winning lottery ticket. You hand it to a homeless person. Like, here, just do these 5 things. You don't need any money. You don't need a job. You can be a homeless person and you can make $1 million in 30 days if you do these 5 things. You hand that list to that homeless person. I guarantee you, when you come back 30 days from now, they'll probably still be on the side of the road asking for money. And you go up to say, "Hey, what did you do with that list? I, why are you out here begging? I gave you a list. I said, man, for 30 days from now, you could be a millionaire. Just follow the things on the list. You don't even need, I mean, you can be homeless and do it." Because knowledge is never going to outgrow or I mean, let me rephrase this. Knowledge is never going to empower you to do something that you're not capable of doing, because you're not the person that's capable of that, because you're not being it, right? So hopefully I'm making my point, right? I feel like I'm kicking a dead horse here. It's like, okay, we get it out of you. Hopefully. But this is very important for you, Andrew, because this has been part of your pattern. It's putting the cart before the horse. You need to understand you first before you figure out the doing. That's what this leadership card is here, and that's why I went and got the magician card for you. It's learning who you are, the essence and the core of who you are. And until you know who the fuck you are, you're not going to have clarity or vision about anything moving forward. So, endings. There's lots of things in this year that need to end once and for all. Lots of things tied to your past. Don't let your past hold you back. This endings has to do with patterns that are influenced by your past, influenced by your thinking, and influenced by everything that I just said. Putting the doing before the being. All of that has to end. It's an ending. You're saying goodbye to your former self. You're breaking the habit of being who it was that you thought that you were, so that you have this genesis, this brand new beginning. And the you that you're meant to become is going to be entirely different than the you that you ever were. It may not happen overnight, but it doesn't mean that it's not going to happen quick. And then at the bottom, or not the bottom, I don't know why I said that, but then you have this card. Show the world the real you. And this is essentially the divine saying, you've just been holding back, man. You've just been holding back. And the question is, Andrew, why? Why have you been holding back? Why are you betraying yourself by withholding who and what you actually are unapologetically? Fuck what people think. Fuck what people's opinions are. Fuck what your opinion or your perception of is what people think. Fuck all that shit, man. You have to let go of all of that. Letting go means letting go of all of it. Waking up tomorrow and living like it's your last day on earth. I'm going to die. And you know what, Andrew? You are. You're going to die. I'm going to die. And everybody else on this chat's going to die. And you know what? Most people aren't going to wake up tomorrow thinking that tomorrow's going to be the day they're going to die. But you know what? Tomorrow could be the day that you die. Could be the day that I die. Or somebody else in the chat could be the day that they die. Certainty is an illusion. Nothing is certain. Every single one of us could die at any moment. So if you were going to live your life tomorrow like it was your last day and you didn't give two shits what people thought anymore, and you threw it to the wind and you said, I'm going to be me. It's my last day alive. I'm going to be who the fuck I want to be. I'm going to express myself. I'm going to create. I'm going to be. I'm going to whatever it means to be who you are unapologetically. That's the place that the divine is asking you to move forward in as you go into 2026. The divine is asking you with this letting go and this endings energy of saying, hey, between now and December 31st, 2025, I don't know how many days left that is. My math is terrible. There's like what, 30 days in November, 31 in December. So 28 plus 31, I don't know, the 70 days, roughly 70 days left in the year. Every day of the next 70 days that you wake up, or whatever the math is, it's your last day alive. Your last day alive. How do you live? Every day you wake up. Today is the day that I die. So I'm playing full out unapologetically. And then you wake up the next day. Today is the day that I die. So I'm going to live full out. I'm going to hold nothing back. Then the next day after that, you wake up. Today is the day that I die. I'm going to live full out. I'm going to live unapologetically. Now, hopefully, Andrew, you're not going to die. Hopefully, you're not going to die. Hopefully, nobody else in the chat's going to die. But for the sake of the metaphor, if you embody that and you embrace that mentality, what would be different? What would change? Because that's what the divine is asking you to do. Because what that's going to build in you is a sense of leadership and courage, because there's a part of you you've been holding back. And that part of you that you've been holding back contains the answers to a lot of the things that you've been searching for. You're not missing the answers, you're just missing a side of you that has the answers. So that when you step into the side of you that has the answers will be there to meet you, because you've chosen to integrate that part of you that has been missing the entire time. It's about being, not doing. And that part of you that's there, it's already there. It's there now. You are already the magician. You are already the leader. You already have all the tools, the resources, the knowledges, and the ability within you. You just have to be willing to express them, to go for it, and step out of the. If you want to walk on water, you got to get out of the boat. And you can walk on water. You're a water walker. You just got to get out of the boat. Even though you've never done it before, you have no idea what it's going to look like, what it's going to feel like, what to expect. That's life. Uncertainty is life. Doing shit that you don't know how to do, even when some part of you says do it anyway, that's life. That's faith. Faith is doing shit because your intuition tells you to, even though it makes no logical sense to do it. It's just saying, I'm going to do it. I'm going to take a leap of faith. That's why they call it a leap of faith and not a leap of logic. We're not taking a leap of logic, we're taking a leap of faith because it defies logic. And if you want to defy the odds, you have to defy the logic that defies the odds. and you have that power. So what's coming up for you is a new start. Show the world the real you. Cut in anything and everything that has to do with your past, with your patterns, with overthinking. Begin to learn about who it is that you are, because the answers are there in your chart. Understand that you are the magician. Pay attention to how you influencing yourself and how things outside of you are influencing you. Stop overthinking everything because that's part of the pattern, the logic cycle. Take a leap of faith. This card was in reverse, which is things are nothing is set in stone. It was in reverse because a part of you thinks that nothing can change. That's not true. That's a lie. And if you just do it messy, you do it imperfect, and you take a leap of faith, a new start is coming. And you can't make this shit up, Andrew. I took this card off the top because I felt guided to. A new start is coming, and look right underneath it. Luck is on your side. Fortune is in your favor, Andrew, but fortune favors the brave. If you want the fortune, you got to be brave. And courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is doing it scared shitless and not knowing what the outcome is going to be. Because courage isn't based on the outcome. And the more that you learn, the like myself, the more that I've learned through my own personal growth and spiritual journey, is certainty is an illusion. The minute you think you get the thing that you want, you just open up a different world with different lessons that come with different problems. Nothing is certain. I have yet to find one thing in my life that has ever been certain. I'm not certain. The version of me is not certain. No relationship has been certain. My money's never been certain. Job has never been certain. Health has never been certain. There's absolutely nothing in my life that has ever been certain. And yet, so many of us are so obsessed with trying to get certainty in a reality that shows us time and time and time and time again that certainty doesn't exist. So it seems to me that it would make more sense the sooner that we can get on board with uncertainty, which is reality, and saying, hey, nothing is certain, and it never will be, ever. The minute that you can accept that, instantaneously you've empowered yourself beyond 99% of the rest of the world who is stuck in the certainty trap. Certainty sickness is what I call it. So I hope that makes sense to you. You're welcome, my friend. I'm so glad that you were here. All right. Who is up? I'm going to have to burn through the last of you guys. I apologize. I got a bedtime. Alicia, if you are here, you may ask your question. All right, Alicia is on it. She not fucking around. He's like, I have my question ready. Good job, Alicia. I want to know. Okay, I want to know what my partner's current feelings for me and with whom I can come in a good romantic relationship, or what person I should invest my energy. Okay, thanks, Gene. Yes, and for those of you who are into would like to go over, hop over to my music channel, check it out. If it's your vibe, it's your vibe. If it's not, it's not. But everybody likes music, so I thought I'd share. All right, Alicia. All right, so for you, between you and the person that you're asking about, okay, so there's two people. So what the divine's not really so much focused on the individual aspects of the people themselves so much as where it is that you need to be within yourself in regards to them. Because if you're focused on them, then you're giving your power away because they're not really what matters. What matters is the relationship that you have to yourself first, and then you deciding who and what it is that you want based on the relationship you have with yourself. Because you can only control you can't control anything outside of you. You can only control yourself. With that being said, I'll try to see what which energy of the two that you're referring to is more in alignment with you if it comes to me. But if it doesn't, then I'm not gonna make anything up. So we have healing, we have effort, we have trust, we have guarded, we have fear, we have passion, we have heartbreak sideways, which is interesting because over here we have the three of swords sideways. You can't make it up. This card came out sideways and this card came out sideways as well. So right now you're torn. There's unresolved heartbreak here within you. You haven't completely gotten over somebody. You're in between here. You have the heartbreak because if it's upright, it would say like the three of swords upright would say you're still experiencing the heartache. If it was reversed, it would say that you've gotten over it. You've healed from it. So the fact that the healing is here is saying healing needs to be done before you start trying to make decisions about relationships, because if you make a decision based on where you're sitting right now, then you're going to be making an emotionally you're going to be making a decision based on hurt feelings and emotions, which is illusion, instead of healed, which is truth. In other words, right now you're being influenced by pain, loss, heartbreak, instead of, hey, I'm healed, I'm healthy, I'm whole, I know, like you know, I'm in a good place for a relationship. So that's the first thing, that if you if you're not careful here, then you're going to make a bad decision because you're making it off of hurt, pain, loneliness, rejection, abandonment, whatever emotion you would attach to that. So you want to make sure that you're healed first before you start making decisions about any type of relationships. It doesn't matter who it is. Okay, that's the first message. Take it. I mean, it's just a take it or leave it thing. Effort. So there's two energies attached to this. The first energy attached to effort is, are you going to put effort into doing the work that's necessary to put yourself first before you go out and you rebound, or you make a decision based off your hurt feelings and the pain, which is probably just going to create more pain for you because you're not thinking straight. You're making a decision that's based on emotion instead of seeing the truth through reality when you're in a more neutral place within yourself. That's the first energy. Are you willing to put the effort into healing yourself, get clear, take a pause, get yourself straightened out first before you start making relationship decisions? Now, the second energy is, what energy is putting forth the right effort towards you? Is it reciprocal? If do you have Are you connecting with people who are matching your effort? And who matches your effort? Who is more compatible, right? That's what that's saying. Trust. There are a lot of trust issues here. There's two energies attached to the trust card. One has to do with trust issues. You don't trust yourself, and because you don't trust yourself, you're going to project that onto your partners and you don't trust them, regardless of whether or not they've done anything to be, you know, questionable. Like if they've done anything, you know, what's the word? Untrustworthy, or I guess, right? So they may not have done anything. They may be doing everything perfectly fine and right, but because you have trust issues or insecurities, you'll project those trust issues onto them, even though they've not done anything wrong. That's the first energy. Second energy is, okay, when someone shows you who they are, do you believe it? Have you had an experience with either one of these guys you're asking about? And which one of them has shown to be more trustworthy than the other? Who's more consistent? Who follows through? Are you ignoring any red flags? There's two energies attached to guarded. You're guarded because you've been hurt, and so that that guarded energy that you're in is just attracting partners who are also going to be guarded towards you, because they're going to sense that you're guarded. They're not going to be able to trust you because, okay, well, she's, I sense she's holding back. I sense something's off with her. So if you don't want somebody who's going to be guarded towards you and withhold from you, then you're going to have to stop being guarded towards them. Then you have fear. And fear, this is just the most obvious. Fear is just, I'm afraid of getting hurt again. I'm afraid of making the wrong decision. There's two guys. You get the two of wands here. You got a choice. One guy and another guy. I'm afraid of which choice to make. Well, you wouldn't be afraid if you're not in fear, because fear distorts the truth. Fear separates us from the divine inside of us. Fear separates us from our intuition. You can't know the truth when you're in fear. And then you have passion. That's pretty obvious. Passion is what you seek. You're looking for a passionate connection. Your heart is looking for that, for this. Your heart is looking for a king of wands, someone passionate, charismatic, chemistry. You want that. You want that energy of desire. But are you embodying it? Are you providing the very thing that you want from a man? And only you can answer that question, by the way. And the reason I say that is because we have this Queen of Cups that's in reverse right in the middle of your reading, which represents you. This is somebody who is disconnected from her emotions. And the reason that she's disconnected from her emotions is because she's been through a lot of pain. And so when we're avoiding our feelings and our emotions, it's because we don't want to feel the hurt, which is why the guarded energy is here. And there's chicken wire or barbed wire that's wrapped around that heart, and there's a shield. Very, very intense artwork to represent something powerful. And what's unfortunate about guarded energy, the illusion and the lie of guardedness, is that we think we think we're doing ourselves a favor. We think we're protecting ourselves. When the reality is we're actually harming ourselves even more. And I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't have boundaries. I'm not suggesting that there isn't a time for us to protect what is most sacred to all of us, which is our heart. But it's when we live there, when we perpetually live from the place of, I'm going to guard my heart no matter what, we become a queen or a king of pentacles in reverse, where we become detached or avoidant. We start avoiding emotions. And when you're avoiding emotions, then you're avoiding connection, because connection is true connection. Healthy connection is impossible without emotion. you can't have a healthy relationship when you're avoiding the emotions that create the connection that bind you together through passion. So the very thing that you want, which is the passionate connection, is unavailable to you because you're avoiding the very thing that would get it that would provide it for you. Emotion is the bridge to connection. It's the glue that binds human beings together. Passion alone is fleeting. You can have passion with a stranger. You can have a hookup, a one night stand, and it can be passionate and it'll mean nothing because there was no emotion. It's empty. Passion without connection is empty. So that's the major issue with you, Alicia. Now, down here, there's a cycle that you need to close out, but the world also represents wholeness. So the divine is saying, hey, more importantly than the person that you need to choose is you need to get whole within yourself. You need to resolve this pain and you need to resolve whatever it is that would get you from the Queen of Pentacles in reverse to the Queen of Pentacles upright. And then when the Queen of Pentacles shows up, I'm not the Queen of Pentacles, the Queen of Cups shows up upright, now you're in a place and a position where you're starting to integrate wholeness, and that's going to change the pain that you've experienced, and that's going to open the door to the right type of relationship. And the relationship that's right with you for you is this guy. You're looking for a King of Wands upright, but right now you're not going to see him. Any King of Wands that you see right now is going to be a King of Wands in reverse because you're viewing it through the lens of your pain instead of the lens through the lens of your healing. How do you do it? How do you get there? How do you get the Queen of Cups in reverse to become the Queen of Cups upright? By accessing the Queen of Pentacles. You have to ground yourself first. And when you ground yourself first, then you'll heal your emotions because the Ace of Cups here is a card of self love. And as you begin to love yourself through practical, grounded work, it's going to take effort. You'll heal your wounds. And as you heal your wounds, then you will step back into your healthy, natural healing energy, which will complete the cycle that you need to complete so that you can have the healthy relationship that you're meant to have. And then you'll be ready to attract the right king that you're meant to have. That's what the divine is saying in terms of what you need. Now, what you can do and what you can choose is up to you. Two of Wands. You can do whatever you want. So there's the guy number one you asked about, guy number two you asked about, and then there is what's really available to you, which is the world that this guy is holding in his hand. Think of it like a crystal ball. Holding a crystal ball in your hand, and you can ask the crystal ball anything, and it'll show you the truth. You're being asked to inquire of the crystal ball of what's true, and that's all the answers that you got out here. So it's about healing you, putting yourself first, and healing yourself. And as you heal yourself, then you'll know who this guy is supposed to be. Because the divine is not telling me to tell you who it is, and it's not me not telling you who it is because I don't want to tell you. It's me not telling you because the divine isn't telling me who it is. If the divine told me who this guy was, I would tell you who this guy was. But the divine isn't telling me who this guy is. And because the divine isn't telling me, I can't tell you. So I don't know. I don't know who this guy is. But look on the back of Look on the back of his throne. You have this man and a woman there, and you have the man and the woman here. Whoever he is the person you're supposed to be with. But you're not going to attract him into your life right now in the energy that you're in because you're in this Queen of Cups reverse energy. And the reason that you're in the Queen of Cups reverse energy is because you haven't healed from something entirely. Now, the good thing is that this is sideways, which is saying you're at least halfway there. If it was upright, it would say you haven't done any healing. But sideways is saying you've done at least some. So you just need to go the rest of the way to where this would be completely in reverse, and then you've done all the healing. And that's confirmed here. Well, that's the and that question that you just asked about can I know how these two guys see me? That's this. Fear. You want certainty. How do they feel? How do they feel? Certainty, certainty. I need to know. I need to know. I need to know. That's fear talking. The divine is saying you got to let that shit go. You're focused on the wrong thing. You don't need to be focused on how they feel. You need to be focused on yourself. It's the anxiety, the anxiousness. I got to know, I got to know, I got to know. Certainty, certainty, certainty. I need to know. No, you don't need to know. You think you need to know because you're in fear. And the divine is saying this is one of the things that you need to do to heal so that you can have this. The divine is saying stop focusing on the men, Alicia. Stop focusing on the men. You need to focus on you. And the more that you focus on you, the clearer it's going to become who this is. Focus on you, and you'll figure out who this guy is. This is the guy you want to be with. He's the right choice. It could be one of them, it could be the other, it could be neither one of them. It could be somebody totally different you've never even met before. I don't know. The divine isn't telling me. But what the divine is telling me is if you want to find out, you need to stop focusing on them. So I hope that helps for you. All right, so we just had a donation, I think, from, oh, was it Marie? You were here? Oh, no, it was from Aqua. Aqua. Aquamai. Aquamai, you may post your question. You will, Alicia. You will definitely find them. And if there's anybody else in the chat that absolutely wants to make sure, 1,000% sure that you get a reading, now would be the time to donate. Because whatever I have left will be done at 3, which is it's 2:25 my time. So that's what I don't know, 35 minutes. 35 minutes, I think. But Aquamai, you may ask your question because you donated. Aqua Emmy. Okay, I'm sorry. Aqua Emmy. That makes more sense. Thanks, Gene. Aqua Emmy. That's a good question, also. I don't know. Let's see. Okay. No question in the PayPal. But Emily, if you were there, Emily, maybe she's typing her question. It's possible. I know sometimes it takes me a moment to type out all my questions. So give Emily a second here to type it out. Maybe. Emily. 4429. Emily, where did you go? Uh, Nicole, Nicolette, if you're here, you can post your question and I'll circle back around to Emily when she shows up. And if Nicolette is not here, we can do Teresa. Teresa, if you are here, anybody? Teresa? Well, Gene, I guess I'm doing your reading next. Okay, may I ask what eyes? I think it's eyes. Feelings, next actions towards me. Yeah, I think I read that. I had to lean in. Eye. I'm getting old. My eyes, a tiny ass little monitor too. I'm feeling like a little bit. I'm feeling a little froggy here. I'm gonna check all the things. Well, that's fun. So we have unrequited love. Um, there's not enough attraction or chemistry to keep this relationship going. Uh, then we have healing family issues, and don't take these literally because these could be different energies representing different issues. But I was drawn to pull it, so I did. But healing family issues, your love life benefits as you forgive your parents, or yeah. So, but it'll have relevance here. So then we have the honeymoon. Enjoy the bliss of holiday time together, which is interesting because we're actually getting into the holiday, like it's we're moving into the holiday season, right? And then we have make the effort at the bottom, which says great love is worth taking the steps you're guided to take. All right. So then what'll be interesting is to see how those cards integrate with whatever else comes out. Just I don't know. I guess for fun maybe. Uh, I'll stick with what I got. I got a shit ton of cards. I'm like, which ones? Okay, so we'll do we'll do his energy or his feelings towards you first. Okay. Okay. Knight of Cups. So there's that. We got the Knight of Cups for his feelings towards you. Um, all right, second card. What are his fears, doubts, and insecurities? Oh, trust issues. Seven of Swords. Either trust issues or avoidant issues. Um, what action is he going to take towards you? Ha! Death. Okay. All right. That's random. Transformation. And at the split, we have the Six of Swords and the Two of Pentacles. All right, so let's take a look at this real quick. A little investigation is needed here. Emily, I'm going to circle back to you, so don't worry. Your phone died, no problem. As soon as I finish Jean's reading, I will do you next because you donated, so don't worry. Why is death here? Okay, well, you can't make this up. The Six of Swords literally just came out again. And the Three of Swords. Six of Swords here, Two of Pentacles tied to that. Six of Swords, Three of Swords, Eight of... So he's working on something. Maybe he's working on letting go of something. So his actions towards you, death. So he's got 1 foot in and 1 foot out kind of deal. Well, the Two of Pentacles here is like a 1 foot in, 1 foot out. It's uncertainty because of trust issues. I think what death is saying here, Gene, is I think it's like saying that he's aware. It's a few things. I think it's he's aware that he needs to get over some shit in his life, but he's also aware that some type of change is needed in his own life. There's something he needs to let go of and move on from, which is the Six of Swords, and I think he's trying, and it's whatever this pain is, but there's something that he's juggling on. And so he's got this Queen of Wands, and that's you, I'm assuming, because you're the Leo. So they got the Queen of Wands down here. We have the Eight of Pentacles, which is effort. So I'm curious, why is the Six of Swords here then? I'm going to put this Three of Swords back in case it wants to hop out again. The Six of Swords is already, so I'm going to put the Six of Swords back in is on this one as well, since we're using this as kind of like a clarifying deck. So I'll just kind of put that here for a second. And we know that these two cards are tied to this death card. Shuffle it one more time. Why is death here? Or no, not death. Why is the Six of Swords here? Oh, my cards were upside down. Dang it. Um, well, I was holding my deck upside down, and the cards came out upside and reverse. So, but I don't think it matters whether it's reverse or not. It's going to be the same thing. He's not completely. He needs to get over somebody. Whoever this Queen of Cups is that came out sideways, he's not completely over. So the Death card is saying he's basically in transition. I think that's what this is saying. Six of Swords transition and the Two of Pentacles. Like he's got two energies he's juggling. Um, the Knight of Cups in reverse and the Four of Swords in reverse, right? Like, so he's trying to get over somebody, I think. I don't know why. I mean, I asked specifically what action he's taking towards you. I guess maybe it's a way that in a way it's saying, hey, he's kind of like maybe he's kind of rebounding ish, or maybe you're helping him get over a past person potentially. Maybe that's what it is. Um, let's ask what the future potential outcome is. What is the future potential outcome? Uh, there's a conflicted energy. It's not certain now. It's sideways. It's saying that there could be some misunderstandings more than I think conflicts with the five of wands sideways. Bottom of the deck though we have the ten of cups. So the ten of cups is here. But underneath that we also have the eight of cups, which is I think again he's needing to leave something behind. And slow and steady wins the race, but there's a steadiness here, so that's good. But this ten of cups is promising. Um, what's in Gene's highest good? So what's in your highest good? Ooh, staying out of confusion, staying out of illusion, not fantasizing or idealizing, but also I think making up your mind because we still have the ten of cups at the bottom. We have the three of pentacles here, and I think this is just get the three of pentacles. I think is really like you. I mean, it's work. It could be a work, like work related, but I think it's more like you really like having like practical discussions, right? Like getting to really know him and just keeping it like having all of like the adult conversations, like the real conversations about the future, about what you both want, what's real, what's practical. Um, but what's in your highest good is to decide what you want and stay out of any confusion or illusion here. What advice? What advice do you have for June? Ooh, two of cups. The divine is giving you a green light. The divine is saying, hey, this person could be a good person for you. Ooh, ace of wands. Hey, somebody might be getting laid soon. But with every good, with every light, there is the shadow, the moon, which is tied to the seven of cups for you. Fears, illusion, uncertainty, lack of clarity, all of that. So there's a little bit of a warning here with the ace of wands. It's like, hey, you guys start getting a little bit frisky. Be careful that that passion, that energy, that chemistry doesn't cloud your judgment. Which I know you know all of this, but I have to say it. I gotta tell you the things. I gotta tell you the things. Um, so that's the advice of when your highest good. What? So what do you need to know right now? Like, what's the most important thing for you to know right now? And then I'll ask what you need to do. All right. The most important thing for you to know right now is to understand that he's been through a lot, and I think you've been through a lot. And so that there's like an element of like maybe patience, compassion, and empathy here because you got the nine of wands, and just knowing that he's coming out of something or ending something or maybe transitioning through something that's kind of a difficult thing, and the persistent you might need to be persistent here. Like at least like that's kind of what happened with me in the last 4 months. You know, I met the girl that I'm dating now back in June, and it started off like, you know, all fairies and rainbows. But then in July, well, technically, it was the end of June. So July was really the month that was kind of easy peasy. So it was August. Once we got into August, which was really the second month, things started getting a little bit shaky. And then September, the first half of September, things calmed down a little bit. Then the second half of September, they started getting a little rocky. And then this last month of October, it was this like a tower moment, like fucking shit blowing up everywhere. And I wasn't sure if she and I were gonna like. I didn't know. I was like, I don't think this is probably gonna work out. Like it just, we were just. It was like every time something else was happening. But despite the odds, she and I both persisted, and we had some major breakthroughs in the last 2 weeks. We just had some really, really major breakthroughs. And so now we're in a really good place. We figured a lot of things out. We have a game plan now. Like we figured out a lot of things. But we had at least one or two of these towers, um, and it was hard, and I questioned it, but I persisted, and I'm glad that I did. So for you, the tower is basically saying, I think again that there's something here that's transforming in his life that's caused him to be in this Nine of Wands energy. He's gone through a bunch of stuff, and I think you're just being asked, if you can, to be patient with him, because he's going through a process right now. He's going through a process right now. Let me ask what I guess the near future outcome. I don't remember which questions I asked now that I put them all on the table. But what's the near future outcome? Ah, beautiful. Temperance. So the near future outcome with you and him is peace, balance, harmony, beauty, alchemizing. This is a wonderful card. Temperance has actually been one of my favorite cards for myself recently in my own relationship. This card kept coming out for me in my person, and I've learned so much about this card through my own experience. But and the key with temperance really is patience. It's just not assuming anything. And it's like if you can be intentional, you can really lean into this energy. It's like so many beautiful things are possible with this card. I really love this. So for the near future outcome, it's really beautiful. It's beautiful. All right, so what should you do? What should you do? Another beautiful card. You're asked to just stay in your beauty, stay in your self-worth, be nurturing, be grounded, love yourself, but be in your divine feminine energy towards him. And at the bottom of the deck, stay curious and open and just have fun. Page of Wands. So there's no major red flags here. You had that Ten of Cups earlier at the bottom of the deck. This relationship has a lot of potential. He's got the Knight of Cups feelings for you. His greatest fears are probably trust issues. His actions towards you are whatever this, everything we looked at with the Six of Swords and the Six of Swords twice, the Three of Swords, all of that. Um, I forget what I said here. Maybe the near future outcome or something. I forget. But, misunderstandings more than conflict with the 5 of Wands separate. The thing that you need to be careful of the most, 7 of Cups. I think we said what you could expect maybe here. I forget which I said, but really good outcome. I think this was the advice. I should have wrote down what the questions were because I don't remember them all. But you can rewind and obviously see them. But there's nothing bad here. There's literally nothing bad here. The worst thing on the table is just his fears, his own insecurities and fears, which is trust issues with the 7 of Swords, maybe avoidance. But all this is green light, my friend. This is actually pretty exciting. I mean, compared to the past when we've done readings and the other types of options that you've had in the past, they were nothing like this. And the energy was confusing. It was hard to read. There was always some drama, some bullshit going on. So this makes total sense. And so it makes sense now when I'm looking up here because you got the healing family issues, which is probably tied to the 7 Swords. The unrequited love is whatever it is that he's trying to close out. The honeymoon, and it's interesting that the honeymoon energy, there's that 6 of Swords energy. There's the boat, all right? The people in the boat again. I just noticed that. So there's a time. It's like the divine is saying, "Hey, you enjoy it," and then it says, "Hey, this person's worth it. Make the effort." So I think for you, June, I think it's a green light. There's nothing bad here. You know, just normal stuff. Be persistent. Be patient. Be loving. Be kind. Stay in your power. Don't betray yourself. Be nurturing, but be in your divine, your feminine energy, and just understand that he's hurt, he's wounded, he's gone through some shit, but he's got true, genuine feelings for you with the Knight of Cups energy. So, I mean, it's all green light. It's all green light. Okay, Emily, your phone died, but you're back. You donated. You donated. For those of you hopping in, please feel free to like, subscribe, and share, and all the things. So you guys will never miss out, be it now, be it later. No, thank you, Gene, for being my mod, a wonderful friend, and for being so amazing and helping me out and all the things. And you can send me an email. I did receive your emails. I'm sorry, Gene. I've been so terrible at responding. Um, I'm just terrible. That specific email gets away from me sometimes because I don't have my notifications, and then I have to remind myself to go check. But send me an email, Gene. You can always email me, and I owe you like a bajillion readings, by the way. Okay, so Emily is here. Emily, you can ask your question now that your phone is charged. Yeah, I've been busy. Life, relationships, writing a book, making music. I'm excited to get the second book out here soon. But I also have some other things that I'm working on in regards to my channel, but also creating a community. I've got a few things that are happening, all in good time. What are Marcus's thoughts and feelings? Okay, I'm assuming Marcus's thoughts and feelings towards you. I mean, I feel like that's probably the obvious question. All right, Marcus's thoughts and feelings towards Emily. Well, he thinks you're fun. He has a lot of fun with you. We got that. But that's not all. But wait, there's more. Ooh. He thinks you're hard to read. You're mysterious to him. He can't figure you out exactly. There's something about you, Emily, he can't quite put his finger on. Now, the differences came out in reverse, which is interesting. So, this tells me there's some type of insecurity he has, or he doesn't believe either. It could be either or both. He's either got an insecurity that's not necessarily true, he's just made it up in his mind, or you guys have history. And the reason you guys might have history is because the bottom of the deck is telling on you. We have memories at the bottom of the deck. Obviously, if you've never been with each other before, you wouldn't have memory. So I'm assuming you and Marcus have history together. And if that's true and you have history together, then this differences energy in reverse is saying that you guys had conversations or arguments or conflict or something happen where, you know, you guys said things in regards to, well, we must not be right for each other. We're not compatible, or we're too different, or you think that and I think this. There's some type of things where you believe, whether you said it out loud to each other or whether it was just an internal thought that you had that you're not compatible or you can't work. And he's saying, well, I disagree. He doesn't believe it. So whatever the conflicts are, whatever he believes, no, I think we can work. What else? All right, well, this explains it. There's codependency here. You guys could have a runner chaser dynamic. There could be an anxious avoidant attachment. So it's like it's a little bit of a love hate relationship. We have patience now at the bottom of the deck, and we have open up. So with the mystery card here, I think it's like you guys haven't really exposed yourselves to each other, not vulnerably, not at the deepest level. You've been playing it safe, which is why the fun card is here. And while fun is fun, fun is also surface. And that's the energy that's coming off of that. And that's why the mystery is here, is because we play and we pretend, we put on masks to cover our vulnerabilities because we want people to perceive us in a certain way, or we just want to hide certain elements and attributes, or we adapt and change ourselves to be a way that we think is pleasing to the person that we desire. So there's a little bit of just fakeness. And I'm not saying that you're fake, and I'm not saying he's fake, but there's a fakeness in the sense of inauthenticity because you're not really opening up and being who you really are. Whereas if you were being open and authentic about who you really were with each other, that would have a different effect on your relationship, as opposed to pretending because you think pretending is going to have a better outcome or better result than actually being open and vulnerable, because being open and vulnerable could lead to hurt and pain and rejection and abandonment and God knows whatever the belief is that you have, because you're human. We're all human. And you're no different than anybody else. And that's not me judging you, by the way. That's just me speaking to what's real of human nature. Bottom of the deck, we have patience. So if you're going to be with this guy, or whatever's going to happen with you guy, whether you be with him or not, You're being two things are happening. There's two energies attached to patience. The first one is patience is going to be required regardless of what happens to you, and you're also learning patience whether you want to learn it or not. Patience with yourself, patience with your partner, patience in divine timing, patience just all around. But we're not going to stop there. We're going to look at all the things. That's just that. Those messages. Let's take a look at the other messages. Specifically, we're starting with how does he feel about you right now? Specifically, how does he feel about you right now? What are Marcus's feelings towards Emily right now? He's unsure. Two of Pentacles. He's back and forth. 1 minute he feels one way, 1 minute he feels the other way, and that's because of this. In this, these two cards and the open up card, these three cards really are what's affecting his uncertainty. He can't figure you out, so he doesn't know where you stand with him, and because he doesn't know where you stand with him, he's unsure about where he should stand with you. The difference is in reverse. He's like, well, I don't think we're that different. I think that we can make it work, but I don't know what she thinks. And then we have open up here, and since no one's really embracing the truth, here, and when I say no one's embracing the truth, I'm not saying that you've been dishonest. I'm not saying that you've lied. I'm not saying you haven't been honest at all. I'm saying that overall, there's things that have not been conveyed or communicated or portrayed in the honestness and the realness and the vulnerabilityness of what is real. And all this fear has to do with this codependency thing. Because again, it's like a love-hate type of relationship here. So his feelings towards you right there are right now are that. Now, what are his major fears? So his feelings are this card. What are his major fears right now towards you? What is his number one fear towards Emily? He's not sure that you're stable, grounded, or consistent. Basically, to summarize, he's not sure that you're a reliable person, which is the Queen of Pentacles. Now, he might have a different word for it. That's my word for it. So don't get hurt when I say this, but that's the energy that the card's attached to. So that's his main fear. What action might he take towards you, if any? Okay, so we have the death card. Now, this could be one of two things. And we have the tower, which is the reason for the death card. And then we had the nine of swords. Something sudden and major happened. I don't know what it is, but you know what it is. That's the tower card. Something blew up in your relationship. And right now, he thinks it's probably over with the death card. And if he doesn't think that it's over, he thinks that there's a major, major transformation that needs to happen. Something needs to end once and for all, whether it's a pattern of being, whether it's a certain, type of communication or conflict, whatever your pattern is that you've had with him needs to stop at the very least. But he may also think that the relationship is done with and he's really, 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 really in his head about it because we have the nine of swords. So he's stressed out about it. He can't think, he can't eat, he can't sleep. I mean, he's really stressed out about this, the nine of swords. So whatever this is not going well for him. sitting back with his feet kicked up, just smoking a cigar, like, all right, yeah, well, everything's great over here. He's definitely, you know, he's fucked up about this situation. So whatever dynamic that you're in with him, it's deeply affecting him. Um, all right, so we said his current energy, his fear, and I guess the future potential outcome there, I think is what we asked. Um, what do you need to know? What's in your highest good to know? Which is, I guess, similar to like advice, like an advice card. What do you need to know? What's in your highest good? What advice? But this is for you specifically, not necessarily for you and him, just you specifically. Okay. You have two. Okay. Okay. Now we got it. You the two cards of all cards that could come out. You got the devil and the tower. So this explains it all. Something in your relationship with Marcus was toxic. There's the devil. Whatever the pattern was, codependency was part of it. And it's interesting because codependency can be part of the devil energy because you got the chains of the codependency here and you got the chains with the devil. So there was something toxic in your relationship with him. And once the toxicity of the relationship you have with him reached a boiling point, it blew up with the tower. And that's why he thinks it's over with the death card. At the bottom of the deck, you're not taking any action towards him and he's not taking any action towards you. And both of you feel like this person sitting underneath the tree who's unhappy, unfulfilled, disinterested, bah humbug, pity party. But in the reality, both of you are also like the person behind the tree. Secretly, you still have feelings for him, and secretly, he still has feelings for you. But you're both pretending like you don't. You're pretending like, nah, I'm not interested in fuck you. And he's over there thinking, nah, she's done, fuck her. You're both playing the same thing. You're mirroring each other. And then you have the Six of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck, which is reciprocity, equal give and take, and generosity. So this is the exact opposite of the Four of Cups energy. This is basically saying, again, you both secretly want to take action. You both want to give. You both want to actually reach out. But you also both feel like the other person wasn't carrying their weight. You both feel like the other person wasn't doing enough. And you both feel like the other person was probably responsible for what happened. In other words, blame. They're the ones that were more responsible than I was. They're the reason why this happened, not me. Even if secretly deep down you know that you're responsible too, you probably want to make them more responsible because then that way you don't have to feel as bad about the things that you did. That's just a human tendency. I'm guilty of it, and so is anybody else that has the balls to admit that they're human when it comes to relationships. So this isn't for you to beat yourself up over, but it's something that you can bring self-awareness to, which gives you compassion and empathy for yourself and Marcus. And then in that energy, something beautiful could potentially happen. So being that these cards came out for what's in your highest good or the advice is saying, yeah, what you need to know about it in terms of advice, what you need to understand, what you need to know is that this toxic cycle was unsustainable. You were not going to be able to continue on whether you wanted to or not because these two cards are majors. The devil and the tower are majors. It was inevitable. And the tower, the purpose of the tower is to destroy illusions, the things in our lives that are not sustainable. That's what a tower does. A tower blows up something in our life that's not in our highest good so that we can get free from this asshole, the devil. because the devil is what comes right before the tower. And the tower is what gives us the opportunity to get free of the devil. And so the tower is a good thing, actually, because it's freeing you and giving you an opportunity to see, okay, the toxic cycle can't continue to go on no matter how much I love this person, no matter how deeply I feel for them. I've got to end the toxic cycle. And if I don't end the toxic cycle, then just the laws of cause and effect will end the cycle because eventually we'll reach a threshold and the thing's going to blow up anyway. Every bomb has a timer on it. And in a toxic relationship, the clock is ticking down. And then once the clock hits zero, the bomb explodes and you get the tower moment. And so the rest of the advice is it's okay, so this was inevitable. You can't change this because it needed to happen. It's actually a blessing in disguise for you. But the next thing is you deciding what you're going to do. Now, what is your truth? The Four of Cups. If you really have feelings for this guy, then the only way for you to find out what can be transformed, what can be restored, what can be done is by stepping out of your comfort zone, stepping out of apathy, stepping out of ego, stepping out of pride, stepping out of pain and hurt, stepping out of blame and all the things that humans go through when they go through a breakup or disconnection or conflict, and bypassing all of that and being the bigger person, taking responsibility for what you've done, which doesn't mean you're taking responsibility for what he's done, just taking responsibility for what you've done. What he's done is his, what you've done is yours. And if you're willing to take responsibility for what you've done, then you're in a powerful position. And if you really have feelings for him, then you can communicate in a way that doesn't give your power away and it doesn't make you wrong. But it also doesn't mean that he's wrong. It doesn't blame him, doesn't punish him. It means you stay on your side of the road, but at least you get to express what's true for you. And if what's true for you is that you have feelings for him, which the Four of Cups here indicates that you do, because there you are behind the tree with the cup saying, "Hey, yeah, I know. I'm pretending like I don't care, but I really do, and I've got this cup of love for you." And he's doing the same thing to you. Here you are pretending like you don't care, and he's over there saying, "Hey, I know I'm acting like I don't care about you, but I really do have feelings for you, and I'm just pretending like I don't." So you're both pretending, and that's part of the mask that you're both wearing. And these are the games that we play when we're trying to protect ourselves from getting hurt. We play these games when in reality, the only path to get to a win is to open up and be real and be authentic about what's true. And to do that will require you to take responsibility for the only thing you can do, which is yourself. And that means going in and saying, "Hey, this is what I've realized. These are the things that I've done wrong. This is what I've learned. This is what I'm committed to changing. And this is how I feel about you, regardless of the conflicts we've had, regardless of the things that we've said and we've done. I do love you. I do care about you. But we have some toxic shit. We had a toxic relationship. We're not relating very well. And I feel that if we're going to figure out how to relate well, or if we're at least we're going to have a chance to find out if we can do it well, we both need to take responsibility and accountability, and we both need to commit to doing something different than what we've been trying to do. Because if you could do it right, you would have done it right. If you knew what to do it differently than what you've been doing, you would have done it. And this is the insanity of what people do, and I'm guilty of it because I've done it, is you keep trying to go back and resolve it, and you keep getting the same result, which is the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing, expecting a different result. Eventually, you have to just realize and be honest with yourself and say, I'm trying as hard as I can to get a different outcome. And no matter what I do, no matter what I say, no matter how hard I try, no matter how I confess or convey myself, we're not getting it. My partner's not getting it. I'm not getting it. We end up in conflict and the whole thing blows up. And the truth is, we both love each other. The truth is, we both want peace and harmony. But for whatever reasons, we're just not landing on the same page. And after a certain amount of times, you have to have the balls to say, hey, we're incapable and we need to get help. We need either a therapist, we need a mentor, we need a relationship coach, we need third party assistance to help us navigate whatever it is that we're doing wrong. And it's not a blame game. It's not finding a third person to team up with you or team up with him to attack you or to attack him. It's not him versus you, it's you and him versus the problem. And the minute that you transform and you change that and you start collaborating together against the problem, then you can get shit done instead of coming at each other like you are the problem. That's the difference. It's not him versus you, it's you and him versus the pattern, the toxic pattern that you have together because of whatever happened in your guys' lives that created that pattern to begin with. And if you don't learn it with him, then you'll just carry it with you into the next relationship. And if he doesn't learn it with you, then he'll carry it into the next relationship with him. And you'll keep repeating that pattern again and again. It'll just be a different partner with a different name. It's got a different looks and a different body and all that stuff. But it'll always be the same lesson. And then you can just be like, 50, 60 years old or however old, and you still have the same problems. So that's the advice for you, is to recognize the pattern and break the pattern and not go back into the pattern, but realize that there is a way out. So what's the advice? If that's that, now that's the advice for you. What's in your highest good advice for you? So what's the overall advice for the relationship? Should Emily be done? Should she just walk away? Should she focus on herself? What should Emily do in regards to Marcus specifically? Okay. So so what you should do specifically is, the first thing is you have to confront the lies, the fears, the illusions, and the things within you, because the moon has to do with things in our subconscious, things that we're not necessarily aware of. You have to confront your own fears, illusions, patterns, and basically your own your stuff, your shit, your emotional baggage. The moon is all about you confronting what's going on inside of you, the fears and all the things that make you afraid of him, the stuff that you're bringing into. And when I say afraid of him, I don't mean him like afraid of him personally, but the things that trigger you, rather, is a better word, right? Because whatever it is that he's doing that's triggering for you, it's not him that's doing it. It's the things inside of you that have been unresolved. That's why they're triggering to you. And if those things inside of you were resolved, they wouldn't trigger you anymore. The same thing goes with him. The magician is about you. It's two energies attached to this card. One, it's about you have the ability to change this if you want to or not. It's up to you. You have all the power and ability to change this if you want to. But it begins with changing yourself. So the more that you change yourself, the more potential you have to change the outcome of this relationship if that's what you want to do. But it's a choice and it's up to you to decide if that's what you want or not. And with that Four of Cups that was out here earlier, there's uncertainty about whether you want to do it or not. Even though you have lingering feelings for him, and he has for you, right? The second energy attached to the magician is you understanding cause and effect. When I do this, I get that. When I create this, it creates that. So it's you understanding how you show up in the relationship and understanding that if you do something, every action has a reaction, every cause has an effect. And so the more accountability you take for yourself in the way that you show up and the way you behave, the way you act, the way you speak, and all those things, then the more intentional those outcomes will be based on your own sovereignty. There's actually another energy. I said there's two, there's three. And the third energy is not believing that you're powerless. You're not powerless. You're not powerless in this. You're not powerless in other relationships. You're not powerless in the future. You have power to change things, but you have to be willing to use that power. And if you're not willing to use the power, it's because, or you're unsure, it's just because you lack the confidence of knowing that you even have the power to begin with. And if you don't feel confident in the power that you have, then that's why, again, you have to be self focused. You have to become confident in the power that you have. You have to convince yourself that you have that power. And that's a lifelong journey, but the more you do it, the better you get. And it doesn't have to take forever, but it's just you become more and more and more um, aware of what's possible for you the more you level up in your own personal development, your own personal growth. And it's endless, you know, it's endless. You have self-awareness about, oh, well, I didn't know that I could do this, but now I do. You get to the next level. I didn't know I could do this. Now I do. You just keep going and going and going. It just never stops. So Eight of Swords is all about you getting stuck in your mind, overthinking, worst case scenarios, feeling like a victim, feeling like things will never change. I can't see a way out. I don't have the answers. He's probably never going to change. It's always going to be like this. It's always going to be like that. Men are always going to be like that. This it's always it's all of the negative mindsets and the negative voices, the negative stories, the negative meanings that you've attached to everything that make you feel powerless. It's interesting that it's right next door to the magician, which is saying, no, you have all the power, but right now you don't believe it. You don't believe that you have the power. You don't believe anything can change, and you're dependent upon him because you think that in order for things to change, he's the one that's going to have to change. Well, if only he would change, it would all be fine. That's part of the illusion and the lie. It's like, no, you can't control what he does. And wherever you go, there you are. So when you take the version of you, even if he's gone out of the picture, when you take the version of you that you are into another relationship, you're not guaranteed to have a different relationship because it's the same you in the new relationship as the you that you were in the relationship with him. So you're going to do the same shit in a new relationship with a new guy that you would in a relationship with him. Because those triggers that are inside of you aren't going anywhere just because you're with a new dude. Now, the way that he reacts and responds to those triggers might be different than the way that Marcus was reacting and responding to you. That's a possibility. But that still doesn't change you. And it still doesn't change the fact that even if you're with a guy that's more tolerant, more patient, more understanding of your triggers, doesn't mean that he's going to tolerate it forever. Doesn't mean that even if you bring that version of you to him, he might be like, wow, maybe his level of tolerance is a lot longer than, you know, than Marcus's was. So maybe he puts up with it for longer. But eventually it's going to catch up. And eventually it's going to wear him down. And eventually he's going to crack. Because again, the tower and the devil for the advice for you individually, not for you in the relationship as a whole. That's what these cards are for. But for you individually, these cards are saying this is inevitable. In other words, if you don't deal with the devil energy inside of you, the negative patterns, the pain, the trauma, or whatever is inside of you, you're going to keep getting these tower moments no matter who or what it is. It's going to follow you everywhere in your life. Because the change that needs to happen isn't the change in the relationship, it's not the change in the markets, it's mostly the change in you. And when you make the change inside of you, then you'll know, do you even still want to be with this guy? Because when you level up, you might realize, hey, I'm not, my taste buds have changed. You know, I'm not into that anymore. I don't like that food anymore. I don't like that flavor anymore. You may not even be attracted to him anymore when you're outside of the trauma bond or the toxicity. When you level up, you may not even be in attracted to him anymore. Maybe, maybe not. But the bottom line is, regardless, if you don't deal with this devil energy, what's inside of you, you're going to keep having these experiences over and over again. And the most loving and kind thing that I can do is tell you the truth. This isn't me, you know, giving you casting doom and gloom upon you and your future and saying that you're fucked and screwed the rest of your life and your future is terrible. That's not. I'm just being real. This is human behavior. Like it's just it's just a pattern. But patterns can be broken. You can heal. You can level up. You can grow. You can learn. That's what the magician is here for. And the magician is the way out of this Eight of Swords. And then you have the Nine of Cups, and then you have the Three of Cups at the bottom of the deck. And this is the beautiful part. This is the silver lining for you, is you can have everything that you want, because the Nine is emotional fulfillment. But in order for you to get the external emotional fulfillment out of the things you desire outside of you in your life, you have to find a fulfillment within yourself first. But we live in a society that teaches us the opposite. No, fulfillment exists outside of me. I got to find it outside of me. I'll find fulfillment in a man. I'll find fulfillment in having a better body. I'll have, fulfillment in getting a boob job because I'll look better. I'll have fulfillment in, you know, being more successful and more this and more that and blah, blah, all the things, all the bullshit that society tells you. In order for you to be happy and fulfilled, you have to go find something and you got to go get it. Instead of saying, no, I have to find fulfillment within me. That should be my number one priority. And when I found fulfillment within me first, then everything out here aligns and makes sense. That's what true spirituality is about. Finding fulfillment within you, and then you get fulfillment outside of you. But we live in a society that has taught us it backwards. And there's a reason that we've been taught that way, which is to promote powerlessness so that we can be controlled and we can be lured, and that we can go after every little thing that's like dangling the carrot. And we're constantly going around chasing the dangling carrots in life, and so that keeps us away from becoming self-aware, and the lack of self-awareness keeps us away from our sovereignty, which keeps us away from our power, because the people that are in power don't want us to have the same power that they have, because then they will no longer be the people in power. And I know that sounds like conspiracy, but it just is what it is. It's the truth. And then the other card you have is the Three of Cups. Now, the Three of Cups is two energies attached. One is superficial, is saying you have to stop wearing the mask and pretending like, stop living on the surface, being, acting superficial, involving everything superficial and surface level. The divine is saying you're more deep than that, and you can't hide behind just being fun, flirty, and playful and superficial. The divine is saying you've got to address that, which is why the open up card is here. The open up card is about opening up and getting past the surface level shit. That's one side of the energy. The second side of the energy is about learning to not take life so seriously all the time. So there's a time to be serious, but there's a time not to be serious. There's a time to just say, hey, you know what? Let's just have fun. That's why the fun card is up here. And so there's a contrast here. There's there's a need to know when it's time to have fun, because that's what's needed, and it doesn't have to be serious all the time. But there's also a time to know when it's time to be serious, because it's too superficial, right? So it's like needing to understand both sides of the same coin. Do we need to have, is this the time for us to be like, hey, you know what? let's not get into some serious shit tonight or today. Let's just watch a movie, or let's just go out and let's just go. Tonight is a fun night. Today is a fun day. But then there's other times where instead of avoiding and masking by being fun or playful or putting, superficial, you say, no, we have to get into the hard stuff tonight. We can't sit and avoid the hard stuff forever. We're going to have a serious talk. We're going to have to open up and share our feelings and talk about our fears and talk about what's not working and have a plan and a goal and a purpose and all the things. And if you're unsure, you can buy my book. Same shameless self promotion, but it's not for me because I don't make shit off of book sales. I make maybe like $1.50 uh, after Amazon takes all their money. So I don't make anything off of selling these books. But if you need to have the skills, all the skills that you would need to know are in this book. And I don't say that lightly. I say it because I've been obsessed with relationships for the last 15 years. And I got certified in being a relationship coach. And I care a lot about relationships. I know what it's like to fuck up. I know what it's like to fail. I've been married before. I've had more failures than most people, and I've just failed my way into a degree of success. But if you need something, if you're desperate and you need information and you need knowledge and you need it now, that's what my book is. My book isn't like a normal book that you read and it's like stories and, a concept. It's a manual. So this just gets into the shit. It's like, here's the manual. This is what you need to do. And you can just go to any page, any chapter that you need to go to and just jump to the thing that you need help with if you want to read it that way. Of course, I would recommend reading the whole thing, but you can use it any way you want. But just throwing that out there. And you can get it on, easiest way to get it is on Amazon. You just go to Amazon and just type it in. If you're in the United States, just type in better than before and just type in my name, Eddie Gilman. It should come up. You can get it in hard copy like this. There's paperback and there's Kindle. So you can just download it on Kindle and you get the digital copy. So there's that if you want it. So all in all, uh, for you, Emily, the divine is wanting you to focus on yourself and to really identify what it is that's attached to this devil energy. What within you is attached to this devil energy so you can start taking care of that. And the more that you take care of this within yourself, the more that all this other stuff is going to work out in your favor. Now, when it comes to Marcus, you're both you both still have feelings for each other. It's up to you what you want to do with that. You can do nothing and see if at some point down the road he comes towards you. Because I asked, what action is he going to take? Well, right now, he thinks it's over. Or he thinks some serious fucking change needs to happen before he's going to do anything. So I wouldn't sit around waiting on him because right now he seems pretty doubled down. So it's up to you. And if you want to reach out to him, well, I can ask that really quick. Let's ask that really quick. I'm not saying that you will, but if you reached out to him, what would he do? If Emily reached out to Marcus, what would he do? Ten of Swords in reverse. So that's proof that he has emotions for you because that means, oh, maybe it's not over. Seven of Pentacles and the Two of Wands. All right. So, yeah, very clear. This is super clear. So, if you reached out to him, the Ten of Swords in reverse is basically saying, okay, so maybe it's not over. He thought it was over. He's like, oh, okay, so maybe it's not over. The Seven of Pentacles is him assessing things, observing, assessing, seeing if he wants to invest, observing, right? Taking inventory, checking it out, saying, hey, do I want to invest in this again? What, assessing the value of it. The Two of Wands is him basically saying, okay, can we make a plan? Can we figure out something? Can we come up with an action plan, with a way to move forward here? Because the Two of Wands is all about focus, direction, and planning. At the bottom of the deck, you're showing up as the Empress, which means he still sees you as hot stuff. So he still sees you as hot, fine. He still sees you as all the things with the Empress. And Judgment is here, which is a high consideration of a second chance, a resurrection of the relationship, hence the Ten of Swords in reverse, but it's also a major decision. So there is a high chance, a high probability that if you reached out to him, he would be receptive to some capacity. Now, what I won't tell you, because it's not here, is there's no cups here. There's no emotion. You have the Pentacles, you have the Wand, and then the Ten of Swords in reverse. There's no emotion here. So he's guarded. He's keeping his emotions. You reach out to him, he's still in that Four of Cups energy where he's going to be guarded, but he still has hots for you. He still sees you as all the things, and there's a high chance that he will want to work things out with you. But that's up to you. It's up to you if you reach out to him. And lastly, I'll ask one more question for you, Emily. What will happen if you do nothing? If you do absolutely nothing, if you just keep going on with your life, you don't talk to him, you don't reach out, you do nothing, what's going to happen if you do nothing? Well, the Seven of Wands wanted to kind of come out in reverse, so I'm going to honor it. We have the Ten of Cups. Interesting. We have the Five of Pentacles that wanted to start coming out in reverse. And then we have the Knight of Cups. And then we have the Two of Wands again. So if you do nothing, it very well may be that he comes back towards you. And if it's not him, it's somebody else. But I feel like it would probably be him. Because the Five of Pentacles is someone coming out of the cold, coming out of woe is me. The Seven of Wands in reverse is somebody laying down their staff, laying down their defenses, saying, "Hey, I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not going to battle this anymore." The Ten of Cups is somebody who obviously has a crap ton of love. The Knight of Cups is that person bringing all of that love. But then you're in the same energy he was, the Two of Wands. Can we do something different? Planning, focus, direction. Can we come up with a plan about how we're going to make this work moving forward? So it's interesting, you know, if you reach out to him, it seems to indicate there's an opportunity for you guys to to have a second chance. If you do nothing, it indicates at some point maybe he would come back around and make you the offer. And so I get it. You're probably thinking, well, I'm not going to be the one, I'm not going to be the one to reach out to him. And, and I'm going to tell you why that might not be the right position. because staying in that Four of Cups energy is not necessarily is not necessarily dealing with this devil energy because it's out of pride and ego. Now that's not me telling you to go reach out to him either. It's me telling you the best thing for you to do is for you to start working on the things that you should take responsibility for within yourself. You working on your triggers, you working on your patterns, you working on your mindset, you working on your emotional stuff, you not focusing on him at all. You focusing solely on you, what you need to heal, what you need to take care of, what you need to change, and reflect and have a plan about, okay, in a hypothetical possible future with him, if it were to happen, what would we need to do different? And you just come up with as many things you can think of. What needs to change? And then I would make an additional list of what am I willing to give this and what am I not willing to give this? What am I willing to change? What am I not willing to change? You need to know where your boundaries are within yourself. And it has to be where are your non-negotiables. And you have to communicate those in the future. And guess what? He's going to get to do the same with you. Hopefully. Um, do you guys need to get somebody else involved? Do you need a coach? Do you need a therapist? Do you need somebody, a third party intervention? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. I don't know. These are all things that you should explore as you're focusing on yourself. And if you can deal with this, dealing with yourself, and you heal that part of yourself, then there's a possibility. I mean, that 10 of Cups was on the table a second ago. So it's not showing, there's nothing here that says you're doomed to fail with him, right? But there's nothing here that's saying that you're also meant to be together forever. I think really it's up to you based on what you're willing to do and not willing to do because you're the creator of your reality as the magician. And so, whatever you decide, whatever you invest, or whatever you don't decide, or whatever you don't invest, ultimately is going to be the outcome you create based on how you use your power as the magician because you are the creator of your own reality. So, that's what I have for you, Emily. I hope that makes sense. I appreciate you donating. And for those of you that are hopping in, I do unfortunately have to go to sleep. I have I have managed to go well over almost 4 hours over the time that I had set for myself, which was like 12 o'clock, which I don't even know why I do it because I never stick to my times. Because once I start doing readings, I never want to stop. And I appreciate all of you guys and I appreciate just being here to help you guys. But I do have to get up and work in 3.5 hours, so I'm not going to get any sleep, but that's my fault. But it's worth it to be out here with you guys. But for those of you that I didn't get to, if you would uh, like the video, subscribe to the channel, you'll be notified when I come back online, which will hopefully be soon. It's my plan to be back out here with you guys sooner than I have been because I have some things coming up. I have some things that I can't wait to share with everybody that I'm working on that I'll be talking about very soon. And it's just the next evolution of my channel and everything. But hopefully, you guys will, yeah, guys will be around to check it out. So I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you. Thank you, Gene, as always, my friend, for hanging out with me all night long. Emily, thank you. And thank all the rest of you guys for hanging out. I apologize if I did not get with you guys tonight. I will be back soon. And you guys enjoy a great start to your week. And I will see you guys in the near future. Appreciate you and love and light.